If people want to watch on YouTube, they can, although I wouldn't recommend it because you won't get drops. So why would you not just watch on Twitch? Anyway. Oh yeah, the expedition overhaul? Do we think they'll have runes? Not the- no, they wouldn't copy that over right away, right? Yo, Guitaraholic. You missed the starting soon screen last stream. That's all I'm saying. Fabio, thank you so much for the prime. Fishing rods with a PH. That fishing rods. And commotional damage, thank you. 6 months. Oh my god, both of you. Fabio and commotional damage. Happy half a year. Oh, happy anniversary. I know, I fell asleep. That's okay. Sleep is the most important. Did you do the thing? Yeah. I mean, yeah. It's okay. Maybe we can do it again on another stream. Just for double the fun. Double or nothing. Okay. It's hard because PoE 1 already has so much. You know what I mean? Like PoE 2, you're just like, they're gonna add this and this and this and this and then it'll be done. PoE 1 already has a ton of stuff. Do you think they'll change astrolabes at all? Astrolabe changes? I think there's a chance that they change how astrolabes work. Trying to think about what the new mechanic will be. If it'll be like going out into the ocean, or if they're just using water as an aesthetic thing. Yo, thank you for the 5 gifted subs, Guitaraholic. Thank you so much. You didn't have to, but I appreciate you doing it. Wassid? Oh my god, imagine Wassid? Would they ever? Fulfilled my end of the deal. Handshake to you, good sir. Can I? Is it possible to? Oh god, what have I done? Okay, never mind. I was gonna try and change the color of the sticky notes, but it's not worth it. It's not worth it at all. Who was that NPC from Metamorph that had a diving helmet? Tane? That could be interesting. I'm gonna put it over here. Tane Octavius? Octavius? Is that how you spell it? Maybe? Crossplay. I dare them, dude. Did you see my link and rage on the Discord? I've been on the final end of client engagement. No, I'll look. I'll look later. Well, I could just look now. While I'm thinking of other things. Wait. Okay, that requires more brain power than I planned to put in. Let's see. It's almost time. It's almost time, Grave. Let's go. They are probably gonna add a dungeon that randomizes tile sets and scales up to 150 difficulty. What? Do you work for GGG? What do you mean? A kinetic fusillade nerf? Oh, for sure. For sure, good call. I mean, I don't know if that would be in the reveal though. Do you think it would be in the reveal? I kind of doubt it. Yo, welcome in, Small Pepe. Fish League? Do you think it'll have... I'm gonna put it right here. Catching fish? There were a lot of fish in the intro. All orbs swapped for fish. I hope you guys like what we cooked up. Delve rework? Delve adjustments? Win? Delve adjustments win. But that can't go here. It has to go off to the side. Delve fish biome. I dropped my first divine cod. You're welcome in Nord. Underwater delve. When? Underwater delve. Damn. Oh yeah, Toda. Toda core. I kind of think that that might happen. Let's see. Sensi tattoos. They're not. Mirage is not going core. Screams the desiccated can't be obtained after this. Nightmare maps changed. Please, for the love of God, make them do something or get rid of them. Also, hi. Welcome in, Vulcan. Synth items and synth maps. Oh, you know what they might do? Is they might do, like, light oils only in light. Do they have that now or no? Yo, welcome in, media. How are you? Happy 329. Do blight oils drop anywhere other than blight right now? Now that I'm thinking about it? Harbinger back? No, I don't think so. Lurking for all the homies. The stream that must be lurked for. Blight encounters and blight maps. They drop anywhere else? They said they were gonna go through and fix all the items dropping from other mechanics. What? Like, harvest only drops from harvest. Does blight only drop from blight now? I don't remember. Oils can drop from Legion, right? Essence is only from essence monsters? Insane prediction. Wonder where they put the blight belt now. Do oils drop from delirium? Yeah, they can, can't they? Yo, thanks for the hype train, y'all. That was wonderful. Oh, this is a great emote. A mouthception. Let's go. Welcome in, Gramps. Okay, blight oils only in blight, and then what's the other? Like delirium? Cat kills, thank you for the prime. Enjoy your emotes and your lack of ads. Thank you. Are we finding Nemo? Perhaps. First time in a long time I won't be stuck in a meeting for the reveal. Actually, same. Actually, same. I looked at my calendar today, it was empty. And I was like, oh my god. How could this happen? What a wonderful day. In-game build planner? Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh, and you know what else? Is price check. The price check is terrible, but they have to have it, right? Okay, we're almost done. This is good. I doubt Toda goes core. Then why did they have the event? I mean, maybe. You don't have to put it on your bingo card, it's okay. Skills based on fishing. I also doubt it's going core. That's fine. Let's... You like this bingo is just... My bingos never are made to succeed. Hi, what's up? Welcome in, Morgan. Not much. We're just prepping. We've got a few minutes left. Krilson NPC. Do you really think they bring in Krilson? I feel like they want Krilson to be like a rare special thing, that they wouldn't let it happen like deterministically. I've had 4 meetings today, now it's just lunchtime. I got lucky with my afternoon. Nice. Markson X NPC. Markathan. The NPC. Something about talismans? The item type that refuses to die, the death it deserves. Yeah, maybe they rework talismans for ritual. Saberamas? I don't know how to say your name, but thank you so much for the sub. Enjoy your emotes and your lack of ads. What? Why is this on screen? Oh, Ruin Bab, you got You got gypped out of your sub. Wait. I can fix this. Hold on. Riku. There you go. Runebab, thank you so much for the sub as well. Thank you, thank you. Enjoy your emotes as always. Let's go, reveal day. Let's go, dude. All right. We have to fill it. We have 4 minutes to fill in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We know we're getting the Animate Guardian UI. What else did we ask for? Quality of life. New leveling skill, maybe? People were saying they were tired of rolling magma. AG UI was confirmed. I mean, essentially, like, I'm not gonna add it here because it's basically a free space. Don't watch streams much, but came in to drop a prime as thanks for all the lore videos. Thank you, I appreciate it. Those lore videos are work from the heart, for sure. Thank you. And Roguish, thank you for the sub. Enjoy your emotes as well, and your eradication of all ads. Audio Foolery, happy 2 months. Thank you for returning. I come here too often to not subscribe. Well, thank you, thank you. I'm happy that you're enjoying it. Alright. What else? They have the new unique items. I think it's going to create a portal in map. Mechanic. Portals out of map, maybe? I don't know. I just have to write something. Click keywords and tooltips now? Yeah. Pinning. Tooltips. We haven't had that before. Shapeshifting to a fish. Oh my god, imagine. Rush currency now drops from beyond monsters. I think we might get a betrayal rework. I don't know. Lab update? Yo, what's up, Blaze? You're on, right? You're streaming? For the reveal? We've got a little over 1 minute. I need to fill in 2 of these. Yes, BRB being a streamer. Well, thank you for saying hi. Fish bucket skill for drenching. Drenched skills? They wouldn't add that in. I just need to fill in this thing before it's time. Yo, I ain't a hacker. Thank you for the 2 months. I'm glad you returned. Thank you, thank you. New, oh wait, this is one I thought. King's March, Fisherman, Fishers do something. You can hire fishers in King's March, but they don't do anything. Okay, and then I want to replace this one. I would love a betrayal update since they killed Grave. Yeah, okay, wait. We have 54 seconds. Oh, we gotta fill something in here. Alright. Fisherman Mercs? They wouldn't add mercenaries back in, right? I guess I'll just put, like, ocean exploration. This is the only other thing I could think of. Okay. We'll take a look at this at the end. But, here. This is where we're at. Before we start in 10 seconds. Yo, welcome in, Pilgrim. The last minute homework is bringing flashbacks. True. I thought I was gonna have to watch this with Lance. Yo, what's wrong with Lance? Is Lance an angry streamer?
Hi, I'm Jonathan Rogers, Game Director on Path of Exile, and welcome to GGG Live. We have massive changes to show you today with Path of Exile, Curse of the Allflame.
Let's
It is coming
go.
up next week on July 25th.
They said massive
Quick drops are
changes,
enabled in
but
today's live stream, so you'll be able to claim your Abyssal Soul Shatter rare finisher effect by following the instructions below.
nice.
Let's not keep you waiting though.
This is a loud
Roll the
stream.
trailer for Path of Exile, Curse of the Allflame.
I'm gonna be quiet for the trailer.
The Allflame calls us to the sea.
Sorry.
Bill draws ghostly breath. A curse down below. With my lanterns,
Sulfur?
we can explore the sea floor. We must find the source of the Allflame before the brine rot. Somewhere in the blackest depths, bounty and
Sea
death
delve.
await.
Okay. Boats? Who's that girl? What? What is that? Allflame crafting? Intangibility? What the hell's intangibility? Pee-wee 2 Abyss? Oh, Legion is getting some attention? Really? Mercenaries? What? Bro, no way. I did not think they were gonna add that back in just yet. That's crazy. New uniques, yeah, that's really cool looking. The Luminary.
Come find your fortune.
Who's the Luminary? What is happening?
See.
Okay, this is a lot more than I thought. They did not tease any of those. Like the Abyss, we got teased, but we didn't. Could you imagine if they
Today's
teased
stream, we'll be walking you through
mercenaries?
all the details of
Oh
Path of
my
Exile, Curse
God.
of the Allflame. We'll comb the ocean floor, discovering sunken artifacts of forgotten origins. Fight the horrors of the deep, and do your best to keep from being crushed by the waters above you. We're revisiting some familiar mechanics to bring new life to systems that have begun, perhaps, to show their age. Abyss and Legion will both be receiving significant upgrades, including a new pinnacle boss for Abyss and a new chase crafting system for unique items in Legion. In addition to
That's
revamps
cool.
of the existing leagues though, we're also bringing back some old friends. The Mercenaries of Trathus are making their way back to Rayclast. Then
Scion
we'll
Third
explain our new
Ascendancy?
endgame
Yeah.
system.
I think so.
We will join Kirak in investigating anomalies appearing on the Atlas. After that, we'll discuss the character and skill
Socket
balance
colors
coming in
reworked.
Curse
You're
of the
right.
Allflame.
What the heck?
Finally, we'll cover
Volume
a new
up a
set
little?
of supporter packs, after which we'll have a live Q&A session where Ziggy D will interview Path of Exile's game director Mark, as well as game designers Octavian and Andrew,
There you go.
answering your questions from Twitch chat. After the live stream, we'll drop the full patch notes at 11 AM NZT. So let's get started. I'll hand things over to Mark to introduce the new league.
Hi, I'm Mark Roberts, Game Director on Path of Exile. In Path of Exile, Curse of the Allflame, a long-forgotten mystery has begun to stir beneath Rayclast seas. Hidden in the icy depths lie strange and immensely powerful treasures, waiting for those bold enough to claim them. Meet Valerie, a dangerous
Valerie.
Corsair
Okay.
captain who needs boots on the ground and on the sea floor to help her retrieve these treasures and unlock their potential. This is where you come in, to help her find the charts scattered across Rayclast. Then, use those to guide her ship to the patch of brine that holds loot for the taking. In return, you'll get a cut of the profits. These lost charts are guarded by the undead, rival corsairs, or horrible creatures of the deep. Each of these monster encounters will also have a custom bonus for defeating the enemies. For example, successfully defeating the accursed undead that guard this treasure chest will cause the grateful trapped soul inside to grant you its power, possessing
orb of
you
fusing.
and granting you ghastly power for the rest of the area.
Oh, wait, what?
Once
you're-
a chart
you
is in
become
hand,
possessed.
You'll board the
Oh.
good ship, the Sovereign, Valerie or Val's reappropriated Oriathan naval vessel. Here, Val
Her
introduces
ship
you to
does
the
look
heart
very
and soul of her
metamorphed.
ship.
Totally.
Quite literally. Vesper, another Pondium native like Val, is bound to this ship. His soul burns with the Allflame's curse,
Vesper.
and were his comatose body to be removed from the ship, he would surely die. The silvery apparatus that lines the bows and eaves of the vessel allow him to steer the Sovereign anywhere in Rayclast's waters. Using the chart you've brought, Vesper can navigate to a location so you can scout it for Val, and while doing so, claim whatever treasures there might be.
Descend?
How, though, will you avoid a watery
I do
grave
love a good
once sunk
descent.
below? Vesper controls a spark of the Allflame, a powerful and mysterious magic, which has been imbued into a number of devices aboard the ship. Chief among them, the bathysphere. This entirely safe and well-tested contraption of rivets, bolts, and metal will be your ticket beneath the waves to explore and plunder.
Is this
While
heist meets
scouting the
delve?
depths,
Maybe.
In order to not need an ample supply of air, we're instead going to place Allflame lanterns.
Hey,
These are conduits of the power that keeps Vesper
feeling a
alive
little
and
delvy.
bound to the ship, and give you the temporary safety you need
what
to
are
do
these
that exploring.
items?
Without them, you will
They
drown.
have a modifier in them.
The first of these is strapped to the bathysphere and activates on landing.
Make sure no
Rushing
billionaires
the
get in with
water
you.
away to reveal horrifying monstrosities, lost treasures, and a strange luminous coral growing from the corrupted
Disguised
dead in the
delve
oceans
lights.
of
Thanks for the
Rayclast.
45, damn it.
These strange growths are the real reason
It looks
Val
kind of
has
like
asked you to
Mirage.
plumb these
Yeah, they
waters,
do like that kind
as
of
the
thing.
coral can be broken down into dead man sulfur, the fuel that keeps Vesper's light burning. As you get to the perimeter of the safety provided by an Allflame lantern, Val will drop more down at your request. There's also an option available to have new lanterns fired automatically for you as soon as you need them.
Quality
if
of
you
life
prefer speed
unlocked.
over fine control. Explore and claim what you can.
Sulfur, not
while
sulfite,
you
right.
can. Lost fortunes of gold, chests of valuables, and lurking threats all lie in wait for you beneath the waves. You might even find the odd lost missive, waylaid on its travel to its intended recipient. But hey, finders keepers, right?
What, just a
Beware,
bottle
though,
with a reflecting
as
mist in
Vesper
it?
can
Is
only
it always
power
that?
So many lanterns at once, and that power is finite. On placing the last of your lanterns, they will begin, one by one, to flicker and fade, and the creatures of the deep will rush in as they sense the vanishing of the light. You'll have to rush back to the safety of the bathysphere, escaping the cold clutches of creatures that despise the light you bring. You'll want to place every lantern, though, as exploring to collect enough dead man sulfur is the only way to successfully chart the area for the next step, planning a voyage. Val will keep a record of the areas you've charted, storing details in her journals. Once you've charted enough areas, just talk to Val, place your charts on Val's board, connect them
Oh
together,
my god, it's like Temple,
and
but
create
better,
one
guys.
giant seafloor excursion.
They fixed Temple.
Each area you chart will reveal a special modifier that applies when it is used as part of a voyage, applied to either the charts adjacent to it or the whole voyage. Here are a few examples. This modifier causes all equipment dropped by monsters in adjacent charts to be converted to gold. This modifier will spawn friendly jellyfish alongside every pack of monsters in your voyage, which you will promptly slaughter for extra loot and experience, we're sure. This modifier causes all monsters in adjacent charts to be empowered by wildwood wisps. With 9 positions on your board for charts when constructing a voyage, these can stack up fast. There are also charts which can take you to specially rewarding areas of the
Anchor
ocean
field.
floor.
What?
Fields of anchors strewn with treasure chests full of loot. Calguran shipments lost at sea. And
This is like
sunken
a Frankenstein
abyssal
of 5
pits
different
teeming with
leagues.
monsters,
Totally.
to name just a few. There are even some ancient artifacts you might find and resurface.
Wait, I want that. Wait, I need that armor set.
Additionally, the
So
edges
cool
of the
looking.
voyage board track the currents of corruption flowing through the waters of Rayclast, with randomized effects being rolled with each new voyage to affect the charts placed adjacent to them. These add even further rewards to your voyages, and can shake up the way you choose to place your charts.
This is cool.
Stack all of that together, and a well-planned voyage, with a bit of luck, can be a very profitable endeavor. But with so much loot to claim, how are you going to get it all to the surface? Val has a solution for just that problem. In each of the charts that comprise your voyage, there will be a capsule waiting for you.
This is the
Sent down
heist
by
part.
Val, which can store about an inventory worth of loot. Stuff these full, send Val a signal, and she will pull it back up to the surface,
God,
safe and
the
sound.
sockets. Did you see the sockets? They look so different.
Since voyages are built of 9 charts, that's a lot of opportunities to send back plenty of valuables. Once you're satisfied with the plunder from your well-planned voyage, find any of these capsule locations and call the bathysphere to it as your ticket out. Val will send it down to your rescue, as fast as she can. You just need to survive until it gets there. Good luck.
What are the
Once you do,
symbols?
don't
They mean
forget
that
to
you
empty
have to
all those
send them up
capsules full of loot.
in this inventory
Now,
thing.
back to all that dead man sulfur that you've been hard at work gathering. Is that just to keep the Sovereign afloat and Vesper alight? No, it's not. Once you've got a bunch of it, head below decks. and you'll
Stash
find
tabs
the
in
heart of
PoE
the
1
ship
are
at work.
elite. Elite, I
Whilst
say.
Vesper's body remains above deck, burning away in a contraption of tarnished pipes and corpse-stained glass resides Vesper's soul. And you'll find him to be a pretty crafty fellow, if a bit melancholy. That's where this league's item crafting system comes into play. Give Vesper an item, alongside a currency that you could normally use on that item, and an ample supply of Dead Man's Sulfur. That item is then split into a multitude of ghostly forms, each of which will be the
What?
result of having applied that currency to the original item. You can then pick which of the ghostly
What?
outcomes you like best to keep for yourself.
That's
The
cool.
others will go up in smoke, as Vesper can only reify a single outcome. This can be done with almost any crafting step you'd like. Want to see a few outcomes for that influenced exalted
Oh
orb?
my god, this is insane. What?
Perhaps you've got a particularly expensive fossil combination you want to get maximum value out of.
Whoa. And I'm guessing
Do be wary,
the more
though,
you do it,
as
the
more potent
intangibility
the
goes up.
craft, the more sulfur Vesper will require to see it done.
Oh my god, dude.
That's not all, however, as the seafloor hides some yet undiscovered potential
Kind of
in
like
the form
desecrating?
of rare and valuable ducats.
No, because it's just like a
These
normal
can
mod.
be
It's
consumed
not.
by Vesper to
a s-
warp
it's not a
and
special
twist
type of
items
mod.
in ways not seen in centuries, such as Kishara's ducats.
So you can do it
which
multiple
creates
times the
4
same
ghostly
item.
copies of an item, each of which will keep one
Cool.
mod from the original, perfect for creating powerful crafting bases. The Gentile's Ducat, which can solve item or gem requirement problems by changing one attribute to another.
Okay, cool.
And
Nice.
Brine Hook's Ducat, with which you can become an emissary of the gods of Rayclast. Who knows what these aspects might do?
Oh, the
These
fracturing
ducats come from
orbs on
special
that are
types
gonna
of
go
charts,
crazy, you're so
keep an eye
right.
out for them on your travels throughout Rayclast. You may even find some that lead you to notably unwelcoming waters. So that covers the new league, and for the first time in Path of Exile, we're finally going under the sea.
Look at those clean kicks.
Some might even say this is the first real boat league. But that's not all. Not even close. Next up, we've got an old favourite making a return. The mercenaries of Trathus are once again
said that they-
roaming Rayclast, looking for hapless fools to duel. Mercenaries will start appearing from Act 3 in San. Before beginning a duel, you'll be offered an overview of the mercenary you've encountered. Here, you can see the gear they have equipped and the skills they employ. As per the Trathan Code, you have the right to wager for an item the mercenary is carrying. You'll stake some of your gold, and the duel commences.
You know, mercenaries is such a fun mechanic.
If
Are they
you
gonna
lose,
let you keep them?
forfeit the levied gold, and the mercenary will teleport out.
Are they gonna be
repulsed at
allies?
Such a poor display. Win, however, and to the victor will go the spoils. In addition, if you win the duel, the mercenary will aid you as an ally for a number of areas. Trathan mercenaries are powerful allies to have in Rayclast, assisting in a number of ways.
So now
Some
they're on a
mercenaries can
timer.
provide you with powerful auras and buffs, while
Rip
other
my delve
mercenaries can do
dreams.
all the killing for you. While in map areas, if you don't like anything the mercenary offers, you have the ability to request their warrant. A warrant is a promise to return and duel again at a later date. A call to
Okay.
action that calls that specific mercenary to a future map, with the
Okay,
same set
cool.
of skills, but a new set of items. A mercenary will only grant their warrant once, however, preventing you from fighting that mercenary in every single area.
It sucks, but it's more
Warrants
balanced.
also
Yeah,
allow
it
you
is.
to trade specific mercenaries to other players.
Nice.
It is important to note that unlike in Mercenaries of Trathis League, having a mercenary does not count as a player party member. So having a mercenary does not increase monster life or the
Yeah.
quantity and rarity of items dropped from monsters. Given that, you may be wondering, but what if I really like a mercenary I found? They have a great personality and powerful skills. Is there really no way I can keep them as an ally permanently? Well, you can, but only if you are a Scion. For the second time in 6 months, the Scion is getting a new Ascendancy class,
Wait.
the Luminary.
Oh,
The Luminary
maybe I'm
is a
going
natural
Scion.
leader, lighting
maybe.
the way for others to follow. Becoming a Luminary immediately lets them allocate the Noble Blood passive, allowing them to permanently hire any mercenary they find in Rayclast. Luminaries can have up to 3 permanently hired mercenaries. 2 in reserve
3?
in towns and hideouts,
just
and
the
1 as an active ally in combat. Unlike with
3
regular mercenaries,
in
you
storage,
can change the
1
items
active.
permanently hired mercenaries have equipped, opening up innumerate potential build possibilities. By default, permanently hired mercenaries cannot be equipped with unique items, but these passives enable them to equip specific types of uniques.
That's cool.
While the legendary arms passive empowers mercenaries that have many different unique items equipped.
Tazla, thank you for the
Luminaries
sub.
have the flexibility of becoming a support
Thank you.
character to their mercenary, or having their mercenary support them. The Oath of Fealty and Golden Glory passives empower your mercenary by using your link skills on them. The Loyal Bodyguard and Bestowed Knighthood passives enable your mercenary to protect you in combat.
Has increased
as well as
effective
enhancing their
non-curse
aura skills.
auras.
As with any old league that we add to the core game, we have added full Atlas Tree and Scarab
Oh,
support.
hell
Here
yeah.
are just a few examples.
Cool.
These passives allow you to much more easily target the specific types of mercenaries you want showing up in your maps. The Loot and Pillage passive gives mercenaries a chance to drop all their items when defeated, instead of just the one you selected. The Trathan Scarab of Renown makes it so the spawned mercenary is covered head to tail in unique items.
Nice.
And the Trathan Scarab of Infamy forces a more powerful, infamous mercenary to spawn,
Cool.
accompanied by 2 other mercenaries for a truly unfair duel. Unfair for them. There's even a few entirely new mercenary types, one of which is found exclusively on the seafloor in rare Curse of the
Oh,
Allflame
that's cool.
encounters. Sellswords of Trathis won't be the whole of your problems in 329, however, as the denizens of the Lightless are getting some much needed updates with the modernization and rework of Abyss.
I'm gonna
When we
try
brought Abyss
upping the
over
quality.
to Path of Exile 2 and Rise of the Abyssal, some functional changes to the mechanic were made to improve the gameplay significantly. In Curse of the Allflame, the majority of those changes will be making their way back to Path of Exile 1. The existing Abyss content had some notable problems. Aside from being very dated, it also required the player to follow a crack as it opens, often backtracking throughout already cleared areas. Now, as you approach an abyssal pit, and the cracks leading up to it, you will find that it is already open and spilling forth abyssal energy into the surrounding area,
Here we
subjugating
too,
the souls
looking
of
at
enemies unlucky enough to be
looking
within
at
its
Abyss.
influence. Slaying these enemies will send those souls spiraling down into the pit, drawing the attention and ire of the minions of Kulamark that dwell beneath. Slay enough of them, and the Abyssal Legion will spill forth from their domain
Oh,
to tear
this is
you
gonna be
apart.
so juicy. Oh hell yeah!
The
Abyssal
upshot of
coffers in
this rework is
PV1.
twofold. Firstly, there is now much more visceral feedback in the moment-to-moment gameplay of Abyss, with audio and visual cues drawing the player along. And most importantly, you'll never need to chase a meandering abyssal crack around a map ever again. No more backtracking. However, be on your guard. The abyssal minions of Kulamark have some different tricks up their sleeves in PoE 1, and many employ entirely different skills to those of their PoE2 counterparts.
Oh, interesting.
To be clear, there are still some aspects of the existing Abyssal system that we will be keeping. Abyssal jewels and items with Abyssal sockets
That looks so
will remain.
annoying.
In fact, we have given Abyss a similar treatment to what we did with Dell fossils in our last release, moving Abyssal rewards out of other areas of the game to
Good.
make Abyss the exclusive source of Abyssal jewels and Stygian vices.
Nice.
This will also come with a complete refresh of Abyssal Scarabs and Atlas passive tree investment, with some truly dangerous
Abyssal
and
crystal?
wild new ways to take on the Lightless Hordes.
What is an abyssal crystal?
Lastly for Abyss, but definitely not least,
This guy looks
Abyss
awesome.
is bringing an entirely new endgame pinnacle boss, with its own set of brand new unique items. This boss has a very unique way of accessing it. What does this eyeball do? Good luck figuring this one out. Let's move on to our next league being reworked, Legion. Every league should have distinct and interesting rewards that are exclusively available from that mechanic. This allows players to specialize in certain corners of the game, rewarding those who engage with a given mechanic. Legion is next on our list to receive this treatment.
Legion does need a
Despite having a
rework,
unique
yeah.
combat mechanic, we felt Legion didn't have interesting exclusive rewards outside of Timeless Jewels.
Yeah.
While incubators were technically exclusive to Legion, they effectively granted the same rewards that you could get elsewhere. So, what are we doing about it? Firstly, incubators are being removed.
Nice.
No longer will you have to remember
I don't
to
like
apply
incubators. I think they're
to all
stupid.
your equipment every few maps. Instead, we will be adding a new type of reward exclusive to Legion, vestigial unique items. Legion generals and maps will have a chance to drop a new type of currency item, enshrouding crystals. These can be used on your unique armors. You can then take the enshrouded item to the domain of Timeless Conflict, which might look a little bit different to what you remember. A giant crystal emerges from the center of the domain, and there appears to be some sort of entity trapped inside, potentially the reason that these armies are engaged in eternal conflict. At the base of the crystal are a number of smaller crystals. Clicking on one allows us to place our enshrouded item inside. As we then kill monsters in the domain of Timeless Conflict, our gloves within the crystal begin to transform. And once you
This
have
is
killed
interesting.
enough, the crystal becomes volatile and looks ready to fracture. I wonder what will come out. Our Shaper's Touch transformed into a Malagaro's Virtuosity, but now the Malagaro's Virtuosity has a trace of the original enshrouded item bestowed upon it, in the form of a vestigial implicit modifier.
What?
As you can see, enshrouding crystals allow you to transfer powerful modifiers from one unique item onto another. Here
Finding
are
a
some
good
more
combination.
examples of vestigial unique items.
Oh god, this is gonna require
Helmets.
so much work to figure out what is
Boots,
abyssal socket. Did you see that?
Gloves.
That's crazy.
shields, and body armors. In addition to vestigial items, we
Mage
are
Blood
also
plus
making a number of
Headhunter?
small improvements to Legion. You no longer need to kill every last monster to begin the Legion encounter. Breaking out all the key monsters, chests, and the majority of monsters will be enough to start the combat automatically. No more
Nice.
cheeky single monster hiding in the corner, preventing your encounter from starting. Legion monsters drop fewer splinters,
Tyranny's touch
but
face
in larger
breakers?
stack
That's
sizes,
crazy.
resulting in fewer clicks in each encounter.
Oh, nice.
Unrelenting Timeless Emblems have been removed, with regular Timeless Emblems absorbing many of their effects, causing the domain of Timeless Conflict to become harder, but more rewarding as you kill monsters. Your reward progress in the domain is now tracked by charging up these small purple crystals, rather than flooding your screen with hundreds of reward icons. The rewards are still the same, just not obscuring your screen with symbols. Talismans were introduced back in 2015.
Who's the
But over the years,
talismans?
they've
What
been
the heck?
long neglected and lack a meaningful place or purpose. We are making a number of changes to bring talismans back to relevance. Firstly, talismans are now exclusive rewards from Bestiary. Every
Interesting.
red beast has a chance to drop a talisman specific to that beast.
My first league ever? Let's go.
For example, the Krashik Croaker can drop the Croaker Talisman. What makes these talismans special? Well, you'll notice a couple of changes compared to old talismans. Firstly, talismans no longer drop corrupted,
Thank
making
God.
them far easier to craft once you
Oh
find
my
them.
god. They're saved.
Secondly, the special modifiers on talismans are now enchantments, rather than implicits. This means they compete with blight anointments, allowing their effects to
Nice.
be significantly more powerful than before.
Good.
Here are a few more examples of new talismans,
Dude, if you get +1
Talisman
endurance
unique items have
charge
all
on
been
an
improved,
amulet,
and now have a chance to drop from
That
all
would be
bestiary
crazy.
bosses. Check out the new Eyes of the Great Wolf talisman, which has some crazy possibilities.
specters? Bruh.
So that is everything
What?
covering the new and reworked League mechanics in 329. Now, that's already quite a lot of in-game content,
But
with
wait,
mercenaries
there's more.
returning, an upgraded Abyss, Legion's new reward mechanic, and of course, everything the Curse of the Allflame League has to offer. But even with all of that, we're
GGG
not done.
cooked. They
Because
always
what
do,
about
dude.
the Atlas itself? Given Zana's actions to try and destroy it in the last two expansions. Zana's actions are causing the Atlas to become ever more destabilized. Strange locations have begun to manifest on the Atlas, many of which seem to be bleeding over from familiar places in Rayclast. Kerak has labeled these as anomalies. When you complete maps affected by a Voidstone, there is a chance that when you next open your Atlas, an anomaly may manifest. Like this one, the Mana Foyer. Like regular maps on the Atlas, you can select them at your map device, but unlike regular maps, these don't require an item to enter. It looks like this area is the abode of Cadero Perandus.
Ooh.
Cadero is willing
Oh,
to offer valuable
lore
items in
incoming?
exchange for our gold. If you don't like what is on offer, you can reject it,
Oh,
and you will
yes.
immediately offer another item. The next offer will cost
Kadiro,
more
my
gold,
man.
but hopefully is much more valuable to you. If you don't have enough gold for the offered item, don't worry. Cadero is happy to wait for you to replenish your coffers. You can return to the area at any time.
Oh, take the
anomaly
annul
will
for
not
sure,
disappear
right?
from the Atlas until you either purchase an item or reject all his offers. Anomalies are unique in this regard. Unlike other locations on the Atlas, these areas can often be revisited. Let's quickly run through a few of the anomalies that can
Looks like
manifest.
Kalandra.
Reflecting Mists and the Nameless Seer no longer randomly spawn within maps, but instead now appear in their own anomaly areas.
That's kind of nice because then you don't need the
Scrying
nameless
is
seer
no longer the
in
domain of the Nameless Seer,
that
but
specific
instead
map.
can be done through the new tradable Scrying Orb.
You
Some
guys-
anomalies grant a taste
oh
of League
my
mechanics you might not normally run.
No more running
without
200
having to
maps.
be fully invested into them. For example, this anomaly creates a random, fully revealed heist blueprint wing with random rogue companions.
You don't have to run your map to get
This
the
anomaly
scry
has a
anymore.
version
You
of
can
the
either
Sacred
buy it
Grove,
or just
where the
get
plants
it
have fully
somewhere
taken over.
else. Oh, thank God. That's so
This
nice.
strongbox seems to have a strange mechanism. Atlas
Gambler
anomalies are
strongbox!
unaffected by your Atlas skill tree, and you can't augment them using any fragments. Therefore, they can be run at any time without feeling like they have to be saved for later to maximize the potential rewards.
Nice.
There are many more Atlas anomalies to discover for
More
yourselves,
gambling.
each of them tied to a specific Atlas quadrant. It is therefore worth discovering which ones can spawn in each
What is
part
that?
of the Atlas, as it may influence what Atlas strategy you wish to pursue. So that is a heap of new challenges to encounter, from the League and the in-game. But you may be asking, what new tools do we have to face these challenges? In 329, we are giving a bit of love to spellcasters, specifically those that cast spells themselves. But first, let's address the elephant in the room that astute players may have noticed. Yes, I'm talking about those socket colors.
Nice.
So, after the better part of 2 decades, in 329, we're making a fairly radical change. Sockets, at a basic level, don't have colors anymore. You can now put any colored gem into any socket.
Whoa.
We're doing this to address a long-running issue for both new and experienced players.
I
I'm sure
didn't think
almost
this would
everyone who has played
happen.
before has run into the issue of finding a notable upgrade and have struggled to find a way to equip it. Maybe you find an amazing body armor,
It's
one that would give
amazing.
you a substantial boost to your defenses, but you just can't move your skill or support gems over because the colors of the sockets just don't match, and you didn't luck out with your chromatic orbs. It's not fun when you have to unequip a bunch of skills or supports just to use a better item. This can still happen with the socket numbers and socket links, so it's not like it's just purely trivial, but the colors were just unnecessary. And not only prevented upgrading gear, it limited build experimentation. So, given that, what do the colors on gems with regards to sockets even now mean? Well, the colors on gems for sockets are still relevant, just as an upgrade system. You can still find items with colored sockets, and you can craft them onto items. They are just rarer and more powerful. Most importantly, they don't restrict what can be socketed into them. So how are they more powerful? Well, if you were to find an item with, say, a green socket, you can put a green gem inside of it to get an additional quality bonus to that gem.
Ooh, that is
This
nice.
allows socket colors to be a purely positive outcome on an item, while
is
not
this
just simplifying the
Giala's?
system away.
It kind of feels like
You
it,
can
right?
also still change the color of sockets on your items using a chromatic orb, which now guarantees at least one red, blue, or green socket.
Interesting.
This change will make it easier for everyone to upgrade items and maintain their build, especially while progressing. Speaking of builds and gems,
Does it always
we
give
wanted
you
to
10
make sure we
quality?
improve some of those,
That's really good.
specifically for spellcasters.
So eventually you do
Let's
want
get
all
into that.
colors.
Spellcasters
just that you don't
have
need
a
them.
large
That's
number
nice.
of different skills to choose from, but often many skills play and scale in similar
Dude.
ways.
Cast on
We
Crit
have done a
Comet,
pass through existing spells,
Payday, and PoE 1
differentiating spell
incoming.
damage types from each other. For example, Shadow's physical spells, like Ethereal Knives and Bladefall, now have a much higher critical strike chance than other spells at the expense of damage. Pure lightning
Now it's actually
spells
more trouble to
now all
color
have
the gear.
generally higher cast speeds,
Yeah, but it's not
but
necessary.
they cost more mana per second
the
than other
difference.
spells. We noticed that some of the Ascendancy classes for Shadow, Witch, and Templar
But
were lacking
at the end
options for
game,
general
yeah.
spellcasting.
But by the time you get to the
So
end
we've
game, you'll have
added
so much
a new
anyway.
notable to the Assassin,
What?
the Occultist, and the Inquisitor.
Oh.
We are also introducing a new skill, Mana Infused Staff, that infuses your staff with arcane energy, raising your block chance and reducing the mana cost of your spells.
That's cool.
In addition, when you are hit by an enemy, you retaliate with a wave of arcane lightning,
Neat.
dealing damage based on your maximum mana. One of the struggles we noticed with certain self-cast archetypes was that they lacked a scaling option in the endgame. In 329, we're adding a special new set of exceptional skill gems called Pacts. Each pact is themed around a specific Beyond demon and Lycia. You
Cool.
can make a bargain with these demons to empower your spells. But at what cost, you may ask? Well, these spells don't have a typical cost, but instead cause the player to gain a special affliction debuff. Don't worry too much though, the rewards
I'm
will
worried.
be worth it.
Mark, I'm worried.
For example, Pact of Baydat causes many of your different spells to just cause a ruckus,
Oh, that's cool.
while Pact of Gore is for dot builds. Using this pact will plague your enemies. Just cast it and watch everything around you melt.
Okay.
I wonder what Pact of Lycia and Pact of Katash do.
I bet Pact of Lycia is
We
insane.
won't go into the specifics of all the balance changes we are making here, but there are many more caster improvements, including buffs to specific spells and supports, buffs to caster unique items, as well as more and better ways to solve mana. Check out the patch notes later for all the details. Next up, we're going to be talking about the new supporter packs for Curse of the Allflame.
I want the crab
Today,
one.
we're launching 2 new series of supporter packs.
I've already
the
seen it and I
Plague
want it.
and Remedis packs.
Oh.
Each tier contains
This is
the
not what
pack's
I thought.
full face value in points, alongside several exclusive microtransactions. As always, the microtransactions in these packs are purely cosmetic and do not affect
This
your
is a
character's
lot.
power
It's a
or
lot.
progression in
I still
any
want
way.
Delve and PoE 2. It'll
The
come. It'll
Plague
come
series
one
of
day.
supporter packs contains 7 exclusive microtransactions. Equipping the Plague weapon skin replaces the default appearance of your staff, sword, mace, or shield with a weapon that has been submerged in corrosive toxins.
Cool. I
The
think.
Plague Rat Pet is the result of a nefarious experiment. When a unique enemy is
I don't need
nearby,
that.
it faints as a defensive mechanism
I
to
really
protect
don't
its
need
fragile
that.
body so it can continue to spread disease. The metal of the Plague Bearer armor set has corroded, and the cloth has begun to disintegrate from being exposed to such toxic elements. It includes the Plague Bearer back attachment, which spreads disease across the ground in town areas, maximizing the chance of infection.
Thank you for following.
A diseased swarm infects your weapon when using the Plague Bearer weapon effect.
That's
Use
cool.
it
It's gonna be
alongside the
so hard to
erupting
see.
pustule's rare finisher effect to spread
No,
vile
dude,
and
I'm gonna
devastating
think I'm
disease to
killing
monsters you
myself
kill.
every time that pops. Are you
Activating
kidding me?
The Plague Wraith map
No.
device
Okay,
causes
that's
the
cool.
plagued energy to flow from the chained being.
That's so
Given the
sadistic
goal
and
of
cool.
spreading such illness is to end the lives of as many as possible, the map device tracks kills in kind, showing you the number of enemies killed in each map,
Cool.
sorted by rarity. Feel free to even pin the count of enemies slain in a map to the leaderboard at your leisure. Pair
What?
it with the putrefying portal to fully immerse yourself in the Plague Propagator experience.
It's pretty cool.
Both the map device and the portal emit such a potent putrefaction that even the birds flying overhead cannot survive as they plummet to the ground around it. The Remedis Pack series also contains 7 exclusive microtransactions. The Remedis weapon skin changes the appearance of your staff, wand, scepter, or shield with relics once used by the Order of the Remedis Knights against the plague. The Medi
Okay.
Roa pet is kitted out with all the supplies necessary for healing in remote locations. Strangely, these Roas seem to have a particular fondness for goblin meat. The Remedis Knight armor set is bestowed
More
upon
goblin
those
troop
tasked with
killing?
traveling through Rayclast to purge the sick of their diseases. The matching back attachment cleanses the disease left behind on the ground in town areas by the Plague Bearer back attachment. It's
That's
an important
cool.
job of a Remedis Knight to not let disease take over. Help by doing your part. The
Will it
Remedis
eat goblins
Knight
in
weapon
town?
effect
Probably.
funnels the divine power of purification into your weapon.
So they drop the
Return to
plague
the
stuff and
Saints'
then you
End
clear it
Monastery
with your back
hideout
attachment?
to
That's cool.
recuperate from your purifying duties. Once a thriving center
A counter
for
to the
curing
goblin
ailments,
drummers,
this
exactly.
monastery has slowly wasted away while lying unused. If you're feeling brave enough, there's even a platform to dive into the purifying waters below before washing back up at the base of the hideout.
Oh, that's fun.
Last, but not least, use the Reservoir of Benediction Affinity Stash to store all of your elixirs. This stash opens to your stash tab with the Flask Affinity set.
That's
Additionally,
funny. Okay.
all microtransactions from the supporter packs are available for use in Path of Exile 2. We're looking forward to seeing which of you choose to become the plague and spread disease across Rayclast, or those who wish to fight against it. by
That's
becoming
really
a
cool.
Remedis
I
Knight.
love that they did
Thank
2
you so
sets that
much for your
interact with
ongoing
each other.
support.
I love
We're
that.
just about to start the Q&A with Ziggy D. Afterwards, we'll post the full patch notes for Path of Exile, Curse of the Allflame, at 11 AM New Zealand time, 4 PM Pacific. With release at the end of next week,
4
our
PM
community team will be
Pacific?
posting
What is
crucial
it?
information you'll need for the release. Keep
7
an eye on the news.
p.m. Eastern. That's in almost a little over 2 hours. Okay, I have to go to the bathroom. I'll be right back. Go to the bathroom, get your snacks. Ladies and gents, we'll be right back. Alright. Choop, bro. Thank you so much for the sub. Happy 2 months. Thank you, thank you. Appreciate you returning. I'm cold, dude. The AC is actually blasting right here. Right underneath this window. Making me chilly.
G'day Exiles,
Wow,
and
perfect
welcome back
timing.
for another Q&A for 3.29. We are joined here by, it's a little bit cozier here than usual. We have game director Mark Roberts, along with lead game designers on Path of Exile 1, Octavian and Andrew. And Andrew, welcome. This is your first time joining us on the
Oh,
Q&A.
cool.
It's good to have you here.
I love this setup.
You have been on some other podcasts and things in the past before, but it's exciting to have you all here for the podcast. I kind of want to give people a bit of a lay of the land of like what it is that each of you, like Octavian and Andrew, work on for Path of Exile, so people can kind of understand where your expertise lies, maybe.
Yeah, so for Path of Exile 1, I've been working on it for primarily for quite a few years now. And typically
I said I wasn't playing 329, but I'm thinking about it. Just thinking about it.
However, in the last few expansions, Chris has been handling the majority of the league stuff, and I typically handle most of the other bits and bobs. So yeah, for example, in this one, things like Mercenary and Legion and the balance, I would have had a hand in.
Yeah, and you certainly did a lot on the balance side of things. It looks like you did 150 skills or something.
When the patch notes come out, you'll see the changes there. So,
dude, the cross-leg meta is falling out of favor.
And what about for you, Octavian? What do you kind of focus on for people who are not familiar?
So the last few
I don't want to cover anything up.
Mercenaries, Mirage, and now Curse of the Allflame, I've been, sort of leading the design on the league mechanic itself. And then basically wherever else I'm needed. So this time around, I
love
did
Andrew.
the
He
new
seems
Abyss
chill.
Pinnacle
He's
boss,
just someone who loves the game.
So you can blame me if he kills you. I did a bunch of new uniques. Some.
He looks like a gamer. He sounds like a gamer. He is a gamer. He works on a game. That's Andrew.
And probably some other stuff I'm forgetting. But yeah, I mean, mostly the league this time. It's a chunky one.
Yeah. I mean, that was where I was originally planning on starting, was like talking about Curse of the Allflame, where we collect chat's questions and then dive into some of the other things, Mirage, Abyss, Legion, balance crafting. There's a lot of things to talk about today. But obviously the biggest news is the socket color change. It's the one everyone kind of seems to want to know about from what I've seen. It's a weird one because it's such a long-standing tradition, and there is I felt like the initial I feel like I should be mad or something, but I was like, but I'm not. I'm curious, how did this one come about after being unchanged for so long?
We actually discussed this change on Mirage launch day. So
okay,
often on just to give some history to it. So on launch day, when there isn't a burning fire,
nice.
We're all sitting there designing okay, what are we doing next? What are we starting on Monday? I know people think we have a long plan ahead. We don't. Launch day is when we design the next set of content, and
they are the true agile company. Every company thinks they're agile. You don't know agile until you know GGG.
Is that PoE 2 is for the new audience and PoE 1's for the existing audience only. And it is obviously for the existing audience, obviously.
You need 3 people for Q&A when you change.
We also want to make sure we're bringing in new players. And
True.
We want to make sure that that audience is growing. Because if you aren't growing the audience, it's only got one way to go, right?
Right.
That's down. Now, hopefully, you can... It'd be naive to assume it can just sustain the exact same numbers forever with the exact same players, right? People do eventually move on.
Yeah.
Whatever. So we want the audience to grow. And so when we actually go and look, well, when we were discussing this in Mirage, we're like, let's actually think, why are people, getting into the game and then stopping playing? What are the points of friction and where we're losing the audience? And sockets is a huge one. Now, we had already discussed this for PoE 2 because PoE 2 removed skilled gems off gear, right?
Yeah.
So we kind of already were a bit educated in this, and we're like, but the line we drew, some people were like, why not remove them entirely off the gear, like you did with PoE 2? But there are, I would say, I feel this way, and
still a little
people
quiet.
Feel this way when first playing PoE 1.
Yeah, I mean, it's not exactly the same as me.
Whatever, long time ago.
A decade and a half ago.
It's as loud as it goes.
About the game that really caught me and my group of friends and propagated along, and maybe you guys feel the same way, I'm not sure, which was
I opened the passive tree and fell in love. And I also was like, holy, skills are in your gear and the links are in your gear. That's awesome. The innovation behind that is so cool. So not wanting to lose the skills and
Normalized
sockets in gear
plateauing?
in
What do you
PoE
mean?
1, I think is, it's a personal line, sure, but I think a lot of people share it, of not wanting to lose that entirely, but also it doesn't need to be having so many layers of friction. And so obviously you got the numbers, you got the links, and then you got the colors. And often what we're finding is that, sure, seasoned players, veterans, they work around it, sure. But, or honestly, they don't even necessarily, I talk about the gear upgrades, sometimes you don't even need the gear upgrades. You can just, once you know what you're doing, you know what you're doing. But yeah, we're finding a lot of players early game who are struggling, who are trying to get those gear upgrades, just can't, and often it's because of the colors.
Yeah.
And so we're like, well, we want to remove that friction, but also we don't want to just like simplify it down to nothing, because we still want in-game players to have an access of itemization that's important. And so we're like, we still want the colors to come in. We still want it to be important for upgrading your gear. We want it to be a chase end-game thing players can do. And we honestly think that this hits both of those, and it now allows a lot of people to get into the game easier, make upgrades of their gear without
Honestly,
going,
though, if you
I
can
don't know
get
what
a
to
good
do, like,
color
my gear's
at
been
the
same
start
since
on your
level 3,
leveling gear
'cause I
to
can't
make a
replace this, or, like, one
skill
piece of
better
gear or
at
another piece of
leveling,
gear.
then that's a
And,
huge win.
because they don't want to break their links or their skills or their support. So yeah,
They have
obviously
to have
that's where
new
it came
players, or
about,
else the
and,
old one died, the game dies. I'm
but the broader
surprised.
discussion is like, we need
I
to
don't
get
know.
people in
I'm
the
kind of
door. We
impressed
need
that
to
they're
get people
still
to
trying to
stop
get more
quitting.
people to play PoE1.
And we need to have like when they get overwhelmed and they're like, I don't know what to do. It feels complicated, and this was part of that. So, I wouldn't
Flicker's trick
expect this
with
to be the
automatic
last change
quality,
along
there you
that
go.
axis of us going.
Never expected the
Let's,
soccer
remove
color
these
change. It's
barriers of
pretty
entry.
awesome. I mean,
In
people have been
the future we
talking
wanna
about
make
it. It's
more,
just
but yeah,
like
honestly,
I never
think,
thought they would actually do it.
Generally speaking, almost everyone internally has been pretty positive, but everyone has that. Whoa, you're changing this sacred thing.
Yeah.
And, even we had it. When we were in the room, we're like, oh, are we doing this?
Are we allowed to do this?
We're like, do we need to, hold on, do we need to like call a council of the founders here? Like, what are we supposed to do here? Like,
Well, I
can
kind
we
of
make
heard
this
that
change?
basically did happen.
Yeah.
Like, you guys called around to some of the other people.
Yes,
Really
we did, yes. So it was, even we were like, are we allowed? But then also I think it is really important that we
Ask Chris for
can
permission.
reassess
They
these
probably did.
fundamentals and actually go
I
and
would be
say,
surprised
"No,
if
this
they
needs to
didn't
change."
talk to him about it.
Now,
They
hopefully
talk
it's
to him all the time.
amazing, and hopefully everyone finds it to have less friction and late game get better itemization and all of that. But these things, if they don't quite land, we're always just going to make another iteration and change it. That's what we do.
I was like, so I've done a playthrough of the campaign.
Can you
while
color
here,
tabular
and
sockets?
I with this in
No,
particular,
'cause
because
white
I had that
sockets,
feeling like, oh, it's so
I
it's so
assume still
sacred and so
exist.
ancient. I feel like I was coming at it from an angle of being hypercritical, looking for any potential issues with it, but it felt like it was just so much easier to change gear and swap my gear around. Like, ultimately, that's the thing. You talk about this for a lot for new players, but I see this as like a huge win for long-term players, because playing a game
There's
for
a red
over
telephone
decade,
that goes
you start to notice these kind of points of exhaustion is kind of what I think of them as, where
True.
you're like,
White
this just
sockets
grinds me
give
down a
quality
little
at
bit
any
each
gem.
time.
That is
Do you
something I did.
think
It
so?
was
That would make
intended for a
Tabby
newer audience,
crazy.
but 100% all the
Yeah.
feedback from Alpha, from internal, our designers and QA generally has been like, hell yeah.
It just makes the campaign smoother. I'm using a greater variety of gear. I'm upgrading my gear more often. It feels good. And the quality one surprised me a bit, because that is actually like pretty. You don't usually interact with quality at all in the campaign.
White
You're not gonna
socket
get any
gives no
GCP
quality?
until endgame, right? But that
I don't know.
I was actually kind of
I don't
looking
know
at
if
the
they
quality
showed.
on my gems, and I was like, oh, this really benefits from that. I'm getting an extra spark on my spark while I'm leveling, and that felt like actually a pretty fun thing to engage with, and getting one socket color here and there felt like a meaningful thing. So
Still sane.
It worked out really
Exile.
nicely as an axis for still
We'll
rewarding
find out next week if I'm
getting,
still sane.
some of the correct colors.
Yeah.
Because quality innately is much more powerful on your active skill than it is your support gem.
Yeah.
So it's kind of okay if you only have a few of the colors, because you put your strongest skill in the you put your strongest gem in your links, which is your active skill, into the color that it matches. And then it's nice to get the other colors correct, but getting the other colors correct is like 5% increased damage, whereas getting the one color you really need correct, which is quite easy to do is, you know, potentially an extra projectile or 10% more damage or something.
Yeah,
like
that's huge.
Yeah, every time a chrome dropped, I was looking for a good base to drop that on so that I could, you know, chuck my spark gem or something else.
Which
in there.
class
It
gets
has
the
the
Mark
added bonus
Ascendancy?
of there's another
Scion.
currency that's like,
Which
you know,
I
it's not
want
like
to
a
play
divine orb
Scion.
level
Looking at it, I
doom
want
when
to
you drop
play.
it, but
Listen,
it's
I need
nice
a
to
friend
see, you
in
know, you're
Delve.
excited to see a chromatic
And if
now
I
and
gotta
then.
play
It was kind of
Scion to
funny
get a
that,
friend in
Chromatic
Delve,
went
that's
from
what
being,
I'm
like,
gonna
less
do.
valuable than, you know,
I just
jewels
don't know
and
if it'll be any
fusings to
good.
being the most value out of those now.
Yeah, just to clarify, chromatics are much rarer now than they were before.
Yes.
I won't say exactly how rare they are, but we've made
They're
changes to,
rare
like, for
now.
example, if you vendor a 6-socket item that has chromatic colors, you won't get
was
7 jeweler orbs, you'll get a chromatic orb instead.
Oh, I was wondering if there was
Oh.
some sort of recipe. I thought you guys might keep it secret or something.
Oh no, that's the existing chromatic recipe. That still works.
Okay.
But it has higher priority than the jeweler's
Our
orb
list,
one.
our list of recipes, if it meets 2 conditions, there's always
see.
it has an order of precedence. So we moved the chromatic above the
Because it's more
jewelers.
valuable
Yes,
now. I see, that makes sense.
Huh.
Did you guys have to mess with quality at all now that there's going to be
Gotta
kind of
play
30% is just
Delve,
going to be somewhat
exactly.
widely available now? Like,
The
does that break
Aquarian looks
anything?
really good.
No, it
I need
is
to look more at it.
basically a bit power creepy, but
Yeah.
I think the only
same people
we
who
had
started
to
with the
make
monkey
a
will
number
start
of
with
changes to
Scion.
existing uniques that interact with socket colors, but I think the only one that really got a nerf was Diala's Malefaction. Instead of granting 30% quality to green socket gems, it's now 20%.
Okay.
But if you put a green socket gem in, it's 30%, which is what it had before. So
That's
Okay.
my follow-up question is there's uniques that interact with socket colors. Have these sorts of things been updated? In particular, I was like wondering, like, do you guys do anything with Tabula Rasa or just kind of leave it? I imagine.
Tabby?
didn't need to change.
Yeah, I mean,
So
that one
it's
kind of just
6 link,
works.
6
doesn't it?
link, still a 6
Still
link,
six-
yeah.
Still 6 link.
Yeah, what Skin of the Loyal and Lords, they just generate with 6 coloured sockets.
Yep.
So you still want to get the right colours, but
Yeah, but it's much easier to actually use them now.
what else did you do? Pariah.
Yeah, so we. audited
Tabby
all of them.
probably-
Some of
you're
them
probably
we
right,
were
white
like,
sockets
this
give
is
you
not a
nothing.
good unique. We should buff it. So Pariah, for example, is one that is now much stronger than it used to be. Yeah, there's subtle
Dude, I
changes,
missed the
but in
cross
general,
leg
like
meta.
the design of the
I'm
uniques didn't
sad.
really need to change at all. Like Triad Grip and the Untouched Soul.
Andrew
those
doesn't
types
have
of things.
cross legs.
I just
Tavian doesn't have
realised this makes
cross
like
legs.
a favorite thing for me is like early league buying like a corrupted 6 link and finding the right colors for that was sometimes tricky. But now like you can use any right because you can put a blue gem in a green socket. You just don't get the bonus.
Yeah, Skin of the Loyals early league is going to be far more accessible now.
Yeah, cool, interesting. So that inadvertently kind of makes 6 links much more available early league. It seems it's like something maybe you wouldn't even really think about with this, but there you go.
Yeah, in a way, yeah.
Yeah, all right, cool. Volubs did a thing with sockets, so I imagine that
Skin
changed,
of the
right?
Loyal now so much more accessible, as he
well,
was saying that.
To clarify, when you do get a socket color, so for example, if you're using like a strength base type, you still have, when a socket generates, it's still got a much higher chance to be a red socket compared to a blue or green socket. So
Yeah.
it still rolls socket colors based on the attribute requirements. Now, a Valorb does what it used to do before, where when it's generating socket colors, it can still re-roll socket colors.
Yeah.
I think instead of granting white sockets, now it does the inverse and it grants a colored socket.
Yeah, so I was
but that colored socket
Okay.
will just be a random green or blue. It won't care about the attribute requirements of the item.
So a way to get off colors or something, maybe. Interesting. I imagine the crafting bench probably changed.
This change to socket system
But
is
again, with chromes being more
crazy.
expensive, maybe didn't.
It's like one of
So
those
a
things where
chromatic orb
it needed
guarantees
to
a
happen,
colored socket.
but no
We
one ever
also
thought they'd
have
actually
crafting
do
bench
it.
options, which
Like, I never thought they'd
guarantee
pull the lever on
2
that
colored
one.
sockets and guarantee 3 colored sockets. But for varying
Additional
amounts of
RNG
chromaticals. I can't
layer
remember the
for
exact
color.
Now
amount.
that they're
Yeah.
going to be much more valuable as well.
You just
That's-
kind of have to,
that
every
makes
time you
sense.
do a
Almost kinda
color
solves
craft, you have to
itself
like
there.
think about
super
it
interesting.
for
I look
another
forward to
second.
seeing
Oh,
how
what's
people feel
actually
about
gonna
that
happen.
after they've had a chance to play around with it. But my impressions of that have been pretty positive so far.
I like
If
it. I think
anything,
it's a
like,
great
I
change.
guess if there's any negative I could probably nitpick about it, it seems that maybe like it removes some of the identity from those items, mostly more in the campaign where you're not seeing their colors come up all that often.
I'm positive on this league.
armor
I am
and
too.
energy
I'm
shield
super
thing
confused
is
about the
not
league
necessarily as
mechanic.
distinct from an invasion thing, since you can change
But
them around a lot more. Was that something
I
you
always
guys were worried
am,
about
to be
at all with
fair.
this?
It never actually makes sense until you play it.
Not really.
You think they
A
get
little
enough of
bit.
their
I
identity from
understand
their
that it is, especially from the visuals.
Yeah.
But like the item holds itself, you know,
Yeah.
and with respect to its defense type, its mods. But yeah, I mean, I get that almost everyone, I was just thinking about it now, or I play with sockets always shown. I don't think I've seen anyone in a long time not play with sockets always shown. So I was just thinking that, like, generally when you're looking at an item, in fact, you're not really seeing its item art. You're just seeing some combination of colors. So yeah, generally you're going to be like, hey, this doesn't look like how it used to look. But I would honestly say that
It'll be weird not to care about the
that
color.
doesn't need
Yeah.
to be part of it. So it shouldn't need to be part of its identity.
Nice.
Even though I get that it will feel that way.
It'll be
for
so
sure.
nice for leveling though.
Well, I know this was the main change for this expansion, but on the side, in your spare time between working on socket colors, obviously you made this thing called Curse of the Allflame. This is a pretty unique and I think delightfully goofy mechanic. It's definitely a weird one. At first I thought, it's delve but moist, but then that seems to be oversimplifying it a little bit. Because it's also got a little bit.
It is
of a
delve but
blend of
moist.
other ideas, and definitely seems to very much be its own thing.
Dude,
I'm
I love
curious,
their
how
look
did
at the
this idea for
background. They
this,
have
like,
all Curse of the
significant
Allflame
league
stuff in their
come
background
about?
right now. It all looks like
You
the
know what? Strangely,
supporter packs and
it
stuff.
actually didn't even start from the point of we should go to the ocean floor. What I wanted was
This will
a
shave an
league
hour
where,
off
you
my
know,
campaign
you're
time. Oh yeah,
exploring
it's gonna be
in
great.
similar sort of to the Wildwood, because I like that mechanic, but
Yeah.
like a league mechanic where you're exploring and trying to uncover things as you go. And it was originally going to be, I believe, like bestiary adjacent, where it was going to be in like the spirit realm where all the bestiary bosses are, and you're like clearing spirit fog. But that was not a thing that we had nearly the assets to be able to pull off nearly as well as like an ocean themed league, because you can go look at half the monsters in the game that pre-existed and they're on the coast or they're near the shore or they're on an island, and therefore it's crabs and horrible squid creatures and starfish and all that. And so it just made a lot more sense to go with an ocean themed league, and from there everything just kind of exploded into being.
Yeah, a lot of that also inspiring. The
Or
same
maybe that's why
mechanic
it
can
feels
often be applied to
metamorphy, is because they had
many
those
different
assets
themes in
already.
different ways, and so a huge part of the win there, he's talking about ocean biome assets, creatures. Well, we had just done Act 4, right? So, and PoE 2, so all of a sudden we have islands and sea creatures and everything there, and it's like, okay, well, we like to reuse stuff and port it back and so we get to use all the modern art. The other thing is the environment artists are familiar with those assets, so when they're trying to put together all these things, they know exactly, and the level designers, they know exactly where everything is. Makes it way easier, and then you don't have to look through and find 13-year-old assets and stuff trying to go okay, how can I reuse this? And then, yeah, it's nice to have full art sets of modern art, because when you mix old things that aren't what we call PBR and non-PBR. When you have the old PoE1 assets intermixed with the new modern assets, they stick out like a absolute sore thumb. So yeah, going in, obviously it's when you're picking.
I just didn't like the new
theme,
Abyss
it's
boss
often
is the
good
big
to look,
skeleton
what
from
art do
PoE
we
2.
have? How can we
Is
use
it?
that or reuse that? Because then you get to make a hell of a lot more content for significantly less cost.
Don't worry,
So,
it'll die before it can get one attack
that's
off. You won't even
kind
notice.
of what helped inspire it, because we also I was like, and he doesn't necessarily know what's being made.
PoE 2 has a
and
major
that's,
moist
where I'm
area
kind of
coming
the bridge,
up.
and I'm like,
Yeah, because you're fully on PoE1.
True.
Yes. Yep.
and he's like,
True.
well, what monsters? And I'm like, oh, well, let me give you that. And it was just like massive list. I'm like, go to this area, go to this area, go to this area, any of these will work. Big starfish and all that.
Do you plan to
stuff. And
start as
so,
a luminary? Yeah.
Love
otters.
so very-
Yeah.
Definitely caught me by surprise.
Yeah.
We had a task that we hadn't finished called Demon Otter.
Yep. Yeah. I actually, you didn't even point me at that. I went and found that one.
Yeah.
I felt slightly bad blowing up the otters. They're kind of cute.
Well, you
Little-
can get one as a pet from
nice.
the upcoming mystery
There you
box.
go.
I feel like I'm like, how did you
Otter
find
pet?
that?
I
You
want
just
an otter
going
pet.
into our issue tracker and typing otter every 3 days and waiting for something to appear. It's like,
I refresh the issue tracker at the start of each day because I'm curious what's being worked on, and I saw otter years ago,
Control F otter.
and it stuck in my head.
He's just got a script that just checks for him every day and alerts him, pings
Prepare
him
for
the moment it
pain
goes in.
starting as a
Hundreds of these things
luminary.
getting made per day. It's like kind of to just know to search for that is really weird.
PoE is pain.
So, I don't know. I'm sus.
You can't spell pain without.
So, I mean, so
P-
you had some assets for it, but also if you'd done the Wildwood,
And that's it, that's the whole
Einari sort of
joke.
thing, that sounds cool, but it wouldn't have been quite as unique as this.
You can
I
get your
think, like,
first merc in Act
I don't know,
3.
we
Okay.
haven't had this exploring the ocean floor thing before.
I got a question for you.
Sure.
Is this a real boat league?
Team
That's what I
Mercenary
was
Show Open
wondering,
campaign.
yeah, 'cause,
Apparently,
like,
Act
you go
3.
into a boat, but
I'm
we're
baited to
not,
play
like,
Scion Spellcaster.
What makes a boat
Same.
league? Do you have to be? Does
Same.
it just have to have a boat in it? Because that's a pretty low bar.
You have to be at ocean? Do you have to be
Fighting
I,
on-
I think some people draw the line at sailing. I think it has to be moving. I think you have to. I think they
Fishing.
would.
So it's not
They
a
would
boat
say-
league because there's no
Hold on,
sailing,
Hold
or
on,
is it a
hold on.
boat
We'll
league?
get to that in a second. Oh, you're wrong.
I think that a true boat league to some people is one that must induce seasickness. As in with like
that's your line.
screen wobble and like.
That is not what I thought you would
We
say.
have not done that this week. To be fair.
Thank you.
There's no
not doing
seasickness
that.
in my boat league.
I feel
Get it
like,
out of
the
here.
true
No
boat
one
league
wants
has
to
some
play it
combat
anymore.
on a boat. We're gonna have some boarding actions or something, like some boat-to-boat cannons and
Noted.
blowing up.
With access, yeah.
Isn't it a town area?
Anime
I guess you
Guardian
can't,
acts like the
spawn
Merc as
specters
well.
Or anything, and
Because you can get with the
in the
UI.
Deepwater
True.
Hub,
Yeah.
sorry, Deepwater was the working.
But it doesn't
in the
have its
Curse of the
own-
Allflame hub area on the Sovereign.
It doesn't
you
have
can
the
drop
same
items
on the floor
auras
on
and
the
stuff.
boat,
It's
right?
technically a combat area, so
You
you
can
could
trash
in
log.
theory.
spawn specters there if you wanted to.
Not gonna be a proper boat league until they basically add
Projectiles
Sea of
out to
Thieves.
sea.
I agree. It doesn't really feel like a boat league to me. Just because there is a boat in the league doesn't mean it's a boat
The same
league.
question could be asked of fishing. Does
Holy
this
Relic of
count as
Conviction build
fishing
last
if
week,
you're
which was
on
fun.
the
That's a really good
ocean
build.
floor killing fish?
It'd be nice to be able to do
Does that count as
some
fishing?
self-casting.
And
Totally
does this tread
agree.
on the toes of the existing fishing mechanics, obviously, as well?
I wouldn't-
You would have had to have considered that. To
It's
get
not a
confer with
boat
the
league
fishing
if I don't
team
need a
when you're
trash bucket.
I think
The
that going
designated
down and
puke
killing fish
bucket.
is
I
not
know that
fishing.
some of you have one.
I think that's.
but what if you're holding a spare though? Oh, but we don't have spares, so it doesn't matter.
Perfect. Problem solved. So you're basically saying like dynamite fishing doesn't count as fishing then for sure. It's 100% cheating.
It is important for us to clear up this because, like, we need to always be just almost delivering boat leagues, but not quite delivering boat leagues. So I just wanted to make sure we succeeded in our goals here.
There's this like grand plot of stringing along the PoE community for as long as possible for a boat league.
Is Fairgraves even in
When I
this
pitched
league?
the briefing, Mark was very cautious. You know,
Like, oh, we don't want to give them too much. We got to keep them coming back for the next potential boat league. I see what's going on here.
Yeah, it's like there's this tick box of league must have boat, and then indented boat must not move. You know? No. All right. Anyway.
Anyway, so this is a pretty big change from Mirage, which was in map and heavily intersected with like. all
Oh,
of the
you
existing
guys, I
mechanics.
did
This is
not
the
win
complete opposite. This
bingo.
is
Not a
mostly
chance we
out-of-map
did well in
mechanic,
bingo. This
and it's
my
not
bingo
required
card
for you to
has
understand how it intersects.
basically
with other mechanics.
nothing.
Is it I
Not
imagine
even
there's,
this
like,
one.
a good reason to kind of like alternate between the two almost as well.
yeah. So one of the benefits of Curse of the Allflame is that it's a very straightforward theme to understand. It's something that you don't really need to have a lot of grounding in the all of the minutia of Path of Exile to be able to understand. Ooh, go to ocean floor and find treasure in a submersible. That's just a cool concept, whether you are a PoE veteran or not.
Hello from Twitch
and
instead of YouTube. Yo, welcome in.
It's also just kind of
Enjoy your drops.
me liking to jump between things and work on very different concepts.
not
like,
even close
you
to
know,
being close. It's awful.
Can't say any specifics, but we already do have a very rough
PoE
plan
is
for
pain.
what
Does that mean we're
3.30
all
will be, and
masochists? Is
can
that
go in
a
a completely different
rhetorical
direction as well,
question?
so
It sounds rhetorical.
I don't know. I just have a lot of ideas that go all over the place, and I
Good.
very good.
we like to alternate these things, right?
Yeah.
Like often out of league, out of map, leagues are, they have room to be a bit more immersive. They have, there's a whole world there.
Yeah.
Integrating things into map constrains what they can be. Right?
Yeah.
Like having a pocket of ocean in a desert gets a bit weird, so certain things can work, certain things can't. I mean, in the same sense that kind of having a desert as Mirage in an oceany biome can feel more like a forest biome can feel a bit weird,
Thank
it
you for the
allows you to
follows.
create a more immersive world. Submersive world.
I see what you did.
Submersive,
Yeah.
immersive. I don't know. I'm silly.
There are some lessons that have been taken from previous out of league mechanics.
Yo, shout out to
where
Ziggy D
one of
for
the
not
biggest
doing
one
the
is
couch
that the
thing
Atlas
this
tree is
time.
this method of investment. That
It
can,
always gets me when he
lead
rubs the
to
couch like
in-Atlas
this.
content being able to be juiced to the gills.
And he
so to
just he
speak.
hasn't been doing that this time around
And
very
we
much,
need
and I respect
a
that.
system that's at least in what's the word I'm looking for here? An analog to that.
Yeah.
And that's kind of the voyage system, which we can get into in specifics a little bit later. But it's got multiple axes through which you can juice the content that you're doing to get, some quite rewarding voyages, and it's kind of meant to be the one-to-one allegory to that. Sorry.
Is it
analog.
normal to put a microphone
Yes,
on
yeah,
your
yeah, that was going to be one of my follow-up
glasses?
questions.
Now
is
I'm doing
because
like
you
a
have so
scroll
many,
brain thing right
axes
now.
to
I'm
juice
sorry.
things in maps. How do you make sure that something like this has like a nice long tail to it? That is something you can get as invested in. So this has like some nice ways for you to be able to juice it.
And I mean, one of the other things is we have much more gradation in the level scaling. This is maybe
Hope
getting
you're
too
doing
into
great.
the
Enjoy your
weeds, but
stream.
like the
Thank you
mods
for
that can roll on
stopping by.
charts.
Yeah.
There's a whole tier of the highest tier of rewarding mods that can only show up on I-83, I-84 charts.
Oh, okay, cool.
So if you are at the end game, then you get
You
access
can get
to like, even
I-84
more rewarding,
charts.
both charting and voyaging. And then there's some border mods that can only roll at the super high levels as well. And then, those border mods can amplify with the chart mods, can amplify with the adjacency mods, can amplify with the chart locations, which
I'm really
getting
excited
too
to
into
see
the
how
weeds
the
now 'cause we haven't
charts
really discussed
come
any of that,
together.
but
I feel like it's gonna be so juicy.
I'm a PoE1 player at heart. I like lots of axes that all intersect and overlap and turn into a crazy encounter.
Yep. And when you make something like this that is out of maps, there is like, I feel like you guys expect and fully kind of know ahead of time that, this is going to be more divisive than something that is in maps typically, right? Like this is something that is for the players that are going to love it, is kind of the way that I view it. It's like some people are going to be like, oh, this is my life now, like the people who just delve every league. So I imagine then, how does that kind of like shape the design of this? Like, I imagine you're like able to take more risks or something with it, be a bit more crazy with it to try and suit that?
I wouldn't say necessarily. Honestly, the way it generally comes apart is we're just like, that sounds like a cool idea, let's go with it. We don't really even think about the like overall risk and reward. Like we just imagine a lot of like, we would enjoy it. We imagine a lot of people would enjoy it. And yes, we definitely understand it's going to be more divisive. And that's why we make sure we alternate these types of leagues.
I love when they always ask, what was your thinking process behind this? And he goes, it sounded cool. I don't know, man. It seemed fun.
In map.
He's calling you out, Delve. I know. I
sure
love
is the case in 330 is there will not
He
be a loading
knows.
screen to do the league mechanic. I like Mirage, I like Allflame, but they have both now, to go to the hub area for Allflame, you need a loading screen because obviously it's out of map. And then Mirage needed one too, which was unfortunate.
To be clear, charts are fully tradable.
Yep.
You don't have to run them, you just stockpile them. Right, and then go.
That's
like, you can
nice.
do days of mapping and then go do days of charting.
That's really
the
nice.
crafting system's kind of crazy.
Yeah, the
powerful.
crafting's gonna be
You know, it's
insane.
like-
But we won't be nerfing
You
it.
know,
We won't be
the
nerfing
way
it.
that,
You heard it here
it can be
first.
thought about as you get in Hinakora's locks.
Yes.
GGG doesn't think too
You have
much.
to
They
put
just
it
do
like
things that
that.
are cool. Yeah.
Because that's what it is. I
can't believe they didn't tease
So there is a
mercenaries.
very, very strong motivation to
That
do
would have
it.
been so good.
And hopefully people were like, hell yeah, feels good doing it because of that. But we like to, even when we do out of area, in this case, it's not like you find it, you have to do it. You can find it, you run it later at your leisure, right? So you don't have to break your mapping
They didn't
flow
tease much at all this
the
time. No, they didn't.
Yeah.
Get the chart, move on, map.
We would have
map,
felt
and then
baited if
maybe
they
start
teased
the
it.
next day with, let me go do
Would
a bunch
we?
of charts, do a bunch of voyages, right? Like
We knew
yeah,
that they
that's
weren't just
fully
gonna
at
like
your leisure.
allow you to
can,
have a free aura bot
and
all the
that's
time.
generally how people play, and it's generally how I play.
They did with the
and
AG
Alpha, we've
UI.
seen
I
the
mean,
same
yeah, but
thing.
that was
It's
kind of the
like,
only one.
just you have those people who might want to chart as they find them. You might have people who
Like,
are like, okay, get to
they didn't
interact one, do a
tease
bunch, just talking about okay,
Legion rework.
and having the freedom to be
Abyss.
able to
I
do
guess
all
they
of that
did tease.
is pretty critical for the out of area leagues, I'd say.
Yeah, it
I
seems
had
like
a
it's very free for you
feeling,
to
but
determine your
oh,
flow
you
about how
mean
you
that the
engage with this.
AG
And
UI
for
kind
the
of
map
signified
blasters
they were
then, who
coming
may
back
be
to
like,
mercenaries?
I don't really want to
I
go
don't
do the
know.
charting and stuff too much.
I didn't get that, but
it has something for you in maps as
I'm
well.
also
I think
bad
it's
at
easy to miss.
predicting.
I mean, obviously the bulk of the mechanic is the undersea exploration, but there are 3 different encounters you can find in maps.
If they teased
that are what
mercs, people
grant
would
the
have thought
charts.
that everyone can have permanent mercs.
And importantly, I wanted each of them to
Okay, those
feel
people
like
would have been
they were,
naive,
worth engaging with,
in
even
my
if you didn't
opinion.
want the chart. So there's the cursed treasure chest, which we showed in the live stream, that possesses you with a random tormented spirit.
That's
I'm
when
so
you
much
complete
more
it.
into the
fun
out of
one.
map
Like, that's the
mechanics.
instance.
I am too.
There's a brine rot pirate one, and when you complete that, you get a buff that
I
gives
feel
you
like
a chance for any gold you find for the rest of the instance to be
When a
duplicated when it
mechanic
drops.
is
And there's
in the
the
map,
crab
it gets
nest, and when
stale
you defeat the
faster
crab
for
nest,
me.
Whenever
I
you
get
kill
tired
rare
of
and
it
unique monsters for the
much
rest of the
quicker
instance,
than
you
when it's
spawn
out of
crabs,
map.
You spawn crabs.
which may not sound useful, but it's very good in
I thought
Yogg
in
maps.
PoE 2 would get
It's
merged.
like-
Dude, that would be
it's
so
it's a
fun.
bunch of extra crabs popping out as you do it. And I mean, more
Merc
monsters
UI
popping
and
out,
AGUI
monsters
were
is
same problem on the back
definitely
end,
some
so I think
people's
that's
jam, for
why.
sure.
Crabs.
Yeah, you could be right about that.
Crabs.
Yeah.
Lots of crabs.
Oh man, there's a
It's a
crab
deep
themed
cut.
unique that we're gonna show hosts in a teaser that I'm really excited for people to see. I'm sorry, I'm just baiting people.
I want
by bringing
the
that up.
armor
It'll be
set that they
soon.
showed
That's
at
the
the
thing. I got to make
start.
sure to equip the
The
crab, armor set.
I said crab
Oh,
armor
yes,
set at the
no,
same
for
time.
sure. It's got
Jinx.
to be done. Yeah, I saw some pretty cool looking uniques there, but we can leave those for your teasers and stuff
Sure.
because there's some pretty. You're definitely pushing what uniques can be in Public
Dude,
One.
the
I think, a bit,
foot
which is
position
exciting
on
to
this
see.
man is crazy.
But, you mentioned
He's a ballerina.
This, like, the crafting system.
Pretty sure it's an MTX.
How
Yeah, I
does the
want it.
reward
I
structure
want
for
it.
this mechanic works outside of maps in the actual charting and voyaging? Do certain charts have like certain reward types? Are you able to target farm
He's gonna
specific
break
things?
his ankle.
So
He's
again,
in
this is another
fifth
point where I wanted to make
position.
sure there were multiple axes. So there's the Dead Man's Sulfur, which is the coral green glowing stuff that's in every single chart and voyage that you do.
Yep.
And that's the fuel for powering the new crafting system. And that is fully tradable. So that's like the baseline. This mechanic just rewards this all the time. And then there are special charts that you can find that lead to special things on the ocean floor that can give, any number of, arbitrary rewards, whatever we decide. So there's one that
He's
just
very
has
tall,
tons
his
of
legs
chests
don't
of
fit.
currency, which I'm sure people will like. There's one that spawns, as you saw in the live stream, a new kind of mercenary that you can only get from that room. There's one that leads to the, the new boss of the league. There's probably a bunch that I'm forgetting. There's a dozen to 2 dozen of those at least, and we do have some that might not make it into the patch, and we would put in a week later if they don't.
They
So there
also
might
have a
even be
really
more
good stash
coming
tab for
soon
all
after
this
launch.
stuff too. It
And
looks
then
very
the third
well
thing
done.
is there's what we call a scattered object system in the league, and this is why I'm personally really excited to play, because it scatters a bunch of predetermined random rewards, like chests of currency or a chest with a unique, or the message in a bottle that we showed on the stream that you open and it just gives you some random valuable unique, or potentially I think a reflecting mist is what we showed. Essences, strong boxes, golden lanterns that give you permanent rarity for the rest of the instance, tons of stuff. We tried to get dozens of outcomes in there, and those are just scattered on the ocean floor, and they give you the feeling of exploring to try and find stuff. You're not going completely blind though. Every lantern that you place has a little indicator on it, and that indicator will point towards the nearest scattered object, the nearest reward you might want. So you know where to go to place the next lantern to find a treasure chest or whatever it might be.
Yep. Yeah.
Something different to say the Wildwood, where you just go, I'm going that way.
Yeah.
This one at least gives you a guidance to go, I'm going to find something if I go over here.
Yeah. Now you don't know what the something is necessarily. It could be an essence monster
He
or a
had to
strong
cut a
box or
hole
a chest with a unique in it.
In the
but
camera,
it will
off
be
camera, he's
something that you would
dangling
want. It
his
doesn't-
legs down there.
Technically, there are also mines on the seafloor that explode when you step on them. They're not very frequent.
It's
The-
crazy to
the
imagine
lightning
an
you'll notice.
existence where your feet don't just like
You're not getting fully
dangle.
baked
That's
on.
what you're getting. I was
Like
they better not point at those.
my chair
Implying
is
there's
like
some sort of reward for
this
you.
high
No.
because my feet are like my
Some
legs
sort
are
of real
short.
Sweet release.
My running
Again,
pace is terrible
comparison
because my
to
legs are
Wildwood
too
there
short.
is
They don't
it
take me very
ensures
far.
a minimum. You're getting something out of it.
Yeah.
If I were to sit
as
on that
long as you
couch,
follow it,
my feet would be 5
as
feet off
opposed to,
or
like,
5 inches
Place
off
bunch
the
of lanterns, you're
ground.
like, I just RNG'd and got nothing.
I mean, for me, it's the most addicting part of the league. Like, I love going in and, you can do a chart in like a minute, maybe 2, depending on how
Yeah,
fast
they're
your
really-
build is.
they're really fast,
They're quite
yeah.
quick.
Yeah.
And so you go in, you find 2-3 chests, and then you rush back out, and you do it again, you do it again, you do it again, and then suddenly an hour, 2 hours, 3 hours has gone by.
Yeah, and I very much noted and appreciated that you did the week 1 quality of life patch before release with the auto placing of lanterns if you want. So you can manually place them, or you can just run into the water and it.
That was
Pop
done
ones down.
months ago. That was done well before release.
We're trying to do that though every league. Like,
You also get
what are
great
people gonna
plus
ask
injury
for on
resistance.
Day 1, day 2, day 3, or week 1. What do
You know
they
what, fair
what do they
enough.
need? And like, let's get
Fair
ahead of it
enough.
and do it now. We don't catch everything, but
I also have an easier time
Yeah,
like
you
weightlifting
can't
and
do it
stuff.
at the
A
same, can you? Yes, but you're definitely getting better at that though.
I lost
Has it been a bit
everything,
tricky to
was
kinda
making
get the
baby sleep.
Feel of this, right? Like, so
Oh, you
you've got
missed
this thing where you're, like,
everything?
pushing these lanterns out, and then you've got the bubble collapsing thing for
It's
the interaction
okay.
as well.
The league is
It seems
delve
like a
plus
challenging thing
heist,
to
but
kinda get a feel for,
underwater.
right?
Yeah, I mean it's had a lot of iteration. The collapsing
And
part, I
they're
do wanna
grand
specify
heists.
because
but
it's something that comes up a lot
without
in the
guaranteed
conversations I've had with,
rewards
journalists
and a
the
lot
people
of
at the
different
office and all
modifiers
that.
you can stack on top of each other.
The lanterns will never
There you-
start
I
just
think
randomly
that's the best
collapsing
way I
on
can
you.
describe it.
Yes.
You know when they are
To
going
be a
to
good
begin to
dev,
collapse because
good
they
feet
only begin to
positioning
collapse
strat is
after you place your
mandatory.
last
GGG
lantern.
live
Yeah,
streams
it's
are
not like
proof.
Flares and
It's
Dove,
true.
like,
So
that's
you have
It's true.
you have infinite time to explore the areas that you've placed lanterns in
Yeah.
until you place your last one, and then you have to get back to the bathysphere.
Yeah, and it's not really like a rush clear speedy mechanic ultimately. Like you can,
No, I mean,
you can do
you
it
can go
fast.
fast.
You can go fast. but
Plus
it's
the
not like
crafting
a-
Like I said,
system
people in Alpha
3x to your
generally are
currency.
doing a chart
Yeah,
in,
and
like,
there's a
minute.
crafting
Yeah.
mechanic
Yes.
where you can
pretty
basically like
forgiving.
re-roll
Yeah.
any
Like,
orb
which it kinda has to
multiple
be, right?
times and
Like,
choose the
if
best
it is,
outcome.
if it's overwhelming for any of us, we've probably got the balance wrong because someone's going to come into the game and just be like, I don't know what to do. Like, it is a thing where, rewatching the live stream, I'm like, oh yeah, I could see people being worried about just drowning all the time,
No.
and yeah,
Drowning is not meant to be a significant part of the mechanic. If you're dying in the Allflame encounters, I would hope that you're dying to the monsters.
yeah.
And
Okay,
not to drowning.
that's good. I was worried about
And
the
that
like
is
slow
generally
that
the
happens
case
when you run
whenever,
outside of the
I've
little lantern
died when
thing.
playtesting, and also
Do
when
you
I've
have
seen,
to
players
take one of
playing
the
on Alpha and stuff.
outcomes?
Drowning is
Yeah,
really
yeah, you do. Yeah.
it really only ever happens if you are being like playing real dangerous.
Octavian's feet
and,
are
like,
pointing in
you know,
4
trying
directions,
to go
and his
out
feet
far into the
looks
water to try and
like
get a chest or
wasted
something,
directions.
which is part of why we have those lanterns
Wasted
pointing
confirmed.
at things, so you know where to
Surely
place the
they'll
lantern
have
to get the chest
Wasted
in order,
Yeah.
so you don't
on
have to be
launch,
trying to
right?
do like rippy dangerous stuff by going out into the water a whole ton.
You'd have to have a serious panic, which to drown is what my perception. Like when I'm like, how would someone drown to this? But it will happen, I'm sure. But I think you'd have to be having a little miniature crisis in order to have that happen, I'd say.
I feel like you'll do it once and then you'll learn from it. But if you're a hardcore player,
Yeah,
I
I
guess
only
you'll lose
drowned.
one character and then
I only drowned once, and I was like, that was a bit silly. I won't do that again. That seems
Why
like
have a
something to learn
drown
from.
mechanic in the first
There
place?
seems like there could be a bit of a risk of backtracking with this. Like people don't really,
They have to have
enjoy
some way to
long
constrain
backtracking.
your
But I noticed with the charts, you can kind of,
movement. It's like a
kind
game
of a lot of the
mechanic.
time
I
you're
don't know.
placing your things
They
in a
chose it.
circle, so you're not really backtracking so much. You end up where you started anyway. But with the voyages, there might be some backtracking.
Looking
or
forward to
maybe not,
Wasted being
depending.
back towards PoE1.
So
I can't wait.
feel-
It's gonna make
I don't want to sound
My life
like
better.
I'm overemphasizing this too much, but the charts are quite small. Like by the time you've placed all, you get 7 lanterns once you upgrade your lantern count. By the time you've placed all 7 lanterns, you are maybe a couple screens away from where you started, maybe
Yeah.
a little bit further than that if you go out in a full straight line. So the charts are meant to be like really bite-sized encounters. So like there is technically a small amount of backtracking there, but that is with monsters spawning as you're going
Yeah.
back, and it's a couple screens worth.
There's a big difference between combatless backtracking and just
Yeah, you're fighting monsters as the bubbles are collapsing around you. It's like
Yes.
it's an actual kind of
Reddit is so
exciting
quick.
gameplay thing, and it's not even necessarily
looking,
always the
hold
case. I
on.
noticed because in the voyage sometimes you're extracting basically where you are as you're leaving.
Yeah, so the
Thank you for
voyages,
following.
they're built out of 9 different charts that you
Dude,
kind of
I
stitch
called
together,
it.
and each of them at their center has a place where you can leave. So you don't have to backtrack to where you started in a voyage. That would be insane and terrible. You get to leave at each of these individual chart locations, and like I said, the charts are relatively bite-sized, so that means you're never really more than, say, a screen and a half distance away from a place where you could leave when you want to go.
cross-legged. Couldn't get more
Awesome.
cross-legged than that.
So this Allflame crafting, how did you arrive at giving players like 4 Hinakora locks per craft as your crafting system for this league?
Well, actually, originally it was going to be similar. I want to say similar to Harvest. I don't want players to interpret that as like, similar in power level. It may or may not be. But I mean similar mechanically, as in list of specific bespoke crafts
Right.
that you can do for list of specific costs of that craft.
Yeah.
But the problem with that is it was just too similar to things we've done in the past. You
Yeah.
know, it
Yeah.
is essentially Harvest, but wet, and that's not.
This
we
is
had
like
actually gotten
X but
relatively far
moist
along in the
joke
development of that,
is
and I was
just
like, this
gonna
is
fly
lame.
on
We
Reddit,
shouldn't
guys.
do the
You
same
want the
thing
new
again.
Reddit
Yeah.
meta? X
And
but
so-
moist. Delve but moist, heist but moist,
actually,
harvest
the
but
idea
moist.
for the Allflame crafting splitting into different forms
moist
came from the
harvest,
fact
exactly.
that originally we were using the terms Allflame and Ghostflame kind of interchangeably in development, and ghost stuff gave me the idea of what if you split into multiple ghostly versions of the item, and what would that mean?
The moistness.
alright.
So it kind of came theme first, mechanic second.
It's thematically real cool. Yeah, I remember when you came to me and you're like, yeah, this crafting system sucks, we need a new one, and then you had a pitch, and I was like, this is a good thing. Like,
yeah.
some people get very caught up in their original designs and just try and see it through no matter what, and you just you go down into a vortex
You're in too deep,
and
yeah.
you're like, oh, loss aversion kicks in, and like, to be able to, as a designer, to be able to just be like, nah, gone. start
Nah,
again,
you do. You
even if
get
you're,
so
like,
attached to
3/4
your
into the
initial
cycle,
thing
if
because
that's
you're like,
what's
but I
best,
made it,
that's
but I
what's
worked
best,
hard on
and
it, but it
most
was
people
important
fail
to
at being
me.
able to do this, so it's like,
Yeah.
I'm very, when
It's
you
so
came to me for
important
that,
to be
I
able to
was
just
like,
treat the
wow,
thing
okay,
as separate
just
from
I'm
yourself.
happy.
I did
It
feel
results
bad
in way
telling,
better outcomes. I'm
early
glad that they're doing
programmer
that
for
at
the league,
GGG.
Jeremy,
I mean, of
that,
course they
you know,
are.
Oh, your work, we're actually going to be changing it. Though a good amount of the infrastructure was able to be kept because it is still UI-wise very similar. where you,
Gotta
like,
fall in
put
love with the
item,
problem, not the
click
solution.
craft to go,
That's a
it
good way
just,
to think of it.
changed
I
to
like
now
that.
you also put in a currency with the item that you want to use it on. Or use it on.
Expo Purple
So
Gang is crying
the
right now.
main part of it is this splitting so that you can use an exalt or something and then see, like, 3 or 4 different potentials for that. And then choose your best one, and that's obviously very powerful, especially
What's
for some
going to
of
be
the
your
bigger
starter?
crafts.
I want to do the Luminary. I want a Mercenary and
intangibility system
Delve.
is kind of the counterpoint to that, like some sort of limitation on that. How
Trauma
does that work
stacker?
exactly?
Yeah, so
Never again,
not every
dude.
single
I've done-
crafting step,
now
but
I've tried
many of the
trauma
crafting
stacking
steps you can
twice.
do, for example,
Never
an exalt
again.
will add some amount of what we call intangibility to an item, and it's just a value that will be shown on the item and ticks up. And the intangibility in the item is equal
What are
to
we
a chance
doing?
when you do another Allflame craft on that item for it to only have one result, which effectively means you just did the craft with no extra bonus. So basically, what it boils down to is the more you Allflame craft on one specific base, one specific item, the more and more and more difficult it becomes to continue to
Amazing.
Allflame craft on that item. And there are some ways around
That's the
this
one you were
that
thinking of?
clever
Nice,
people in QA
amazing.
and Alpha have found that, things like recombination, because if you
Big
take the
mark.
mod you're trying to chase on the base that has high intangibility and you put it onto a new base that doesn't have that
It's
intangibility,
mark on sit.
now you can do
Instead
keep
of
going,
mark
but there's
on
some
hit,
risk in that.
it's mark on sit.
And then, Awakener's Orbs do a similar thing
Is that
where
a bad
it's
joke?
creating an entirely
I
new
don't
base
care,
as
I
the
like
output.
it.
And there's also a
All
Ducat,
flamed mark.
which is the new
Giga
currencies that
mark.
we've added that interact only with
Trauma
Allflame
stacking is
crafting
my build,
that has a 50%
IRL.
chance to
Oh,
remove
no.
all your intangibility and a 50% chance to destroy your item.
Unfortunately, it's a common meta,
Gambling is
but
fun.
Yeah. I guess on that note, the
doesn't-
gambling side of things,
it doesn't
seems
always
the
work in the
Valor
end
won't
game.
work with this.
It can take
No,
you
it does
down
not.
pretty
What's
quickly
the-
to
what's the
those
reason
pinnacle
for that?
bosses.
It's both a case of balance because it's one of the ones that would be most insanely strong. We've tried to limit it as little as possible. I would say
It's not a
95%,
bad joke,
maybe
it's
even
the
98%.
worst
I
joke.
don't know the exact numbers. Something like that. High 90s% of currencies work with this. But also for me, I understand this is very subjective. Some people may disagree with this take. For me, it's a theme thing as well. Like, I really don't like this super special Vol magic just kind of working with weird ghost magic that doesn't hew together well in my mind. But that is very much me alone who is holding that subjective take.
Even just taking that whole random unpredictability and turning it into, like, for normal mod, like exalting, for example, sure, there's going to be some good outcomes, but for the fact that you can take that whole risk out of the Val Orb, or like most of it, it's honestly just a bit demeaning. Like I tell you, you would never use a Val Orb
for sure.
aside from this way.
Yes.
With this being the case. So that in itself is kind of bad. Now,
I keep trying to
however,
respec
was
out of
like,
trauma stacking
if we
IRL,
had
but it's
time, which we
expensive and
didn't.
time consuming.
I was like,
True.
have it do something else. You put it in here
Respect.
and the two magics collide and who knows
You
what
cross
happens.
the beams.
The Valorb just says it modifies unpredictably, so you won't be lying if it did something unpredictable in some other different way, but that was hopes too high kind of situation. It was too difficult.
One other, I know this isn't pertaining to a specific question you asked, but one other thing I want to make sure is getting across, because it was too in the weeds to go into in the live stream, is it is performing that craft on the original item X number of times, which means the outputs are independent of one another. So if I have an amulet that I'm trying to annul, for instance, I could have each output, it's unlikely, but each output could annul the same mod. Like the outputs do not care about one another.
Right,
So
yeah.
in theory, with an exalt, you could
interesting.
exalt the same mod on all the outputs. That's stupid unlikely, but it could happen.
So if that happens, don't add us. It's not broken.
That is how it is
So
meant to
when you're
work. It is
doing the like
crafting
multiple
step of the
exalt
currency item
results,
on the
you could
original
get
item
the
X
same
number of
It
mod
doesn't
multiple
mod block
times.
itself
Yeah.
effectively.
yeah.
Interesting,
That makes sense for
okay.
sure.
I mean, I guess
What's,
that
so
is a little more
the
balanced,
main
but
part
it
of it
is
is
sad.
this like splitting into separate
Just a
things, but
little
there
bit.
is some unique stuff to it as well that can occur to items. Like
we
well,
have
that's mostly the
Arrow
defense,
already has an
which
emote
you
for
can
the
kinda just
legs.
think about each of them as a new bespoke individual currency.
Okay.
So there's the one that's
I
like
I couldn't
this.
figure out
yeah,
what
there's
that
the one that's
was.
like,
Did
you
everyone
take an
notice
item
it?
with
Oh
an
my
attribute
god,
roll and turn it into
Octavia.
another attribute roll. You know, strength becomes int or whatever. So those are basically. We had a bunch of ideas for the original Harvest-esque version of the system, and some of them had been implemented, and some of them were just cool ideas. And it's like, where can we keep that? Okay, we just make new currencies that drop from the League mechanic that work
Nice.
with Allflame crafting.
Nice, there you go. Transported them over. There's a question from chat about reflecting mist with the new crafting system. I imagine that'd be like Varlorb and that it wouldn't work, but
Anything that's actually one of the few limitations. Anything that outputs more than one output does not work with Allflame crafting because it simply can't.
because it would.
Yeah,
you need
there's
like,
nowhere to put them.
You'd need like a bunch of 2 items.
You'd have inventories all over your screen.
You put a mirror of Kalandra in, and then you only get 1 item back. So
Okay.
They tried mirroring,
This is
and
not
I mean, it
something
makes
that
sense.
anyone should do, but technically a scouring orb works
Why? Why?
if you want.
If you want, I guess. So I'm gonna do that.
Sure.
Why not?
Spend some sulfur for just throw away sulfur
That's-
because you're
yep.
rich.
That
Just
base
burning
type,
money.
that's exactly the same as that base type. Look, nah, this one
Wait,
looks
so if you
better
put
than
a
those
scour
ones.
in an item
I'm
in,
gonna
you
take number 3.
only get one result
maybe.
out.
Can have any one you want as long as it's scoured. A side note, thanks for the attribute swap mechanic as well. Like I saw the account for that swaps attributes. One of my favorites is the resistance swap. It's just like fantastic addition for like gear puzzle solving, and
You get to
making it
choose
easier
from
to, like,
3
swap your
white
gear with stuff you
items.
find
Oh
as
my
well.
God.
Like there's a lot less gear lock in with the resistance swap, and I think attributes will help that too. I kind of wonder if there's like other things like this that might exist. I can't think of any, but
Isn't there in PoE 2 something that allows you? Maybe I'm wrong and this didn't make it in. Which, in that case, I'm sorry. But something that allows you to swap like cold damage on a weapon to being fire damage.
Yeah.
yeah, there
So
is.
that would be the one other case. That's not quite the same though, because that is more changing the identity of a build than it is just solving a problem in a build.
Yeah, I kind of view the attributes and resistances that
Use the
problem-solving
scouring
sort of
orb with the
thing,
league
sure.
mechanic as one of the
attribute one
challenges.
is
That would
actually
be
slightly
funny.
more interesting because what it allows you is if you have a strength body type, then you can swap it to dexterity or intelligence, which is like technically something you can't actually do.
See, I would have
at the
expected
moment.
it to obey the rules still, where it like
Oh, no.
can't do that, but you can actually just swap them to any.
Nah, it's the Allflame.
It's like old
Yeah,
recombinators.
it's the Allflame doesn't care about
No
the rules.
rules.
Except the rules that it has.
Except for Valorbs and yeah.
I guess the one caveat is that it doesn't work with hybrid attribute rolls. So it won't do anything with all
I'm
attributes because there's
grateful
nothing to
to
swap it
live
to, and it won't do anything
at
with
the
things
s-
like
at the
that
same
give plus
time
10
as
strength
Mark.
and dexterity.
That
It only
man,
works with
he's just
giving one attribute, turning
he's
into
in it for
giving
the
one
love of the
another.
game, and he's
Yeah.
so good at it.
So let's change topics a little bit here to Mirage, which was announced to not be going core in 3.2.9. But is it something that you'd like to go core in the future? I don't know if you already announced anything about that.
Short answer is yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, you seemed pretty keen when I was talking to you about it.
We
before.
almost always let a league simmer. There's a few reasons for that. We like to have our, this is a more production internal thing, but we like to have our live realm be as close as possible to our internal realm,
Yep.
right? And so if we've, let's say we're having to make fixes to the live realm, we have to be open to be able to make fixes to the live realm. So if all of a sudden we've redone the code base to not be a league and instead it's now core, we've made all these changes and everything, the capacity for us to then fix things on live becomes significantly harder.
Interesting, yeah.
So that's like the production. So that would generally, that doesn't matter in the latter 2 months of a cycle, but in the first 2 months it would be like, we don't really want to do that, otherwise we don't have the capacity to respond to things going wrong on live. It's safe to say after 2 months not as much goes wrong. But then you've only got 2 months to now do all the changes on top of the fact we've got this to prepare, we've got all the other content coming in. So like adding that in itself just causes some problems for us where we're like, oh, now we have to.
Oh, they're talking
how
about
can we
Mirage
figure
now?
out how
I
we can
missed
make
the
these
context.
changes and get them on live without having what we are committing to internally be even close to what's on live? And so that's a more like, it's something maybe the players don't really often think about because it's really a problem exclusive to us internally. But yeah, like the league worked. I think the other problem you were mentioning as
We're talking
well,
about Mirage.
I heard you bring out was like the fact that it's multiplicative with everything and affects every league. It's like, are we going to
I
sign
don't
ourselves
think
up for
Mirage
the
needed to go
maintenance
core.
here? You know,
Mirage
so
was
like,
cool.
yeah,
It did not
but
need to go
more.
core.
I guess
I don't know.
I do.
Why do
want
people want it to
that
go core?
maintenance? I want
agree.
Mirage in the game,
Nice.
but I want to do it in a way. I want to make sure that we have assessed it so that it's done in the way that is the least
Screams should go core, though?
hampering to future
Totally,
development of
totally,
leagues.
totally.
Because if every league going forward that appears in maps needs to
I
interact
thought
with
PoE
Mirage,
2
which it
League
will
had
need
me
to, 'cause it'll
converted,
feel
but
lame
this
if
league
it
seems to
doesn't.
be swinging the
Then we
pendulum
need to
back
make
towards
100%
PoE
sure
1.
that however we're
It's so
implementing
much
Mirage
more than
now
I thought it would
doesn't,
be.
You know, continue
For
to
how
pester
little
us
they
and
teased,
bite us in
there's
the ass
so
for the
much
next,
here.
15 leagues that we make. So I think it's very important that
want
we
Shrine Belts out of
carefully
it.
take the time with
It's
its
not core
implementation.
There's
yet.
even the question of should
want
the
it.
active league get
That's true, actually.
manipulated by Mirage, or will that make Mirage feel 100% mandatory because
Yeah.
the active leagues in every area,
Yeah.
and it, so you're kind of like, oh, it's getting into that.
It
realm
seems
of,
so
like,
hard
when
to
we have
balance.
passives
I
for
don't
the
know.
active league
Mirage
on
is
the
too
tree and they felt
repetitive to go
mandatory
core.
'cause it was always
Yeah,
there,
I
and
feel the
it's like,
same
yeah,
way. It's
ooh, very careful
cool.
with
It
that.
was
So
cool for a
probably
league.
not,
I think
unless
that's
you can do it in
kind
a way
of
that's
where it can
flavorful and
live.
not necessarily rewarding.
Black Barrio was
but
still in the
it
Atlas
will
for a
come.
second.
There's some decisions we need to make and time to do it, of course. That's
Yeah.
always the main
I mean, they did
constraint,
say
time.
existing
There
Black
is
Barrios
another
still work.
question
Well,
of
I guess
if
that's for
Mirage is
standard.
even like an
I don't know.
investable mechanic on your Atlas tree. Like we
Yeah.
could implement it similar to like the Asmeri Forest, where it's just something that randomly appears in your maps, and then
Yeah.
It almost sounds like that might be a better idea for this one because like it's really good news that it's going core. People seem to really like Mirage quite a lot, but it is one of those things that it seems like it has a danger of becoming like there's an issue in PvP at the moment with like cities feel like they're mandatory. Like you have to have like if you're going to do your juiced content, you've got to do it in this thing because it's just so much stronger. So I could see the same thing being with Mirage. It's like, oh, you're crazy to not do that, and then it becomes another tier
Court
17
belts should
kind of
drop in Blight
issue where
normally.
it's like,
I
oh, you
agree.
need to do your juiced in that.
Just make it a
whether you're
private
just
league or
wasting it.
free shot
Yeah, I
occasional
feel like
thing.
the
Make
Asmeri
a total
Forest
league, maybe.
sort of avoids that problem because you
Yeah.
don't know about
I
it.
thought we
and
were
if
getting
you're
a
investing
small
lots of, like,
league.
very expensive scarabs into
mean,
it, then it's not like you're gonna just keep.
To be
fishing
fair,
maps
it
until
sounds
you
like the
find it.
areas
and
that
it's
you
just
can go
like it's
through
just
are
super exciting
small.
win when it does happen.
There's just
It's not something
multiple
you can plan around
parts.
necessarily. So I imagine
And
that's probably the
they
right
redid a
Most
bunch of
people
other
really
stuff,
just want to
and they
know
added
when they're
in
getting their shrine
other
belt
content.
back.
Yes, and that was my follow-up questions. Is like,
So
with
it's
that not going
small
core
if
just
you
yet, but
don't
maybe in the
include all the
future.
other stuff.
In the meantime, there's a few things that people are pretty excited about. We'll start with Screams of Desiccated then, like the.
So the uniques will not be going core just yet. There are a few other bits and pieces from Mirage that will be going to core though. Just earlier this week, I added Atlas passive support to Heist for the blueprints that have the special implicits that
cool.
guarantee certain rewards at the end of blueprint wings. I think Andrew did some
Can
stuff
we put
as
Headhunter
well.
on Mageblood?
Yeah,
Great
so-
question. Incredible.
And sort of, we're like volatile Valors are super cool.
Yes.
I wouldn't want to just.
Yeah.
I think
Yeah,
what we'll do
volatile
is
Valors
we've currently
we
moved
should
them to
keep.
Sanctum, so it's a way of making Sanctum more rewarding.
A bit more unique as well.
And I feel like if Mirage goes core, we will probably
Heist
keep
start
volatile
confirmed, I'm
Valors
back.
as a Sanctum exclusive reward.
Right, yeah.
The other one that we moved was the Crystallized Rancor. That was the one that enabled all the new, like, the minion harvest craft that comes from a new Atlas anomaly. I think it was in the live stream, there's like the big harvest is returned. So when you get a boss in one of those, they always drop the Crystallized Rancor.
Nice, cool. And this is letting you kind of make these things a little bit more distinct as well, which has always been a goal to give each thing their own rewards.
We are doing more and more and more of that, and people, you can see that with like Legion and stuff like that. So, by the way, and we have
They
a
should
goal
be in
there,
beyond
which
the
is
volatile vault work.
ultimately
Thematically, I
two
think
things.
you're right.
One of which is certainly more ambitious, but the idea would be that every single league that you can invest into, as opposed to ones that exclusively randomly spawn necessarily, every single league you invest into has exclusive rewards.
Yep.
That is goal one. Goal two is every single league you can invest into on the Atlas in particular
should be
has a
involved
pinnacle
side
boss.
areas. Dude, you
And
get
that's the way more
followers from
ambitious.
so many things.
We will
that
see
they could
like,
put
so going there
anywhere.
with Abyss now as an example, and the idea that eventually we will add more and more
But
and
yeah,
more and
both
more
side
of them.
areas suck.
That one,
That's
of
fair.
course, is significantly more difficult to achieve. So I would expect more leagues to get exclusive rewards, and I would expect less leagues to get bosses in the short term, but eventually that would be the ideal goal.
Awesome.
Some already
Mechanic
have
in
them,
need of rework.
some,
Small side
and by the way, I
areas,
wouldn't
yeah.
consider B series
There's
Four
so
Spirit
many
Beasts
that need
a pinnacle
reworking.
boss. Like, they're just some animals that are ghosts.
I think
Like, it's
beasts
not,
need the most
you know,
rework.
because it's
No
too
one
dated,
likes
it's too
Einhar.
old.
No one runs
There's even some
Einhar.
more recent leagues that don't quite live up to that. I would
And the
love
people
to
who
explore what
do
Mercenaries of Charthus
don't care
Pinnacle
about
Boss
fun.
means.
So
No promises anytime soon,
I
but
think
just personally,
I've-
I would love to see what that even is.
I've been advocating
I've
for
got ideas.
Einhar for a while. I think he needs some
Looking forward to
rework.
seeing what those are. Refracting fog is getting asked about for Mirage as well. Is that something that's going core in some way?
They added talismans
Unless
to
you did something
Einhar.
along those lines, Andrew, I don't think so.
I guess
I'm
that's
pretty
true.
sure all of the
Yeah.
other Mirage exclusive currency
You make a
is
good point.
cooling off for a league, so the refracting frog and all the coins of power.
We should be
those
able
type
to
of things.
tame said
As
beasts.
waiting until kind of Mirage goes core.
Yep, and we'll reevaluate then if we want to keep them in Mirage, keep them in the game, or move them somewhere else.
I know we
But
had
I would
we had a
argue
bit of a
that
track record of saying things
Einhar
will
and
go
Beast
core, and
needs
then
like a
they,
functional rework,
you know,
not just like a
we got,
reward
now,
rework.
Now we've got
Like the
Mirage,
talismans are cool,
on the list.
but
We've
they
got
also
Harbinger
need,
on the
like,
list. Then the
to
others
make
that
beasts
are,
less
we had
annoying.
mercenaries on the list.
When you get that
Um,
tiny red
maybe
beast
so,
with
that
haste
was
aura
sort of.
and life
But
regen,
the idea
oh my
is, you
Just
know, we were like,
portal
okay,
out.
we're getting
Don't
too
come
many
back.
things that we're saying we will eventually do. Let's actually try and do some of them. And then we're like, okay, mercenaries is the one, so that at least we're getting that done. I want people to be reassured that we're not just building up an eternal list of stuff we're never bringing back. And I will at least say we are actively working on Harbinger, right? I don't want people to think that's ignored. So just before everyone, I don't know why
Harbinger
that would come up again, but
incoming.
I'm just saying, these things are coming. We're not just doing a soon TM situation.
They need to
We
remove
touched on,
menagerie.
Abyss
Yeah.
as well, and so that's
Yep.
getting a pretty major rework with some nice gameplay updates there. But
My blue man
something that you
group
touched on
back.
was that rewards are PoE1 structure though. Like
Do you
they're not
guys
being
actually
copied
like
over
running
from PoE2.
Harbinger, or do you just like the aesthetics of the blue
Yes
boys?
and no. So Abyssal sockets, Stygian vises, Abyssal jewels, those all still exist and exclusively come from Abyss.
Great.
However, the chests that
330
spawn at
Harbinger
the,
confirmed.
like, rise up out of the ground
Right,
to Abyss
yeah.
complete,
330.
those are more varied now. So it's no longer just like, here's a rare
my
chest
favorite
that drops
mechanics.
stuff.
Harvey
It's,
was
you know, it's
fun.
a currency chest or a scarab chest
I'm not-
or a
I don't
weapon
share the
chest or an armor
same
chest or a jewelry chest. Like it's more
sentiment,
defined each
but I
time. So you
respect
get, and that's just better, to be honest. Like that's
Harbinger
having the
is
more
chill.
defined
It's
rewards
always
gives you
7
those
out of
moments
10.
Oh, I got a scarab chest, and even when it isn't
I
the
like the
case,
money
you know,
I
maybe
made
when you're
running
leveling,
it.
you might in
Bajillion
Act 6
clicks
or
were
something be
annoying.
excited to see a weapon chest when your
Well,
weapon
did
is
you
kinda
see they
crappy.
removed the
And
splinter
did I hear there's like a bunch of new uniques with
clicks
this as
for
well?
Legion?
There
So they're
are,
definitely thinking about that.
6 and a 7th.
Now
that
splinters
people
always
can
drop
find.
stacked, I think is what they said.
Some secrets.
Worst
the
delve
6
node
can't
in
be found?
existence.
No,
is so
they-
true.
a 7th that
The
people
Harbinger
can
delve
uncover
node was
how to get to. Let's put it that
miserable.
way.
And just to be clear, I realize this is a little bit confusing in hindsight. There is a new pinnacle boss. There are still the liches.
Yep.
They are
Okay.
still there. And they still have their drops, so it is entirely new pinnacle means new uniques, and a mysterious one.
And the Delve, this is maybe a little
Delve mention?
hyper specific, but the Delve Abyssal City still has the old Abyss monsters if you're feeling nostalgic.
Oh,
Nice.
okay.
Guess you missed those.
Well, the
I did
Delve
feel that
Abyss
about Breach
nodes,
a little
the
bit at one
Stygian
point there,
Spire
so
node is good, but the
that's
other
nice to
Delve
hear.
Abyss nodes suck.
People are a bit
So,
worried about things like
that's
invulnerable snakes and weird smoke
unfortunate.
cloud mechanics coming over as well with this change. That's
Bring
kind of
back
that's the
nets,
potential
damn.
downside of what is like otherwise a very exciting
6'7",
thing.
you
Is
said
that gonna be the
6'7"?
case? Yeah.
I arguably spent too much time.
AK, we forgot to
not
update Delve
arguably,
Abyss.
definitively
Exactly.
spent too much time on the Abyssal monsters as we ported them back, giving most of them new skills
Yep.
entirely. Like,
Okay, yeah. It's
I just really like making monster skills, and you know, I was like, hey, I can do this quick because it's done in, paying this out in 2-3 weeks. It was not 2-3 weeks.
He came
But-
to me. You came to me one day and you're like, "I've made a mistake. I've spent too long on the abyss monsters." I'm like, "Okay, wrap it up. Stop. Move on." Right? Like, what can we do?
But they do have new skills. So,
Great.
there's no breakdancing invulnerable snake woman, which is the sentence that I get to say as part of my job. And now you get to learn what the new skills
Oh,
are.
7
that,
Octavian, you
the-
saved
the
us from the
Abyssal
Abyss
monsters will have for
modifiers.
you
I
in PvP1.
know.
That's excellent news. So, and that's making the games more distinct while like taking some of the good stuff from PoE2, but keeping PoE1 its own thing. That's really cool.
That was kind of the original impetus, that, and I do personally like working on monster skills, but I personally very strongly feel that when we're taking from PoE2, which is a thing we should definitely do, if we don't, then we're not going to have the resources to deliver big enough, cool enough leagues. We should do as much as we can to make it feel distinct in PoE1.
So you might see a monster that looks familiar, but it's going to do all different things.
Oh, yeah.
It's exciting.
Reuse the art, adjust the game design is generally the philosophy there,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah, why wouldn't you? That makes perfect sense. Absolutely. So another I was kind of surprised about just how much stuff was going on in this, because you also have
like
a
cross
Legion
meta
kind
coming
of
back.
Set of improvements as well, with a whole new reward system for that, which is exploring something that you've been doing a bit of lately, which is being able to modify uniques, which is always kind of
I
exciting and
wanted to
interesting.
I want to ask
what
this
unique
question.
modifiers can
Why
be
did you
ported over
call
to a
it
new item with
Curse
this
of the
new
Allflame
Legion unique
if
crafting
all flames
system?
exist in a
territory?
different area of the
Well,
game?
to
I thought
clarify
they would
first,
resolve this issue.
there's
They
5
haven't
different
resolved it.
crystals
I'm
that
getting
control-
annoyed.
each of them is associated
Why,
with one of the
why do
Legion
all flames
factions.
exist
So,
in
for
Betrayal?
example, the Marrakech
As
faction drops
they existed
one that allows you to
before, when the
enshroud
league
your
is
unique
called
body armor
Allflame.
items.
Okay.
So it's only armor. So you can't do it on jewelry, you can't do it on weapons. So you have
Mark
shields
moves and
and
spook
gloves and
them.
helmets
Oh,
and
no.
boots as well.
Yeah.
But you can enshroud any unique armor in the game that isn't corrupted, I don't think. So you can take boss uniques, like
You can't create boss uniques.
no,
No.
you can't create boss
No,
uniques.
yeah, that
You
would
go
be.
from
consume
boss
boss
unique.
Yeah, you
You
wouldn't
can
want that.
take a mod from a boss unique, and it's effectively like you applied an ancient orb to the item. So
Yeah.
it will randomly transform into a new core drop pool unique, like a lightning coil or something.
That's so cool.
And the implicit will be the boss unique.
That's so cool.
Or one of the mods, yeah.
And that is an implicit, so it competes with Val orbing.
Yeah.
This is an
Ask about
alternative to Val
Headhunter
orbing.
Mageblood.
Yeah.
I'm begging
I might
you.
be jumping ahead
Ask
here,
about
but I will say, well, I'll say at the moment we've done
Want
a
the
big
lore
pass on Val
reason?
implicits. So Val implicits also are much stronger than before.
We will explore that a little
Yeah.
bit in
Sure.
craft
So-
for sure.
It's not entirely super duper power creep, but you'll definitely there'll be some combinations of these unique items that you'll
Katarina's
be really
power
looking
is
for.
abyssal.
Cool. Don't worry.
Cane of
Don't worry.
Kulimak,
We'll
all
touch on that
flames
in a
come
bit.
from
The
Abyss.
balance of the
So it's all
vestigial
Abyss?
uniques, the balance
It's
is
Abyss all the way
not,
down.
It's not like 1-to-1, right? It's
Where we can keep it 1-to-1.
oh yeah, of course.
We try to keep it 1-to-1.
You
but
said
for
armor
example,
items
something
only,
Like
I
Crumb's
think?
Heart, we aren't.
Right.
We aren't sending 1,000 life across to the new item. I think
No
it's like
1,000 life lightning
I
coils.
think it's like
Yeah.
it's
Yeah.
like
Alright.
250. I think.
250 life lightning coils, pretty good. That's
good.
kind of juicy.
I mean, I'm excited for Facebreaker with Doriani's touch. That's my build.
Yeah.
Decided
Welcome
right
in,
there.
Professor.
So it seems
Temma.
like this is only taking the definitive mod off the unique,
Yeah,
not just like
it's
some random.
Usually
thing of
a
flame.
single specific mod. So if an item has like 5 different mods,
The lame
there's
answer is
only
because
one specific one that
Fairgraves
will port over.
has a
You
quest
kinda
item
know,
called
yeah.
Allflame.
There's a few cases
Is
like
Fairgraves
Shapeless Touch
in
and
the
Three
league?
Dragons where they've
Do
got like
we-
a cycle of 3
I didn't
mods.
see
Right, yeah.
Fairgraves.
Where we'll randomly pick one of the 3, but generally it's just one specific mod.
Yeah, that's fun. So the flavor, the main thing, the thing that you care about typically is going to be the thing that comes over there. That is very exciting. I quite like this unique crafting stuff. It's
cool.
good to see you exploring that.
I'm really. I guess it's somewhat similar to Elder's Legacy, right? Like a little bit.
The funny thing is, I think we designed these independently because we figured this out pretty early on in League development. So this would have been like 4 months ago or so that we figured out this
Yeah.
is what we're doing for Legion vestigial items. And then I was talking to David, who's one of the PoE2 designers, and he's like, "Oh yeah, we have this really cool thing where you can put a rune that takes a unique mod and puts it on another unit." It's like, what?
You
We're
stole
doing
our
that in
idea.
PoE as well. But it does feel very different, to be fair.
Yeah, so I feel like this same concept is like
We're
all
on
of
a
sudden
pirate
being
ship.
explored from a bunch
Fairgraves
of
is at
different
least
angles by
related.
different people, which is kind of cool because you're going to arrive at a bunch of cool ideas that eventually you can.
It's
Compared.
the actual.
We
literal
are
pace of the
getting
great
patch
minds.
notes in
Well,
about
just
an
minds
hour, by
think
the way.
alike. I wouldn't say we're great.
Reminder. I'm gonna eat a granola
We're
bar.
just minds.
Come on.
Actually, I guess it's a protein bar. These are my favorite.
So that is like a pretty exciting new
The
thing that
Builder's
you can
Bar?
do with
The
Legion.
Oreo
But
ones
with incubators
are
being
really
removed,
good.
which is kind of like a lot of the baseline reward for Legion, doing Legions in maps. Do you feel like the raw reward value of Legion will still be there? Is that being kind of compensated in some area?
Yeah, well, personally, last league I actually ran a lot of Legions, so I knew like the pain points especially.
Yeah.
And I was flooded with so many incubators. I literally had to filter out like 95% of incubators.
I'm gonna go grab a
Yeah.
water. I'll be
Very
right
few
back.
of them I felt like actually gave much like value, and I just was annoyed that every few maps I needed to apply 10 currency incubators.
Yeah, I think this is a good change.
So I don't
for
think
sure.
you're losing too much. You still have all the other reward icons. Like, another thing to note is, I think it was mentioned, is like Abyss Jewels are now exclusive to Abyss.
Yeah.
Talismans are now exclusive to Talisman.
Yeah.
So Legion has a
The
smaller
best
pool.
area.
A smaller pool of rewards means you are seeing things like currency rewards, scarab rewards, unique rewards more commonly because
Yeah, they're
we've
not-
removed those other rewards.
Right, they're
from
not
the
being
pool.
replaced.
Yep.
Like, instead of a random incubator that you're filtering out, it's going to be a currency box or something instead. So, okay, that makes sense.
It's a nice side benefit of this whole, ongoing effort to get each league mechanic to give its own special thing exclusively.
Yeah.
Because it kind
Good.
of incidentally buffs the rewards of other league
Engaging
mechanics
to count
too.
the
You know,
metrics.
like,
Thank you for
were
your
you ever
service.
really excited to see an abyssal jewel from Tujin when you rerolled his shop? You won't see those anymore. And now you might be excited to find a high level abyssal jewel from Abyss because the market isn't flooded by a 1,000 people clicking reroll on Tujin every day.
Yeah, this is absolutely the right move. It gives people their niches, their little thing to be proud of. Like, I'm supplying the Abyss Jewels to the market.
When it comes to like conceptualizing this, I know like Andrew came in, he's like, I got these pain points. I want to improve some leagues, and I think the thing we're trying to do here, and I hope it's something players prefer. Instead of going fix a little bit here and a little bit there and a little bit there across all the leagues, I'm like, nah, let's just go all in on a league, do the exclusivity. Give it an identity, be it a pinnacle boss or a reward system, upgrade it to uniques, fix all the problems with it, full fresh coat of paint across the board, and also quality of life, any just like, the whole you couldn't break out, you had to find the last monsters when breaking out a legion, and now you don't need to, is like honestly a huge difference.
Yeah, that was me lastly. I'm just cycloning through the whole Legion and I'm just going back and forth over it multiple times, being like, why won't you start? Because I haven't tracked down the last monster hiding around a corner.
But we're trying to just make like quite good packages out of these upgrades, as opposed to just like, it would have been really easy to just fix the few, like that problem and a couple others with Legion, like getting rid of the icons, so you don't just have those arcade style reward icons covering your screen in domain, all that. Yep. But then we're like, well, while we're at it, new reward system needs it. And with Abyss, we're also like, new pinnacle, why not? Because it needs it. And and we kind of hinted towards some ominous mastermind of Legion there, so you can already see we're heading in a direction towards
More to come.
Yeah.
Cool.
But
I
I hope players enjoy the more grander reworks as opposed to like what would just get lost in a few almost bug fix patch note style things across the board. So even though some leagues, because I know a lot of people can go, what about this league? What about that league? What about, like, our idea is to just, we've got a new league. Here's a couple of leagues we want to improve by giving them identity, fixing everything, addressing the gameplay concerns, and we're just going to cycle through them. And I'm sure by the time we get to the end, we have to go back to the start. So, Legion rework to 2029.
There was a weird question from chat there. Can Foulborn unique mods become vestigial unique mods? That would be kind of wild.
No, I think that's the other restriction of the system. You cannot use the currency on corrupted uniques, and you cannot use it on Foulborn uniques, because it's sort of like a different sort of magic.
Right, yeah. Okay.
They've been defiled in their own way.
Yes. You're not crossing the streams. Things would start to get pretty complicated pretty quickly with that sort of thing, wouldn't they? Another thing that's been reworked and indeed come back is mercenaries. There's a long list of stuff going on in this expansion, isn't there? So to clarify, the base mercenary mechanic is now that you fight them in a zone and then they help you for the rest of that zone, not that you can then like hire them permanently on any character, right?
Yeah, so they'll start showing up in Act 3. There is a change that we want to get in. It might not get in for the patch, but in the campaign, we do want to see if the mercenary can follow you for multiple areas.
Oh.
But
like,
if you, so in the campaign, it's like you find them in.
Yeah, you wouldn't want that in endgame, would you? But like, in
it doesn't really work because they have to go
Yeah.
from a combat area to a combat area.
Yeah, okay.
Oh, I
You
thought
can only
they
have one
they would
temporary
get like a number
mercenary
of
at a time, so
uses,
if
but
you
it's
find a
just the
mercenary
one
in area,
area.
and then the next
That's
area you don't have like
worse than
you
I
aren't
thought.
taking a
I'm
full
sad.
party with you. But, Yeah, undecided if that will get in time or not.
Okay. I did definitely notice that you have buffed them, like, because they're now this limited thing. It seems like you're just like, well, let's make them ridiculous. Like,
Well,
they're stronger than me.
The main thing with temporary mercenaries is you cannot tweak their gear.
Yeah.
And because you cannot tweak their gear, we can make them much stronger than before because we don't need to balance around you giving them 1,000 DPS axes and Doyani's prototype and whatever else.
Yeah, they seem to be powerhouses.
The good thing is we can balance
OP
permanent
were they?
mercenaries and temporary
I mean-
mercenaries completely separately.
Yeah, and that's really cool. And that's the other thing. So you can
Mercenaries
now
was
get,
OP because they
permanent
counted
mercenaries
as
through the
part of a
Luminary.
player,
And I
so
feel
they
like this
added
is
a
the
quantity bonus
most
on all your
interesting,
maps.
Unique ascendancy
They added like a
possibly
difficulty
ever.
bonus.
I feel like I maybe
They
lied
had
last
auras. You could put
time we'd
specific
added
gear
the
on
last
them.
Silent
You could
class
give
where I
them
said we'd
rarity.
add
You could
another
give
one after
them
13 years.
damage, resistance. Like
Turns out it was 6 months.
it was
My
insanely
bad,
strong.
give or take. So sorry, apologies for the dishonesty.
I'll forgive you on this one.
But yeah, as you were going, sorry.
Yeah, no, it's like so the Luminary allows you to permanently hire a mercenary, and then there are like it's scaled back a little bit in that you need to say, oh, I care about them having unique gloves, so I'm going to allocate that point, or I'm going to mix and match those guys. So it seems like you've put some kind of effort towards making them a little bit more balanced, but this is like a super, I don't know, this is a super interesting ascendancy because it's got like a really long tail on it. Like you can keep finding new mercenaries as you go long term,
Yes,
right?
it's also interesting if you're not a luminary, because if you find a really good mercenary in a map, you can itemize it and trade it to a luminary. So there'll be a market for farming mercenary for other luminaries, assuming you know what the very
I like
valuable
all these little
mercenaries
micro
are.
markets developing.
I can't wait for someone to buy like an ultra expensive warrant, because that's what the tradable thing's called, the warrant. And then they're like, yes, I get to hire it, and then they just die.
Oh no!
I'm like,
no.
You're evil.
I
Wait, mercenaries can
thoroughly love
die,
where the
and you lose
Scions
them when
now
they
ended up.
die.
Yeah.
The 3 classes it has. You've got the Reliquarian, which we teased yesterday, day before, or something.
Yes,
the new
we've
set.
shown the new ones.
You got this, like all 3 classes. The Ascendant obviously is a bit more, but there's still many permutations. But still, three very unique classes.
Yeah.
Insane build variety. It ended up just being amazing and special, and the Luminary just is the icing on the cake there. Honestly,
You have to beat the
I'm
mercenary to
looking
hire
forward to
them, so
playing
you
it.
die
That's
to them.
definitely
Oh,
my-
I
Yeah,
see. I
I'm
see.
50-50 at the moment. What I'm going to
So if
play
you lose
it's
the
either
fight,
going to
you
be a
waste your
Flame
money.
Link mercenary, me
Makes
using the
sense.
Flame Link, or channeling Lightning Tendrils, which sounds weird, but there's stuff.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I was going to say Andrew has adjusted over 100 skill gems for
Yeah,
this
I
patch.
think I still got a few dot buffs to do, but everything else should be in the notes.
that's literally our next topic. I've just got a couple mercenary chat questions before we move on. So, will mercenaries revive automatically if they die after changing zones, or do they need to be revived with gold still?
They still need to be revived with gold, and the same system as before, where they'll turn up in the next area.
Yeah. Okay. Did you guys I can't.
But their survivability has been. No, I don't think it's been messed with too much. I think it should be all good.
Okay.
You will need to put defensive gear on them, I think. I can't remember. It was too long ago when I looked at the balance for the.
figure it out.
Did you guys
Dot league
improve the
confirmed,
UI or something like
perhaps?
that? I feel like it was like a bit better or something. I don't know. It's hard to recall exactly.
We have added extra panels so you can see more
Yeah.
information about your mercenary.
Yeah, there was
So,
like the passives and defenses and stuff.
So the
Tabs
defenses,
for them.
I think, used to be there, but we've added a new panel for their passive stats, which will show, because mercenaries in the back end, they have effectively a fake passive tree,
Yeah.
which you couldn't see before, but
Oh,
it's very useful to know
interesting.
how many damage increases they're getting, how much crit multi they're getting, those
You can actually
inherent.
build them
yeah.
a bit more because you know what they're going to scale properly. Yeah.
There's 2 things about the Luminary
If you don't have the
that I think
gold,
are
you
worth
can
you
gimp your
talking about
character
passive
for a
stats,
bit.
and it reminded me. There's 2 things about the Luminary. So
You wouldn't
the
need
first
that
thing
much
is
gold, I don't
that what we found is people were playing the Luminary and then they'd find no mercenaries. So the campaign has how many fixed spawns? 3.
4 areas, yeah.
Yeah. So some guaranteed ones. You're still,
Yep.
and the random ones are still there, so that you can't just I've played this class and I can't do anything. And then the second thing is in the campaign specifically, because you can't guarantee them with scarabs and invest into them always being there, they level up with you,
So
so that the ones you do find earlier on will sustain for their skills get better, their passive, they get the passive.
Yeah, so when you're in an area, it's just matching their passive stats and their skill level to the current area level. But what it doesn't allow you to do is you cannot equip a like high level item on a mercenary you found at level 30. So you can't give them high level items, but all of their passive stats and skills. I think this benefits spellcaster mercenaries a little bit more than the attack ones.
Yeah, but without that, honestly, it was a little bit dire. Leveling up as well.
Yeah, I
Okay,
ascended
cool.
and I immediately found one in Scepter of God, which was the very next zone I went into. So I was like, and then since then I've done like 1 or 2 extra acts, and I found like another 5 of them. I found one of the.
I think
like
I want
the
to do
higher end,
Luminary.
whatever the next
I think
tier
I
of the
do.
mercenaries is called.
Infamous, yeah.
Yeah, I found it.
The nice thing is mercenary
That's
can
a
just
big
be like
money
an
right
aura
there.
bot. They don't have to be
There
like
was one of the temporary ones. I got
doing all
those
the damage
guys,
for
and
you,
I was
which
just
can
like
get kind of
sprinting
annoying
through
on
the
those kinds of
zone, and he's like
builds.
slamming, teleporting, and she's throwing bolts down everywhere. I'm like, nice.
Yeah.
That's pretty fun. It's gonna be fun in endgame when you like get a good temporary recruit on top of your already luminarious.
I get to be a
recruited one as
support
well.
character without friends. my mercenary friends.
Absolutely. Will Trath and skill gems drop from mercenaries now, or they remain exclusively as a heist reward? It's another chat question.
Yeah, we've moved them back to mercenaries, so they no longer drop in heist.
That makes sense. You want each thing to have its own unique rewards after all. Will there be a forbidden flame and flesh jewels for luminary ascendancy nodes? Oh, I imagine not, right?
Nah, there won't be. Because
Wouldn't make
most
much
of the nodes
sense.
don't work unless you have the node that enables
And
you
then
to
there's
hit
that
them.
one
I'm
node
taking
just
that
completely
perma group
busted.
bonus.
So it's similar
I
to
don't think you
Reliquary,
get, like, they
and
count
neither of
as
those two
additional
ascendancies.
player.
You can still use the Ascendance ones, but yeah, you can't get the
Yes.
Reliquarian or Luminary ones.
Sign
makes
on and
sense.
being a weirdo with her ascendancies.
Yeah, she's an edge case.
Fun little thing that I'm sure. Well, so we were just discussing this before because you experienced
little
it
thing?
here, where
Do
a
tell.
lot of players probably have forgotten. But for those who remember the first-time players have to actually go and unlock the Scion to be able to play the Scion.
Yeah, I had a fresh account here, so I was all of a sudden like, wait, what? I forgot about that.
You guys have
You
removed
have to
the Scion?
unlock the Scion?
Who actually remembers?
Yeah.
I don't
from
remember.
whatever, a decade ago.
Oh, yeah.
So obviously when we announce a class like this, a lot of people who are going to start playing the game are going to be like, I wanted to play
Act
this
3
thing, and I don't know
tower.
where it is, and I don't know what to do. Almost certainly after this, we're going to go and make it so that the Scion is just unlocked by default at this point. We should be adding new, interesting discoveries and unlocks, not like holding on to that
You have
when
to kill Dominus to
people
save
might
the
want to play this and
Scion?
come play the game and
Oh.
actually engage with the
Interesting.
Scion straight away, and they don't have to. A new player shouldn't have to play to Act 3 to then reroll to do it. I know this is a thing that like isn't a
Scepter of
huge
God.
deal
Most of us
because
unlocked it 15 years ago or something.
everyone has done it.
We have to
but,
see the true face of God
Yeah, it's easy to
first.
forget that even was a thing. So hopefully, yes, they don't have to play to Act 3 to then re-roll in order to play the class that they want to play. Which is a little bit sad because it was a funding at the time, but honestly, I forgot about it for 8 years or something. I don't know how long it's been.
Most of us did, indeed. So, Andrew, you did some work on skill balancing. It seems like hand casting, aka self.
Andrew's gonna tell us what
was
skills
a
to
big
play.
part
Hold
of
on.
the focus. What was
Lock in.
your kind
Lock
of
in,
goals with
gamers.
skill balance this time? What have you been working on here?
Oh, yo, right on cue, Blaze.
A couple of words that keep cropping up over and over again.
Yo,
so we
welcome
sat down
in.
and
I
a
hope you had a
look and
good
figured out,
stream.
like,
Blaze,
what
I got a
are the balance of
I got a
hand
bone to
casting?
pick
It's
with
like,
you.
what are all the different things
Your
we can
goddamn
change?
Canadian air
I mean, the
is
general
making my
thing
air hazardous.
From my point of view, is I think hand
Did
casting
you know
is like,
that?
not bad in the campaign and
It's
early
like a
campaign,
smog
but I think
outside.
it falls off quite a lot in the middle game. And it comes
You
back
stream for
online
8 hours,
very,
leave him
very late
alone.
game because you have a lot of very unique interactions, like life stacking, that type of thing.
Dude,
Which
there was a
can
red
then push
sun
it to
out
be
this
like very,
morning.
very competitive. So a lot of the focus here was
Blaze, stop blazing.
adding more
I
scaling
farted
into
really
that
badly
mid-game
up here the last
especially.
couple of days.
But
My
also the fact that we have like
well, thank you so much
hundreds-
for the raid.
I
Feel
think it
free
was
to
like
go
180
eat and
spells
take care of
that
yourself.
were like viable
hydrate,
damaging
do all the things.
spells that we could like
Andrew's gonna tell us what skills are
were
gonna be OP
candidates for
in
balance
3
effectively.
29.
So it's like you have so much choice. Why would someone pick one spell over the other? So we've also done a focus of like trying to differentiate the spells a bit more based on like their inherent damage types.
Yeah.
So for example, like
Red,
blade
yellow,
spells now
fire.
have like 10% crit chance instead of 6%. So they're massively crit focused. Whereas fire spells have lower mana costs than other spells, but they have higher damage effectiveness.
I walked
which
out
sort
my
of
door
leans
today
into them being
and
very
it
good for
smelled
Ignite.
like a trash fire.
Yeah,
Like
I noticed you were doing
I want to say
more
like a
elemental
campfire because that's the only
distinction
other
as well.
fire
Yeah,
I've
so,
like smelled,
same,
but it
I
just
saw similar
smelled like
kind of
smoke
reasoning
and fire
behind
outside. It was
cold
crazy.
and lightning as well. Like lightning is
I was like,
faster,
let me go
but
take
higher
out the
mana
trash, and I
cost.
walked
So
outside. I was
lightning
like,
will be interesting
smells
because
bad.
lightning has like all of the cast speeds are faster, but the mana cost is also higher. So
looks like a
It's
scene
double
out of
whammy
Blade
for,
Runner.
like,
It's been
how you
awful.
manage
Oh,
the
it's so
mana on
bad.
that, and then if it was doing Archmage
It
things
should be
as well,
gone
especially,
tomorrow
I mean, that
for
can be
me,
a good
which
thing.
is
That's
nice.
a good thing to have the higher mana cost potentially.
yeah, I mean, Archmage doesn't scale off. I don't know. There's not a huge amount of things that scale
Smells
off
like Boston out there.
current mana cost anymore. I think
We
there
need
are a few in
changes to
which
low-level
that is
spells. We
actually
need
a
something
buff
that
for
isn't
those-
magma
all those
orb
lightning
or
spells.
rolling
Unique or
magma.
something, right? Yeah.
I put that on my bingo card,
so
but
that's
so
a bit
far
stronger distinction there. I saw you're also
I don't
kinda
know
like,
that we're seeing any changes.
Kind of pure ice spells are getting like a chance to freeze, and I saw a chance to shock going in. It's like, yeah, why doesn't this skill have 25% chance to freeze?
Yeah, the annoying thing that I found with freeze is that like it's such an inherent part of a cold build's identity,
Yeah.
but most skills just can't freeze unless they invest into critical strike chance. So having a bit of like chance to freeze inherently on some of the very basic cold spells will make freeze actually be something that you'll notice early on in the game.
Cool, yeah.
Arc
And
leveling
it's
will
not
be
just that,
good.
though. Like, I definitely
Sure.
noticed some pretty substantial damage buffs
Sure,
for
why not?
a lot of these skills too, which is important to like give a bit more diversity. I even noticed in the early game, it's like, oh, I don't feel necessarily like I have to rolling magma quite so hard.
Yeah, I think there weren't a huge amount of like, to be honest, a lot of the changes were to the growth of the spells. Like for example, channeling spells because they don't have a huge amount of like different axes for scaling. We've increased like the damage growth on those, so the
Yeah.
damage isn't like hugely different at like level 1, but it ramps up quite a lot more throughout the game. But we deliberately just nerfed Magma Orb very, very early game, just so you don't feel compelled to use that one spell. Please try something else.
The,
They
reign,
nerfed
the
her
curse of
leveling
Magma
skill.
Orb is finally over.
I mean, there'll be a new curse.
He said, "Well, you
But
will not
hopefully
use this
we'll
skill." I'm
change it
wielding
more
my
frequently than we
lipstick
have
like
with
a
Magma Orb.
Curse of the Allflame.
like a magic wand. You will not use this skill.
So
Along that line, there is the classic, meta nerfs, so to speak, that we like to do every league.
About
but,
time. I don't know.
yeah.
It feels kind of
Andrew's a
bad. I hope
specialist
people
at
watch the
just
Q&A. There's definitely gonna be
Give
people
me
thinking
a
they can use
giga
rolling
spreadsheet
magma.
of numbers, and he is the king of just change all the
Magical
numbers of
girl
all the things. Like
Halcyon.
most people are like, oh, there's multiple hundreds of things to do here, like, and they're a little bit reserved. And Andrew's just like, yeah, all good. Let's go through every skill in the game. Let's do it.
Oh man, there's a long list of. It's going to be some long patch notes this time around for sure.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, not
Oh
to say there aren't
god, we're
any,
gonna be
like,
here for all night looking at the
nerfs
patch notes,
related
everybody.
to-
Prepare yourselves.
Well, one other thing is because we're buffing a lot of the spells, I don't want to just buff every channeling spell in the game and everyone's like, oh no, I'm playing totems. No, I'm playing mines. So
yeah.
do note there might be some like counterbalance there.
Yes.
That's a good thing. Otherwise, you're not even necessarily then making people want to handcast,
Taylor
right? Like,
Halcyon for the boat
obviously.
league.
So
Yeah.
Aye,
Do
aye,
you
Captain.
think that there might be a need in some areas for any sort of like mechanical changes to
Captain, my
handcasting
Captain.
and channeling in
Well,
particular?
there is a dream, and the dream is
Oh.
cast while moving, but that is. I don't know if we'll ever see that in Theory 1.
That's a tricky one,
It
isn't it?
requires the new rigs, I assume.
yep.
We will
Oh,
someday.
one day.
One day.
That one's an actual long time away, though. That's not
Yeah.
like a but it will come. We've explained that a whole bunch of times. It's the
Energy
exact
drink
same
from the
reason
fridge is
why
calling
there's
my
no
name for your
WA
patch
stick.
notes.
Yeah,
I
see
already
the
had my
question.
energy
We've
drink
answered
today.
it before, the WASD
I already
question,
had my
but,
caffeine. I need to
that's the
take a
same thing.
caffeine
understand.
It kind of
break.
needs the rigging to work. It's
We
fine.
understand how
Coming up
popular
here
those
because
things
I've been
have
having
it will happen. It's
too much
just
caffeine
taking
recently.
its time, and not due
You're
to us
one.
like not caring. There is a whole
I
department.
had a coffee
actively
this
working
morning
on aiming
and an
towards
energy drink
goal.
this
Yeah,
afternoon.
all the time.
Yeah.
And I think that maybe I
so
need to
ironically, with the discussion and like a
do
lot of
no
focus being on
caffeine for a week
handcasting,
and reset.
self-casting, and trying to make those better comparative to like
have
triggered
2
and
or
other
3 to
means
even
of getting
function.
spells out, which have been dominant in the past. There has still been a
We
lot of questions
shouldn't
about
limit
cast on crit and
ourselves in
cast on
such
channeling, and
ways.
those feeling.
I just try not to have an energy
interesting.
drink
Also,
every single day.
Especially like cast on crit players seem to be like lamenting the loss of awakened cast on crit, for example, and feeling like they're a lot weaker now, or that's a lot less
I'm
viable.
averaging
Is that
8,200
something
hours
you've
of work and
considered or
gaming
looking
at
at in
the
the future at
per
all?
week.
there is this new node on Assassin, which is sort
How
of
much
insane.
time
for
do you guys spend on
crit.
average per week sleeping?
Interesting.
If you're familiar with bifurcation, and I don't know if it was shown in the live stream, but if you're familiar with crits bifurcating in PoE 2,
Oh, yeah, that
we
thing.
pretty much ported the exact same mechanic back to PoE 1,
On
which
average,
is especially effective on
you
cast on
should
crit.
spend
There's a
about
whole can of
50 to
worms, that
60
thing. I'm
hours
surprised
sleeping.
you're opening that one again.
Yeah, cast on crit, I'm like sort of just ignored this patch. Cast while channeling though feels a little more like you are casting it yourself, although you can cyclone, which so cast
You
while
have
channeling has
160
received some
hours
buffs.
in the
I don't
week?
think cast on crit has really.
You should spend
yeah.
Apart from maybe
168
something with
hours
assassin.
from
per
assassin
week.
might be very, very strong for it.
Spend 50 to
Yeah, I'll
60
ask more about assassin
sleeping.
later, although before there was the exceptional support. We should probably touch on
And you
that.
have to
So
counter in
you
all
did the
the
removal of the
meal
awakened
making
supports
and
and
stuff.
then the new
That's
exceptional
insane. It's
supports. And now that
so
we've had
busy.
that for a league, I'm just curious. I've seen some questions here and there about it.
I'm one of those
and
people
I've
who
seen,
needs 8 hours of
people
sleep, or I
saying,
become
especially, like,
very,
dot
very
builds,
grumpy.
maybe poison builds.
I
feel
wish
like
I knew
they
less
lost a lot
sleep.
from the transition. You know, they had a bunch of damage now before that they don't have now. They were kind of already something that was a bit capped in terms of damage.
When
The
you give up
problem that a
caffeine,
lot
then
of
you get to have
those
someone you
non-element
actually
dots
need it,
have
and it
is
works.
There's very few mechanics
point.
that you can do something like super interesting with.
Sleeping
Yeah.
4
And
hours a night.
previously, a lot of
Wow.
the old Awakening supports were just pure damage multipliers.
Yeah.
All the supports they used were like Awaken Burning Damage, Awaken Deadly Ailment.
Been
or
going to
not
bed at
Ailment,
1,
but
2 a.m.,
Swift
waking up at
Affliction or whatever.
7:30 a.m.
So, yeah, they certainly
The
did
other
lose
nights,
a
I'm
little
going to
bit of
bed at
damage
11
like, the
a.m.,
super
waking up
endgame,
at 7 a.m., and I'm
but
still tired.
Hopefully,
Like,
I'm
do I
undecided.
have
Like I said before,
some
we've
kind
still
of
got some,
issue
like,
going on with
got
myself
a
where I'm
specific
tired
list
after
of
8 hours of sleep? That
spell
shouldn't
dot
happen.
skills, which I haven't exactly figured out how I want to buff yet, because it could just be damage growth. But I think the correct answer is we add more different. It could be support gems. There could be just some in-game itemization that like adds extra axes of scaling to these.
What's the
skills.
most you've slept in one
It was
night?
shown in the live stream, but one of the packs is
10
very
hours?
focused towards
9
these.
hours?
Yeah.
The pact
not
of
like
gore,
absurd.
depending on like how many different types of
Age.
non-damaging dot skills you use.
I think
you'll
it's
get, like,
because
a-
I'm
a
training for
huge
another
bonus
half
to that, like,
marathon. I'm
damage
just
and-
exhausted.
So there's still some stuff that's going to come in the patch notes as probably early next week. So the dot skills, as he mentioned.
Oh, wow, this patch then.
Maybe, unless he decides not to. And
After drinking water
we
and
were even
eating
working on
better,
some
night and day
we're working on
difference
some
for sleeping and
keystones
feeling
for
tired all the
casting
time.
that we haven't quite figured out.
So
but the hope is
here's
to be
the
able to
issue
do
I
them.
have, right? Hold on, we'll
like
watch.
kind of
We'll
1 for
continue
5.
watching this in a second. I need to pause. You guys, I need to eat more vegetables, but I'm hearing that the vegetables might give me explosive diarrhea. Do you guys know about this? This is a big problem in the US right now, across many states. And I'm a little bit concerned about eating more fresh vegetables because sounds American, because there's something on the vegetables that can give you diarrhea. They don't just say diarrhea. They don't say stomach issues. They say explosive diarrhea, to be precise. I've been craving lettuce lately, no joke. Yeah, and so the second I go to be healthier, I'll get punished. So you know what? I'm gonna keep eating my protein bars for meals because at this point, that's all we have. All right, sorry. We're continuing since I have Twitch Prime. We could just continue from where
They're close. We're like 80% into solving it, and there's just a few bits left. But we
Exciting.
didn't want to add
That's
something
not
too kinda
normal, what is happening in the
convoluted,
US.
So just trying to find out how to simplify them and make them feel a bit more fundamental, as opposed to just like a confusing
I'll look it up
mess.
so you don't have to.
And
Hold
if some of that can just be a matter of descriptions, which. Oh my God. Also, I don't know if you will notice, but we have the helper text system now in PoE1.
Yeah, the tooltips.
yeah.
I definitely noticed that. I love tooltips.
I just remembered. I was like, we didn't talk about it.
I was like, wait a second, that's a tooltip right there.
Yeah.
On that note, though, we don't have everything. The system's there.
That's gonna take time.
The new stuff has it. The old stuff going to require
Slowly
It's a
gonna
lot
get
of,
updated.
finding all the cases where it's necessary,
Nice.
writing all the text.
Yep,
You know,
linking
like,
them all.
you can automate some of this once you have a keyword, which is what we call it
yeah.
internally.
Auto-pilot.
You can go look for all the places in the game that use.
It says
that
Michigan
word that you're trying to
Midwest. It's
keyword.
all
Yeah,
over
but
the
actual
country.
writing of each
This is
individual
happening
keyword,
all
that
over
needs to
the
be done manually by
coast.
people who understand the
Or,
systems,
like, this
and
half
is
of
also
the
very
country.
exacting because Path of Exile is a very precise
Yeah,
game, and
exactly.
so if you have
But yeah.
slightly different wording, it can
Explosive
mean a wildly
diarrhea
different
parasite.
We only let a few people in-house actually write these things because we want to make sure they're very
Cyclosporiasis?
consistent.
Yeah.
You see in some games
See,
where
it's
you've
like-
got descriptions and
It's happening
just-
kind of
You
everywhere.
look like each developer wrote their own variation of it. So yeah, we generally try and make sure these are done very
That's the thing.
precisely as because it could misinformation is way worse than almost no information, right? Like
Yeah.
it just confuses
I
people.
started the outbreak.
So yeah, they're going to get filled in, but you know, we're needing those specific people to
Hello,
be.
Halsey. Hello, chat. What
free
a
to do
crazy
it.
time to join. Welcome in.
Yeah, it's a good QOL addition to the game and good for
Absolutely.
onboarding as
It's
well.
31
and,
of 50
so
states,
That's
yeah.
just random pivot, but I just remembered that when we are talking about the keystones and describing them.
I see chat bringing up
RNK
nearby.
Junior
Did we get
canceled
that
a bunch of
nearby?
funding with
Oh, yeah, I
Doge
was
and
gonna
now
mention
contaminated
highlights.
water. Yeah, and now
Yeah, so
it's taken them a long
I
time to
think
track
what
it
we're
down
gonna do is we're
and
gonna
to
do
find
a
a
restart
solution
patch, like a
because
content update
there's
maybe
no
a week or
funding
two
for any of the
after
programs that would
release.
normally handle
For
these
that, I have a
situations.
plan where I'm going to unify all the nearby keywords.
Oh.
So
Stay hydrated.
nearby,
Exactly.
close, present, proximal, all of that stuff. And then it will all be keyworded, and you'll be able to highlight the keyword, and you'll get the nice little ring around your character.
I just want to clarify because people got confused about last time when he says restart.
Yeah, we had a federal agency that was charged with tracking this specific parasite among others, but it was defunded and made optional. Exactly. And there's a fly that's infecting a bunch of cows that's going to make beef more expensive in the US. And there was what they did, and this is crazy. The reason why they were studying fly sex in the US is because they needed to create flies that couldn't reproduce. And so what they would do is they would deploy the flies that can't reproduce along the southern border around Texas to prevent this dangerous fly from coming up from Mexico into the US. But because they stopped funding that, now this fly has made its way into the US and is infecting all the cows and is going to make beef more expensive. The New World screwworm. Yes, exactly. So, like, dude, all of our food is messed up. I'm gonna start going to the farmers markets and just eating from local farmers. Is that gonna be better or worse? I have no idea. It's a disaster over here. You can't eat vegetables. You can't eat meat. We're all screwed. I don't know. Shit in the field and go back to picking herbs? It might be safer. I don't know. Deregulation of monopolies and food suppliers means one mistake has a wide blast area. Yeah, that's the thing is like if you buy organic produce, it's extra difficult because what will happen is the non-organic stuff will like drift over on the winds into like the organic farms. And so you might be getting organic produce that actually has all of the effects of non-organic produce because you can't like isolate farms that way. And so the same thing happens when there's diseases and sicknesses coming around is that like you can't isolate farms. And so it just ends up like everywhere. It's awful. Oh my God. Just stop eating. There you go. Just stop eating. Just cook all your food at this point. Make sure it's all cooked. Please, for the love of God. All right. Sorry. Back to Path of Exile. Small food rant. Path of Exile.
Start patch. It just means a patch and where the realm goes off and then back up.
It's
Just
not-
to be,
not
just
reset-
to be
not-
clear.
not resetting.
I saw last time people were going,
No,
what do you mean there's a week one
As
league
in,
reset?
there are some changes that won't work unless the
Yeah.
client has been restarted. Like,
Yeah.
Hello.
So it just
hello.
forces everybody off the
Some
game. and
eternal
back up.
terminology leaking
It's
out.
about client server synchronous.
Yeah,
Yes.
yeah.
But
Oh, that's good news, though.
I've seen us, we
Kiwi and
refer to
food,
it as
just
a
let 'em
restart patch
cook.
internally, and I see some people, rightfully so, misinterpret that as a economy restart or something. I'm like, no.
You don't need to do that for a tooltip.
No.
Not usually.
The new league mechanic tooltips.
So we've had the assassin rework, and how do you feel like that landed? And there was also kind of like linked questions about, well, we talked about custom crit, but also like elusive, not feeling very good to build around. But I think before you could
What are they
refresh it, but
talking
not
about?
anymore.
There's
Yeah, I feel
It
like
kinda seems like what they're
when we
talking about
reworked it,
now
landed
is, like,
a little
not
bit too weak, which
Yeah.
is
as
why
exciting.
we're making changes this patch.
Yeah.
Not just it's
wait. What the heck?
can like put it under the umbrella of self-cast buff.
That's
But
so
do note
weird.
that the death
The
marked node, the one that
Audio
is,
looks the
applies
same
assassin
on my
mark,
end, whether I
that
put
has
it
also been
down here or down
cool.
here.
If that node is much stronger for
Sorry.
attack builds, then hopefully assassin
Streamer
is also
tech
viable
is
for them too.
Control F assassin in the patch
causing
notes then.
issues.
That's good news. Yeah, because I was doing a little bit of
Thank
research
you
on
for
that, just kind of see
following.
where it landed, and ultimately it was like 2%. It seems like the shadow ascendancies in general are all a little bit low.
This is not
Yeah,
the
I
first
mean, we
time
do
I've
sometimes
had
look
this
at Pee Wee Ninja
interaction
just
in
to
this
see, like,
chat. Wait, what?
Not
One
the
or two
absolute
ascendants.
authority on this.
No,
Yeah,
no.
we often have our like we make sure we address the
What is
least
the
played
regular
class or
interaction
two,
here?
Yeah.
but because some of these we just instead went with more
It
of a
was
like,
a first for
not
me.
to say they aren't,
Well,
but
welcome
folded
in. I'm
into the
glad you're
handcasting thing and do
enjoying yourself.
spellcasting adjacent stuff instead. So.
Yeah, related to the assassin questions, a few people have been asking about daggers and claws. Daggers in particular.
Gotta
feel like
go.
they
Enjoy
lack
the
a bit
rest of your day on
identity.
stream.
Like, you would
You
expect them to be the
too.
highest crit thing, but
I
in
hope
many
you have a
cases
good
that seems to not be
weekend.
the case. And a lot of the times,
And we're
it's
gonna
like,
be,
unless it's
guys,
unique, it's
Saturday,
like, well,
while they're
I
talking
should
about
just use a
General
claw
Battle and stuff.
instead. That's gonna be better.
Saturday, we're playing Welcome to the Game
One of the
3.
things
It might
that's
be the hardest horror game that
gonna be
I've
in the
seen
patch
so
notes is
far.
quite a lot of
That
class
game, I
itemization
watched people
changes,
play it
particularly
today.
to, like,
It
saves and
looks
daggers and wands and
insanely
scepters.
difficult. There's no
So
way
one
I
of the
could go
things
into
with
that
daggers
blind.
is they're
We're
implicit,
playing
so
that
we just had
Saturday,
a look
and
at them
it
compared
is.
to, like,
We're not
wands
gonna be able to
and
beat it.
scepters, and it's like
It's gonna be
you're kind of weak.
more challenging than
So
Path
all
of
of the
Exile
crit
at this
chance
point.
on dagger implicits has been buffed.
More challenging
Nice.
for
And
sure. It's
then
very difficult.
The changes that were related to
But if you would like to come hang out with me on the weekend, that's what we're gonna be doing.
wands and scepters generally proliferate to daggers as well. So rolling caster daggers will have a bunch of improvements.
I want to try
as
and make my own
attack
build. Are
daggers
you gonna go
versus
Luminary?
Attack claws.
Are you gonna do the
The only
Mercenary?
real change there is that daggers have slightly more crit chance.
Yeah, I imagine that's a bit out of the scope of this current one, since it's not the focus now, but something to look at in the
It's
future.
the
maybe.
same thing where we try and pick a package similar
Yeah.
with the League reworks.
It
so
seems
instead of just
interesting.
bits and
I
pieces
want
all over,
to.
we're like, well, something cohesive.
But I don't
so
want to do a
when you
minion
go
build,
hand
and so I
casting,
don't
and then
want
you
to
kinda let
do it
spread and
if I
affect
have to do
things
a
that are
minion
somewhat
build.
adjacent, but yeah, I mean, the players will then tell us what the next, like we almost always go off, as he said, when the word hand casting or self casting keeps coming up. That's how we ultimately decide, here's what we're doing next. So ultimately we just keep paying attention to
Yeah.
what people think is not on the right spot, and then we go,
Will the
okay, how are we
self-cast
gonna turn
buffs
that
be
into
enough?
a package, a rebalance package.
We won't
and,
know for another
that's kinda how we
45
go about
minutes.
doing it, to be honest. So let us know is the answer.
Well, I mean, that's the next question.
It's hard to
is,
say.
About defenses on ranges. Obviously, not in the scope of this patch, so no one expects anything in that regard. But
If I have a
it's,
cat and
maybe
dog,
a good
send
one
me
for
my
the future
trauma
to look
stacking
at.
build. IRL is also
Defenses
a
on the
minion
range of
build.
build archetypes,
Yes.
especially with bows, it seems to be is kind of the topic here, and I had some prolonged discussions with a few people about this one. So I have some extra context on this. if
Except they
needed, but
remove your
the main
trauma
takeaway seems to be
stats.
that range of defense suppression, namely, was nerfed as a result of other classes heavily investing in it, which is like a good thing to do because you don't really want like the build checklist.
Pee-wee
of,
1
like,
is
oh, I
much
have
more
to get
difficult when it
suppression on
comes to
every
build
single
making.
was obviously a
Totally,
problem.
totally.
So that was like nerfed in, I believe, 3.2.7, and there was some stuff before that as well.
I'm doing a podcast
So while
in a
probably
couple days
good for other builds balance, Rangers seems to be
about
lacking in their
build
own way to make
making,
up for that.
and I'm like,
evasion seeming kind of increasing.
I don't know if I have anything for
you
you.
than other things like armor and energy.
I'm willing to shoot the shit, but my ability to build make is very pathetic.
Types seem to be highly conditional.
I like
or they
the
have some really big
struggle.
downsides.
Hey,
and the
you
ascendancy
do
options are
remember
really
what I
high in
said
point
earlier?
investment typically. They're
You
lower than
can't
full pointers,
spell
where other
Pee-wee
things in
without
other classes
pain.
get 2 points. And also highly
Because there's a
conditional.
P in it.
It's like, don't get hit or you don't have any defenses kind of thing.
There you
So I was
go.
wondering if that's like an area that you might be interested in looking at in the future or something you've been tracking.
Pee-wee 1 is way easier to get through campaign with the
if
trash
player
build though.
base agrees,
True.
and then we look into it, which I mean you're primarily correct, yes. Then
I have
that
2,000
will
hours,
turn
still
into
haven't
our
really
next
made a build that
package,
works
right?
yet.
Like, we don't.
Yeah.
We pay attention to it during this league, by the way.
Yeah.
And then we
Patch
go,
notes
okay, you got
yet,
this, and
huh?
this. What one are we going to focus on? Maybe
Yeah,
we can do a
45
second.
minutes.
So, again, that is
All you need is armor stack, max block, and 6
worthy
endurance.
candidate,
You
for
know,
sure.
you got a point. You have a
Yeah,
point.
I haven't played an evasion build in like 2 or 3 leagues.
That might be a
so
good
I
indicator.
can't remember how good the defenses were. I remember the philosophy of that change was basically that like a lot of the investment in the ranger area of the tree should be able to get suppression back to the level that it was pre-nerf.
Yeah.
If that isn't the case, we can probably do more there.
Yeah.
You'd want to adjust things that are like solely the domain of that kind of build, right?
Yeah.
So like pure evasion bases or maybe quivers, something like that. If you're talking about bow builds being a problem specifically.
Just give us
It could be we do it
deflection.
more dex. Like if you
We have spell suppress. Is that the same thing? Or no?
Kind of.
I have another stream of live. A huge change just
Weapon
happened. What?
distinctions,
Wait,
like
what?
if you're talking about attack claws and daggers, like I can already see this coming together and
We're a couple
becoming
minutes
bit of a
behind,
thing.
guys.
So even if it's not just defensive, it could just be something to do with that.
Since we were kind of talking about like the daggers and claws and stuff, that's also in that similar area. So I wonder if that's like there's a package kind of in that area.
I can see that. I could see that coming together. Yeah.
Yeah, it's like there's always gonna be people that disagree on like what's the next area that should be focused on, but that's one that got brought up by someone whose good opinion I kind of trust on that
Yeah,
topic.
I do agree that I don't think PoE1 has super good identity between different types of weapons, because like if
1.5x
you're a
speed,
slayer,
is
it's
that
like
an
what's the difference
option?
between using a two-hand sword axe or
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
mace, really?
there we
There's like
go.
a few mastery options, a couple of different implicits.
That's
but
a
all
fun
the
thing to
monsters
improve too.
yeah.
Like it results in things being more interesting typically whenever that sort of stuff is addressed. So.
I mean, one of the benefits of having this, cadence where we have the split teams with, designers fully dedicated to PoE1 is we have the time and resources to address these kinds of problems.
Yeah.
We can do
Octavian
more
was
significant
meant for
balance shakeups every
1.5
week if we want to.
speed. Oh
Clearly
my
evidenced
god.
by this patch with the gigantic delve into the various problem areas. It's good news for sure. Production, can we scroll past this part? Yeah, a bit down further, thank you. Cool. Another thing that got mentioned that I don't know if it was mentioned at all in the... Well, okay, so you mentioned something about Varlords, and this is connected to this. So, synthesis. You mentioned something's happening with synthesis modifiers.
Oh yeah, we're just getting rid of them.
Nice.
No more
Is the thing
synth
that's
mods?
happened.
Is this the
Good
thing?
riddance.
Yeah, well, to be fair, the synthesis unique items are still unchanged. They still can get synthesis implicits, but they sort of, we've never really liked they're just like item bloat, and they don't really have a specific home in the game currently. So why have synthesis implicits when you also have val implicits, and it sort of removes
But
the
some
identity of
synth implicits
on,
are
like,
really
weapons, for
good.
example.
There's the synth
Also,
belt
The
for
whole identity
15%
was you
increased
take
strength.
Multiple for those who maybe remember the league, you take multiple items
Long time ago.
explicits mods and put them as implicits on something. Like the whole idea was that you're turning explicit mod power into
Strength
implicits.
stackers
and then
in shambles.
we removed that conversion process and then just had. So really what it just looks like is there's just a random amalgamation of different modifiers that are implicits on these items. But it's like, you never synthesized
I was
it.
joking on the
It's just
1.5 speed.
an item. So
But it got
even,
us to where we needed to
just
go.
immersively, It's just like, or narratively, or in world, it's like, what does this even
We're
mean?
like 2 minutes
now
behind
that there's
right
no
now.
actual crafting bench to achieve
2
it,
minutes
that
of
Synthesis had
diarrhea
during
talk
its
that
league
Put us
forever
2
ago.
minutes behind.
But yeah, then it's just like, okay, now you've just got this amalgamation of so many different stats that are just contesting with design.
I'm so happy
ultimately
socket
blocking
colors are
design
gone.
space,
I
and they don't
feel
really have a
bittersweet.
purpose, so like, we just
I think it's a good
eradicate
change.
it so
I'm
we
just
can
a little
free up
sad
some,
about losing it.
make
that
some of
make
these other things more
sense?
powerful.
Does anyone else feel that way?
Or free up some design space to be able to do some more stuff in the future.
Like it's a good
Which we then
change,
did
but
immediately use, right, Andrew?
Yeah. So
I ca-
Tell me more.
I'll be
I guess
nostalgic
that's
about
sort
it
of like
forever.
the vestigial items, but those are unique, so they don't really compete with synthesis
It's a
bases.
W, but feels
the
sad,
main thing we did
yeah.
is we took most of the
It benefits low
interesting,
levels so
powerful,
much. It gives a buff to people that want to
synthesis
invest in proper
implicits and
colors.
turn
Yeah,
them
yeah,
into
yeah.
Val
It will
corruption
help get through the
implicits.
campaign
Yeah, so
quicker.
they're
You can
Totally
go up
agree.
during and
Totally.
get +1 frenzy charge, for
cool.
example.
Well, that's a potential
you
big buff
use
to
diarrhea
Varlords,
for
then it
forward
seems like that's a much more
propulsion
interesting
while
thing.
You'll see it in the
running.
patch notes,
No.
but in doing like the Abyss changes, we've ordered all the mods on Abyss Duels, and
I got my
we've
mom into the
removed
game
bad
last
ones,
week.
Buffed weak
Is
ones.
that true?
Same for all the Val.
W mom?
I think we got
Corruption
rid of the
implicits.
increased damage versus abyssal monsters.
I don't think I would ever
Yeah,
get my
I
mom
think
to
I-
play a
that's
video
gone.
game.
I think I petitioned you to get
I don't
rid
think I
of
could
those,
ever
like,
get her to do it.
years ago, and now I
Finally.
didn't even ask you this
Come
time.
on,
I just
man.
removed it.
For dude like me, it's
Yeah,
gonna
get rid
make
of
the
them.
campaign experience.
I don't know
better.
why I ever
It's gonna
would
make the
have
campaign
defended
experience
that.
better for everyone.
Fever
Like,
dream.
full stop. I'm just a little
All
sad.
those days. Did you,
It did
you
feel
ask
like-
me before 10 a.m. and I hadn't had enough
Such a-
caffeine? It's
Like I had like
Yeah, I
its
remember.
identity
I
in the
need
game.
that. I need that
Anyway,
for
it's
a
a
reason.
very long time ago.
That's the right answer.
Yes, I mean that's a very juicy buff to double corruption.
It'll make PoE1 less painful. Yeah, that's true.
coming out of that.
It also means you can no longer.
I'm a
mirror
mom.
the
My
best
son got me to
items in the
play.
game.
Yo, W son as well.
Yeah. I was
That's
gonna say
cool.
like this is the sort of change that affects like very pinnacle high end crafting. Because
The
like
only-
Did I hear
there's
something about
crazy
Wassid?
bases
No.
to craft on
We
now.
joked about
The
it,
only
but
small
no.
reservation is it sort of removes a little bit of the value from the leagues that actually did, for some reason, drop synthesis items. So, for example,
Which is
Ritual and
everything but
Heist.
synthesis. Let's be clear.
Yeah. So those might be the next leagues in the future.
Why
and
you
the,
tease Dragon
let's
with
audit their
Wasted?
rewards, make sure
We'll
their
get it one day.
exclusive rewards are like much
Wasted
more
at Exile
powerful than
Con?
those things.
It somewhat
I don't
bounces in the other
know.
direction though, because there's a lot of leagues that'll generate corrupted
They
items as
haven't
outcomes, and
talked
now
about
those
it
can
in a
be much more of
while.
jackpot,
You know
right?
what?
Yeah.
Blaze, we
well,
we
also
need
part of my
to
follow-up question
start
was
an
like,
uproar about
it was
it.
at some point mentioned that
Once we start an uproar
we would
about
get the
it,
ability
then
to add
it'll-
synthesis item drops back to synth maps, because that was always like one of my favorite things. Is like it's such a high variance, fun win thing. It's like, oh yeah, man, rings are dropping with synthesized implicits. Like that's awesome. So now obviously that's not going to be happening since they're not a thing anymore. Is there something that synthesis maps could get to make them?
Oh, the team is
have their
working
own
on the
unique
rigging?
reward? Are they
Okay.
even a candidate for that kind of like? Are they a system enough?
Well, they're sort of under the umbrella of
The
unique
Retirement
maps
Village has
being very
insanely good
old and
internet,
being
so I
not
tried
very
one of the
good.
game streaming
And
services
we
and
would
it
love
worked.
to just like
Wow,
completely
that's so
redesign all
cool.
of them and
Yeah, they're
do them
getting
properly.
sad. They're getting real sad.
Yeah.
It came up as part of the Atlas anomaly discussion. You know, there was a point where we were like, should all unique maps just be Atlas anomalies? And should we then do a pass on all the unique maps to make them more worthy? And it was just too much of a rabbit hole of work at the time. You know,
Yeah.
it was maybe a month before release, and that's not not the point in the development cycle where you can make that kind of decision.
Yeah.
I will mention one thing though. Doyani's Machinarium is no longer required for challenge completion.
No!
However, Doyani's Delusion, the unique boots that drop from the map, have been like, they always drop corrupted with an implicit and they've been massively buffed. So
Cool.
they're very high variance. So you'll want to run that map to find some
Yeah, that's fun.
potentially crazy boots.
Awesome. So we recently
Dude,
had
Delve
some
is
of
no
the
longer
bigger Chaos
profitable.
Orb sinks removed.
They nerfed Delve.
Possibly causing, well, probably causing the
My
quick spike to
Delve
300
profit,
plus
I
Chaos to
know.
Divine ratio that was in Mirage, compared to the more typical 150-ish that we had in Keepers and before
Doriani's
that.
Machinarium only
So
dropped
what are
from
I'm
Delve,
curious,
so
like, is
when
this
it was in
something
the
you guys
challenge,
really
it was
look at or
worth
care about too much?
many
Or like, economy's
divines.
gonna economy? Like,
when it's not in
what
the
are your thoughts about it? What are the
challenge, it's not worth
impacts on
anything.
players of this sort of change?
So
Like,
it
if you have
means
an
that there's a
like,
Delve
economic
node
shift like
that's
that, is
just
it
not
something you
really
care
worth
about?
too
doing
much.
anymore.
I mean,
Not if it's too.
That's the
like,
impression I've got.
Delve
in the past.
nerf was in
you've
no
got
one's bingo
1,000
card.
whatever, obviously, the magnitude.
Delve
matters.
dead mechanic.
Um,
No. Bought Machinarium for
it's, you know, not
100
to say
div
it
last
isn't
week. Exactly.
a thing we might want to consider. I'm just
Yeah.
saying, like, it's not a huge deal for sure. Not unless it actually spirals out, like, out of control.
Yeah, there's this thing with the economy that, like, from your guys' perspective,
Maybe it'll
I get
be
the
worth
sense
it
that,
because
like,
the crazy
well, this is
boosts,
kind of
but
like the player's domain a bit more. We don't
we
want
won't know.
to necessarily influence it too much all the time.
Yeah, maybe the new de facto currency will be chromatic orbs. You never know.
Could you
Like,
imagine? Oh my
Yeah.
lord.
not I don't know, not to be contradictory or anything, but like I don't personally have much of a horse in the race of the economy part of this, but I really like there being sinks for things because I like things leaving the economy, thus allowing things to retain value.
Yeah,
over
Chaos
time.
Sync
You
is
know, it's
in-
one of the main reasons
is
that I
one of
like
the needs
personally
right
play
now.
hardcore trade over other leagues because things leave the economy.
Yeah.
So would I want more chaos sinks in the game? Yes.
Yeah.
Do I
Yeah.
want them in the game because there's a ratio of chaos to divines that's wrong in some way? No. It's just because it's good for the game
Interesting.
generally.
Okay. Yeah.
It is sad when the Chaos Orb as a drop now feels weak,
Yeah.
right?
I think
That
that's
is sad. That
That's
is
the
sad.
most compelling argument that I see when I'm
Let
thinking
me
about
see
this. 'cause
how
I
she
usually ask people
Delvin,
when
she
people think about, like,
hated.
have you seen the economy ratio? And I'm like, well, why do you think it's a problem? And the
Have
answers I get
screams
are
drop from the Lich and Delve?
varied.
Oh, dude,
and
that
not
would be
always super
crazy.
convincing. But the most convincing one that I hear is that the players who are picking up Chaos Orbs aren't getting that kind of like incremental progression towards their thing. Like that's like that appeals to me. I feel for the normies being one
The
myself.
fewer items that are satisfying to drop,
Yeah.
like if it only becomes here's the only 2 items you care about that drop, that's bad. So yeah, we do have to keep as many drops as possible feeling satisfying, and that is the main motivation to go, okay, if it's crossing it's a grey line, it's like weird, but if it does cross the line, then, or I mean, I guess it's not even really a line, it's just the more items we can keep satisfying, and thus you could argue, yes, this is something that we should push for fixing for sure.
That said, we have added a
I was gonna
couple
say I'm
of
burying the
new-
lead. Yeah.
Yeah, so we've added 2 new crafts. Andrew did the balance on them, so
Oh, only the costs. That might be wrong. We'll find out.
There's there's bench orb crafts for Chaos Orbs now. I saw.
yes, they behave. I mean, if you're familiar with the PoE2 Chaos Orb, where it removes a mod then adds a mod, there's one that does that, and then there's one that removes 3 mods and adds 3 mods. So you can kind of use these to try and salvage items that have a really
Interesting.
good mod that you want, but a bunch of other trash. Potentially.
Interesting. It's hard to tell the impacts or like how much that'll be used, but it's an option there. We'll see how that plays out. But yeah, that's going to sink a few
still watch
chaos
the
orbs.
UD's
Like,
10-part
I saw that one of them was like
crafting
2
series
chaos
way
or something.
back for
We'll keep an eye on
nostalgia.
it. I wouldn't want chaos to become pennies, you know, that's which you could argue they're
Pennies?
1/3 of a penny right now, I guess, depending on what your
Do you call a divine a dollar?
Depends what your dollar is, I guess. Well, I would argue the divine is somewhat of a dollar. But we'll keep an eye on it as well. But again, the ultimate philosophy is we should be keeping as many drops as possible feeling satisfying. That's the goal. So anything that goes away from that is technically in the wrong direction.
Getting a bunch of automated
It's
notifications.
just
on my
it can get
watch.
a little bit away from it without us having to take action, and sometimes there are short-term things that influence. not to
Yo,
say that that's
Chuck,
what's
thank you for
happened
the
here.
3
And then they just course correct
Happy
next league,
try
and
month.
sometimes there are things that are
Be trimester.
needing addressing.
guess.
I don't have an
Thank you.
exact answer for it now, which is why I'm
Oh,
kind of being
thank
a
you
little
so much
vague,
for the
'cause I
5
need to
gifted.
figure
That's
out-
so
we need to discuss
kind.
and
What
figure
the
out
heck?
to actually do.
Chuck, you're so kind. As
Not to
always,
promise
just dropping
things
in the big
at this point.
gift bomb for the people.
Well, we've kind of touched on it a little bit.
The
a few times, but
hexing got too
bestiaries,
close on pennies.
like,
I know, I
had
heard
to
it.
have seen some changes to
Thank
its
you so
beast crafting. You also mentioned like the specific beasts are dropping specific talismans.
I explained
as
to friends
well.
that exalts are
Side
$1,
note on
chaos are
that,
$20, and
is
divs
that
are
something you can target
$100 to
farm
help
some
them
way
all
since
understand
they are
currency.
specific?
Yeah, I think that's a good way to
yes,
think
so
about it.
every
The
single
only
rune beast
reason you
has
can't
its
say
own
that
specific
colloquially
talisman it
is
drops.
because
So, for
of
example, if you
RMTing.
want like
But
a
I
Rex
think,
talisman,
like,
then there is the note
philosophically,
on the
that's
Atlas
exactly
tree
how I
that
think about it.
increases the chance for like beasts from that specific genus
They
to
need to
spawn.
merge PoE 1 and PoE 2
So
basic
yeah, you can.
currencies. Why?
Oh yeah, a Rex just looks like a some sort of
think
mammal
it's a-
to me,
I
but
think
yeah,
it's
it is.
a bird.
Okay.
Is it a bird? It's a bird.
I
You
have
can
no
plus
idea.
birds. More likely, the more
Does
likely
exalts
for the
feel so much
bird
better in
species,
PoE2?
I'm pretty sure will increase the
Bird.
rexes, but I didn't actually ever think about how
I don't think
clear
they feel bad in
the
PoE 1. I think you just
correlation between the genus and the
use
actual
them
monsters is. So,
less in PoE 1.
I guess it's fine, whatever.
It was one of you mentioned to me that beast splitting is gone. That's obviously
Be
a big
exalts or
change for
pesos.
some folks.
Chaos
it's a
or
big
dollar
crafting
and
thing that
div or
was
diamonds.
used for some high-end crafting projects.
think the
or just
disparity is that
getting
big.
extra value out of certain drops, I suppose, in some cases. So talk us through the removal of the beast splitting.
Chaos by comparison feels bad.
Well, the main thing is I feel like
That's okay.
historically, beast splitting was never really intended
It'd
for.
be really annoying
or
if
has
chaos
never
in
really been
PoE
used for
1
its
just
original
rolled one
intention of
modifier.
splitting the mods from one item onto 2 items. It's almost always just been used for I just found the most valuable base type in the game in Heist, and now I have 2 of them.
I mean, it came about because we were looking at the fact that we don't want every simplex amulet to become 2.
Give
right?
PoE
Like,
2
that-
blessed
that was
orbs.
where
I
this came
know.
in. We started
I know.
discussing it and we were just like, is this even healthy at this point? Like, just ultimately every base type that's of value becomes 2
Chaos
base
is the
types of
main
value. And
crafting currency
I
now, it's
get
great.
that it's just taking
It is
away the
great.
value.
If you don't think
but
about it.
It also just honestly isn't necessary at that point.
And worth noting, fractured fossil has also been changed
Oh,
Okay, I mean,
because
what way?
that does a similar thing.
It fractures the item now, like the name
Oh, right.
suggests.
oh,
it
wait,
just
that's so
doesn't-
good.
It doesn't fulfill its original purpose. I could see people being a bit like, oh, no, but I'd like
Fractured
having 2 of
fossils,
everything I found."
fracture the
but I mean,
item?
there's also like, what if you just doubled the frequency of them appearing and removed it? Not to say we've done
Like,
that,
even
by
if
the
you
way.
don't, it's like the thing you get now is worth like, 1.5 times as much or whatever the difference in the cost of
Yeah.
the beast splitting was. Like, it was just priced into the economy of it anyway. Like, so it just became this kind of like obligationary step that you just had to know
Simplex
about.
and
otherwise you
helicals are gonna
you
be
were scamming
crazy
yourself.
expensive.
yeah.
Did they say
And
they
in many
removed
ways, the
splitting?
new
Is that what they just
Allflame
said?
crafting is
Okay, wait, I gotta go back. I think they're saying that they removed splitting.
intended for, or has never really been used for its original intention of splitting the mods from one item onto 2 items. It's almost always just been used for I just found the most valuable base type in the game in Heist, and now I have 2 of them.
I mean, it came about because we were looking.
For some high-end crafting projects or just getting extra value out of certain drops, I suppose, in some cases. So talk us through the removal of the beast splitting.
Well, the main thing is I feel like historically, beast splitting was never really intended for, or has never really been used for its original
Is
intention
beast splitting the only
the mobs
splitting?
from one item onto two items.
Besides
It's almost always just been used for, I
fracture
just found the most valuable
fossil
base type
splitting?
in the game in Heist, and now I have two of them.
I mean, it came about because we were looking at the fact that we don't want every simplex amulet to become two, right? Like that. That was where this came in. We started discussing it, and we were just like, is this even healthy at this point? Like, just ultimately every base type that's of value becomes
Yes,
two
as far
base
as I
types of
know.
value. And I get that it's just taking away the value, but it also just honestly isn't necessary at that point.
And worth noting, fractured fossil has also been changed
Okay, I mean,
because that does a similar thing.
It fractures the item now, like the name suggests.
that makes sense.
Yeah, it just doesn't fulfill its original purpose. I could see people being a bit like, oh no, but I liked having two of everything I found.
Yeah, but
I mean, there's also like, what if you just doubled the frequency of them appearing and removed it? Not to say we've done
Like,
that,
even
by
if
the
you
way.
don't, it's like the thing you get now is worth like, 1.5 times as much or whatever the difference in the cost of the beast splitting was. Like, it was just priced into the economy of it anyway. Like, so it just became this kind of like obligationary step that you just had to know about, otherwise you were scamming yourself.
Yeah.
And in many ways, the new Allflame crafting is splitting items
Sure.
in a
Somewhat.
sort of
Well,
way.
if you want to do the original intent of the
You can only
split
keep
craft,
one
It's
of them.
closer to the original.
there's a Ducat that's very
true.
similar to that,
That's true.
which splits it into a bunch of ghostly forms that each have some of the item or one of the mods in the
so
original item,
can
and then
take
you
the-
pick one.
You can take the mod set you want. That's a cool idea. That
Yeah,
one.
so like that is closer to what the beast was originally intended to do.
Yeah. Okay.
Isolate a strong mod to then craft from.
But noting on the case of bestiary, I know Octavian, you share this as well, but both
Q&A
of
is
us,
usually
I don't know
this
how you
long.
feel about it. It's
This
on our,
Q&A
it's our
goes for a
top
while.
on our top list.
Oh yeah, even
Your
I
number
think
one
I
is my
usually
number
tune
one
out
for
after,
like.
our
30
programmers
minutes to an
keep
hour of
asking me when are we
Q&A.
gonna get.
Oh God,
It's a dire rework.
it is a rat's nest, man, on the back end. Like when we added that scarab that added the new beast, the Black Morrigan, like that was just add a unique beast that has a few crafts, and that was like 2 weeks worth of going
Yeah.
back to it, fixing a bug, going back to it, fixing a bug, because it's
Sad.
It yeah.
It is
it's
the
a bit older, that
number
one.
one league that's in a dire need of a rework in our eyes.
Wait, did he just confirm what I thought?
Yeah, on the back end. Like when we added that scarab that
Q&A
added
could
the
have been
new
a
beast, the
meeting
Black
or
Morrigan,
questions.
like that was just add a unique beast that has.
But noting on the case of bestiary, I know Octavian, you share this as well, but both of us probably. I don't know how you feel about it. It's our top on our top list.
Oh yeah, even
So your number one is my number one for
I
like.
told you.
programmers keep asking me when are we gonna get.
Oh God,
It's a
just
dire rework.
it is a two.
Yeah.
Different things to the point where I honestly think it's like kind of lost a bit of its groove.
I mean, what I will say is it's a very strong concept though. Like going and
Yeah.
capturing beasts,
Yeah.
like wild spirit beasts,
Yeah,
is really
Yeah.
cool.
Worth
And that's
figuring
kind
them
of
out.
why the very original pitch for this league was like, go back to that theme. So we'd want to keep the strong theme, but
Anyway, I know that one. We all agree. I don't know how players necessarily feel,
Well,
but
yeah, I mean, I definitely have had
Yeah.
questions about that, especially on the quality of life.
If I could get a rework on any mechanic, or if I could say any mechanic needs a rework the most, it's definitely
particularly like just
bestiary.
with hitting the limit of beasts and then like having to empty them out. There has been some improvements there, but it seems like it's still like just a big problem for people that are
honestly,
actually trying to engage with the mechanic.
we've been doing kind of weak level band-aids for a while there,
Yeah,
and
yeah.
Yes.
because the actual solution is quite a lot of work, and we keep going to do it, and we're like, oh, can we really afford to spend this much time on that instead of? And there's all this like cool content stuff, and every time we're weighing the scales, it's like, it's not quite there. And so this is where I'm like, okay, in order to
Weak
actually
level
do this,
Band-Aids is a
we
great
have to make
band name,
Bestiary the
so
focus.
true.
So we have to go, this is the rework, and then we'll be able to do all of this stuff. But it's surprisingly more work than it might seem.
because if you do it in that way where you're making it a focus and you're revamping a lot of the content as well, then you're not having to choose between do I fix these problems or make cool content. You're just fixing the problems while making
Yeah.
the cool content.
Yeah,
Make
yeah.
League good.
Something that I saw kind of like asked is like proposing the idea is like, do yellow beasts even really matter and need to be a thing like they are? Like, what if they just kind of dropped a life force beast juice or something
Discussed
like
this
that?
recently as well.
Interesting.
Well, this was part of the original spec where we'd basically wanted to say that yellow beasts still appear in maps
Yeah.
as extra monsters, but Ironheart doesn't capture them. And then all of the recipes just require a red beast,
Yeah.
and he'll spawn some random other beasts alongside
Nice.
when you do an encounter.
When I imagine it
But
modernizing past, that's kind of what I imagine. Yeah.
the only problem is that is a lot of programming.
What do beasts even do if
Every
not
solution we
split?
came up with was like, all right, we've done all the like
Well,
one
there's a
day
bunch of different beast
tasks. Now we're
crafts.
in the many day to
Magic
week
and Akora,
tasks,
they can
like,
reroll the
yeah,
Awakened
it's just
Jewel.
getting so again.
Not the Awakened
it will be
Jewel,
a focus
the-
soon.
I wonder if that makes it a
Um,
candidate for more of like a bestiary.
What is
2.0,
that
like a
unique
more
jewel that
substantial
they
thing
can
since it is
reroll
doing so much
Watcher's
work
Eye?
anyway,
They can
just
reroll mod on your
untangle
Watcher's
that.
Eye?
Not necessarily as an active league, though it could
Yeah.
be, but
Those kind of things.
I'd say it's currently still probability-wise, it's more likely for just a rework. Similar to like Abyss and Legion this
Yeah.
time round, it'll be, here's the new league, here's a bestiary rework, insert other things here.
We've got some rapid fire kind of quality of life and technical questions here. EU servers seem to be having some major issues each league launch and maybe beyond that from what I've heard.
Oh, EU
Any
servers?
news on sources of that issue or potential improvements on the horizon?
None of us three know about that, unfortunately. So
They're like, I don't know,
Jonathan
man.
handles that with our more live ops and sysadmin team, so we just don't know, honestly,
Yeah.
what's going on. Like,
I'll ask him about it then.
yeah, that is the better thing to do for sure.
I'll get on it. I'll get on it. we talked about the tooltips. Excellent. In-game price checking was added to PoE 2. Is that something you're planning on adding to PoE 1 as well?
Almost
Crickets?
all of that. Well, yes. Don't know when.
Oh,
same with,
Price
like,
Checker is not in PoE 1.
Price checker, build planner, which I guess is a bigger
Yeah, build
thing.
planner, yep.
There's some complexities around it, like we.
I
Just,
would want the
we
build
are
planner
trying
in
to, as-
PoE
as
1
from
more
the
than
helper
PoE
text
2.
thing. We just got that
Yeah.
ported over, so we're slowly porting stuff over. But often the
cards.
best person to do it is the person that implemented it, right? And it makes sense to port
Hmm.
it. But those people are working on PoE 2, big upgrades. So we've got to find these like windows where
Yeah,
they're like kind of
fair
between
enough.
tasks where they can migrate it over and make it work. Otherwise, you're having someone who doesn't know that code base at all trying to maneuver it over, and they don't understand the, parts of it that are less important and more important necessarily. And they can figure it out, but it would just take a lot more time. So we try and find these lulls between major tasks for them where they can go and port stuff back.
Yeah.
And we just need to do some of that, really. So.
And those are the sorts of things that work towards the goal of like, you don't really have to install third-party software to play PoE if you're a long-term player. That's ideally the outcome there. And that got me thinking about that. There's two features of Awaken Trade that I would keep me using it, even if you had the in-game price checking that was working just as well. And those are /hideout macro, the ability to like return to your hideout quickly. And the second one is the control scroll wheel your stash has without being moused over it, because that exists in game, but you have to mouse over it, which kind of defeats the purpose.
Interesting.
So I'm just wondering if those are things that could just become core behaviors.
Well,
at
the
this
latter
point.
one, I can just go and talk to some UI programmers and see whether we can do that.
Yes.
Both are fully feasible.
Please.
Yeah, I
please
mean,
do.
/hideout.
The first one I'm less certain of, but
We had well, why not? It's just a chat command.
Yeah, I think in PoE 2
Yeah.
there's a return to hideout button if you go to someone's hideout to trade. I don't know if that's in PoE 1 currently. So that might be just like a little gap
also
to fix.
similar to how we bound use town
Yeah.
portal. Like we
Yeah,
can have
it could be a
we could
hotkey,
have a
right?
return to hideout. It's
That would be
awesome.
amazing.
Or just a go to hideout. Obviously it won't always
Awesome.
work. Like if you're in an area where /hideout
yeah,
doesn't work,
sure.
it won't work.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Yeah, awesome.
and maybe then do one
Yeah.
for like, /King's March or whatever the one is that brings you to King's March. And
Yeah, that's kind of the one I use the second most if I'm playing that.
Half your keyboard just teleports you.
Yeah, we've got a lot of hotkeys, but these could be optional ones, I suppose.
There's some are more used than others, right?
Yeah.
I've never
We'll
used
start with
/hideout.
those
I think
ones
I've used
before-
/hideout
before
once.
we add a whole ruckus of.
Oh, that'd be amazing. If the
Somehow
control
I'm
scroll
not
wheel's
the target
possible as well,
audience
that'd be
for
awesome because
/hideout.
that's just like when you're transferring stuff from your inventory, you're moused over there. You don't have to mouse over to change
We had
tabs and go
flashback
back
to
and
Mages
forth.
in World of
That'd
Warcraft
be awesome.
offering
Oh,
portals.
great. Awesome news.
Which game
the
had
Twitter event
the
caught me by surprise.
slash
Trial of the
pizza
Ancestors.
ordering?
I think it caught a lot of people by surprise.
/Domino's?
How did that one come about? And just kind of like, just quickly, kind of, what are your thoughts on
Can
it?
we-
Any useful takeaways?
Ziggy,
Learn
ask
some
for
useful stuff about
/Domino's.
Well, we
the
wanted to
league?
just have like a variety of different events we can run, and it was like
I use
everyone just kept
/hideout
doing the
PoE
same
2,
thing, and so
especially
it
in the
kind of was
campaign
like,
Abyss
okay,
area.
we've had this and this. Like we even discussed at the time, going, could mercenaries be an event format? And then we went through all the different options, and then I think there's been a bit of a because Trial of the Ancestors effectively got dismantled after the league.
Yeah.
And it was like, it's gonna be so much work to bring it back. Turns out, wasn't that much work.
Yep. It took a programmer like 1 day to revive it.
Yeah.
Oh my
ended up being
God.
way quicker than we had expected. So we were like, well, let's just do it, run it as an event. I know people have been craving it, but let's actually see if it's more nostalgia fueled or otherwise. But yeah.
It's one that I see, like, some people just like they tried it here and they're like, nah, I don't get it, I don't like it. But then I see other people, like I was reading another a thread about it today, and they're like, I love this, like I want them to make it core. Like, this seems to, some people really fall in love with this mechanic. So is it something you want to make core at some point still?
We're on the, well, ultimately we were like, do we keep it as like a kind of event thing, and that way certain people play it because they love it and others won't, or yeah, I guess there is still the room to integrate it into core and do a bunch of stuff around that, as long as it's obviously, you don't have to do it, right? It's like, if you like that, similar to say Heist, if you are into Heist, there's always a crowd that loves these different things, then you can go do that, and if you don't want to do it, then just ignore it. So as long as it's in that format, because it is quite
they really
specialized content.
Did bring Toda back just for fun,
totem rugby,
just like one day of Toda, and they were like,
so
cool.
you know, it has a place. We just need to talk about it and figure out where we want it to be.
Could we scroll down a little bit?
I wouldn't
for
mind if it was
questions?
just
I
in
can see there's
Frisia
questions
each
down there.
league. Yeah.
Do the
I guess I
Ducats
wouldn't mind
increase
either.
intangibility? Is there some random chat questions we have here? So
Depends on the Ducat. Yeah, every currency is just, set by, myself as to whether or not it does or doesn't. There are a lot of lower level currencies that you would use at lower levels more frequently don't. So like an alchemy orb doesn't increase intangibility, but things that you're using when you're finishing an item often do. So like an exalted orb, for instance.
Can replica unique mods become
Had to be a
vestigial
test
unique
for
mods?
PoE2? I don't
Yeah, that seems like
think
it would be legal, unlike the other
Those
ones.
are legal.
Yeah,
I don't
because they're
think
just
so
kind
at all.
of, they are just
at this
unique.
point.
There are some interesting things you can do, because you can take a
I'm often
replica
wrong.
unique,
Oh,
and then it can roll into the non-replica version of the unique, and then it can, in some cases, it can have basically two of the similar mod.
interesting.
On the same
That's kind of
item.
wild. I imagine you can't create a replica unique though, because they're from a specific piece of content, same as boss drops.
Yeah, we didn't want to do the
You don't want to cheat that.
getting all the boss drops and no one's even killed the bosses.
Yeah, it's no good.
Later.
The things it can create are the things you can ancient orb an item into.
Nice, that makes sense. Can we get log into hideout, or so like that option that logs you back into your
These
hideout?
are all on my bingo card. Wait, what? Oh, they raided Mathel, bro. I was watching that.
That's good.
Some stuff that PoE 1 fans should be
Ah. Videos. Here we go. Recent broadcasts.
Can we get log into
Here we
hideout,
go.
or so like that option that logs you back into your hideout? I think PoE2 has that.
As much as no one's gonna like the answer, no. They're logging into town as
You can
important
rip
for us.
replica modifiers. I don't-
And probably for
I didn't
reasons
hear.
people won't like. But ultimately, like just to express it, it is ultimately we want the game to feel like a multiplayer game, and we want you to log into a hideout and see other players and be part of this universe where there are other players. And as soon as you can just bypass that, and again, I know people aren't going to like that answer, but that's just where we stand on it. And
That's
not
so fascinating that they are okay with login to hideout in PoE2, but not in PoE1. I wonder why. So interesting.
and also no.
Can we get log into hideout, or so like that option that logs you back into your hideout? I think PoE2 has that.
As much as no one's gonna like the answer, no. They're logging into town is important for us. And probably for reasons people won't like.
Like, I
but ultimately,
kinda
like just
agree
to
with this
express it, it
reasoning.
is ultimately we want the game to feel like a multiplayer game, and we want you to log into a hideout and see other players and be part of this universe where there are other players. And as soon as you can just bypass that. And again, I know people aren't going to like that answer, but that's just where we stand on it. And not to say it, I used to say it a lot more, but my answer is kind of deal with it.
Deal with it.
Yeah.
Which,
I agree with
know
them,
that's not going to
actually,
be a
here.
popular take for sure.
But I don't know why they haven't PoE2 then.
Will we eventually be able to switch out gear in the recently teased Animate Guardian UI? The teaser has locks in the UI indicating that we can't take items out. Interesting.
Yeah. Well, the Animate Guardian is, we sort of just got that in like
I
a
agree
week
with
or
it
two
too.
ago.
Yeah,
So
I mean,
at the moment, it's just very.
at the end of the day, you always want to see that one random person in
and you can
Kurui
see what items are equipped
before
on
you
your
go to your
Animate Guardian.
hideout, you know?
You still have to go through the really jank process of dropping the item on the ground.
Social
and
hub would be
using the
fun to
skill
have
on
in
it
PoE
to
too.
actually equip it.
Yep.
Yeah.
We do want to actually change that so you can just drag and drop items.
Yeah.
But I'm not sure if we'd want to allow you to remove items that are on an Animate Guardian.
No, that's fair. I imagine it'd be like
I
mercenary. You can
wouldn't
put them
want to
over.
do that,
Yeah, fair enough. I think that leads to my final question of today.
Now I need to learn PoE
which
sockets was
is
my biggest gripe as a
ExileCon is
tourist.
fast
Well,
approaching, and I think in many people's eyes, it's like
now you
it's
can move
a
in
lot about Path of Exile 2.
permanently.
It's a big event to
Set yourself
announce
up
the
in-
big stuff for PoE 2, but is there some stuff that PoE 1 fans should be excited about for ExileCon? Is that a focus? Is something
sure.
happening there?
For sure, it's not PoE 2 con, it's ExileCon, right? We've got two
Hell yeah.
main
I heard
games, two
Anime
titles,
Guardian.
right?
Oh.
And of course, ExileCon will have a thing for PoE 1 and for PoE 2. And I actually saw some people just before the stream was started. I saw a few people going, "Last PoE 1 patch for the year." And I went, "No, it's not. There is a 330. It will be before the release of PoE 2, and so." Yeah, it's crazy to think there's that many expansions.
I know, right? I was talking about this with Jonathan earlier. It's like there's been 30 expansions in
since
the 3 series, right?
But yes, we will have another PoE 1 expansion. Already cooking up some awesome ideas,
Excellent.
and I'm sure they'll release it. I'm sure next Saturday for us, we will be able to nail it down mostly. But yeah, some pretty
the
cool
day
stuff
after the
in
league
works.
launches, he's like, "That's when we're gonna figure
or
out
to
what
be
we're
in the
doing."
works.
3:30
since these guys are
before
wrapping up, but,
ExileCon.
yeah, should be epic. PoE
What's
1,
4
PoE
months
2.
from now?
Big end of year for us. Like,
August, September,
absolutely monster of an
October,
end of year for
November?
everything
Wait.
Path of Exile related. Yeah.
Absolutely. Excellent.
That's 4 months in
fantastic news.
November.
Exactly what we want to hear. Well, thank you very
do
much,
we-
all of you, Andrew, Octavian, Mark.
October?
Thanks very much for the,
A Halloween
Thank you very
patch?
much, and awesome job, you two, by the
But
way.
that will be
So-
right before ExileCon.
Awesome job to you, Ziggy.
Oh, thanks.
Oh,
You guys, we're gonna have to play Path of Exile on
it's
the
a,
plane.
It's a banger of a patch.
Absolutely.
Exciting.
All right, see you guys later.
I made our combo last week into a sheet. Okay. Thanks for watching, everybody. This is the sheet. August is PoE 2 race qualifier. We have last epoch in the middle there. September, October is D2R. PoE. I didn't realize there was a PoE 1 ExileCon race. I mean, I guess it makes sense, but I've never been into it. So. Norse for the Wicked in October. I guess PoE 1 League has to be in here, right? Like, there's no way. Right? PoE 1 has to be October? Otherwise, I guess they could put it at the very end of October. It's the only time that makes sense. Patch notes? Patch notes. Patch notes. What? No, we still have to wait for patch notes, not yet. Let me get some music going. Well, I want to... Maybe I could play Spotify? Hold on, I'm gonna go dark for a second while I do some crazy tech. I'm gonna get some music up. But I want to get music that won't get me demonetized on YouTube, which honestly is a lot harder than you would think. Every day I get demonetized on YouTube for music that I pay for. I have a subscription to a music service and I still get demonetized for it, which makes me very sad. But anyway. Wait, how do I... Maybe I should just search this. Playlists. Let's get some music up and running. There we go. Okay, this is very quiet. Alright, while we're waiting for patch notes. Okay, this was a much bigger release than I thought. Alright, let me know if the music is too loud or anything. You should reach out to music publishers about this issue. I hear they're very understanding. I guess. Yo, welcome in, Zoe. But I also sad that YouTube can't work with split audio. I mean, it's just that, like, I want to be able to play music on YouTube. And there are services that allow both, but I don't like the music on them. I like the music on the service I have right now the best, but I still get copyright, like, revenue sharing, revenue not allowed type stuff. But I'm not gonna go, it's not, the problem that I have is that every time this happens, I can see which songs cause the monetization issues, and I specifically remove those from the, I specifically remove those from my playlist so that they don't play anymore. But then, it happens with new stuff, and it's kind of constantly happening, and I don't want to have to, like, reach out to, like, some random producer every time for, like, 5 different songs that are not, like, allowing me to, like, get all the revenue from a video. So, it's just, at the end of the day, it's, like, work I'm not willing to put in. I might go back to the Monster Cat music, because that I didn't have any issues with, but I don't know. For now, we're gonna listen to Stream Beats, the one and only. YouTube is done with that, more so nowadays because the bots. Yeah, it's really frustrating. I hope it's obvious I was being facetious. I mean, it's just a problem that I've been kind of like pushing back against for a while. Like I keep trying to work around the system and get it to work, and it just never does. And it's really frustrating. Old school Monster Cat, yo, Monster Cat, not bad. It's just that a lot of times the music is very high energy, and I don't always want high energy. It's also all a very similar genre, right? Like it's all EDM, and I'm like, I don't really want electronic EDM stuff all the time. Sometimes I want my stupid elevator music, but I can't always get my stupid elevator music, and that makes me sad. When I play the elevator music, my videos get demonetized, which is not the worst thing because they don't make money anyway. Like, I'm getting demonetized on like a $1 stream, but still. The system works perfectly because it makes more money. That's true. You know what? You're right about that. What am I paying every month for something that takes money away from me? You can play out of copyright classical all day. Is this the solution you guys want from me? You guys just want me to play Chopin all day? I mean, I could do it. Do you want that though? Oops. There we go. Turn this down just a touch. Yeah. Alright. Let me know if the volume is off. Johann Sebastian streamer. Vivaldi all day. Oh my god. I'll have words with anyone who doesn't like Frederick fucking Chopin. Oh, sorry. I vote for Vivaldi too. Yo, Vivaldi has some good movements, right? I do like Vivaldi. Of all the people, Vivaldi's a good one. Alright. What patch notes win? Patch notes in 3 minutes. I guess in the meantime, I failed bingo desperately. I think we got pinning tooltips, right? But the rest of these, like, we're not getting this. We're not getting this. We're not getting... I don't even know if we're getting Fairgraves. Itemized beast from Hideout, we're not getting that. In-game trade site improvements, I don't think we're getting that. Astrolabe changes, no. Remove portal scrolls, no. KF nerf, probably. Toad Core, no. Blight oils only in Blight. I don't even know if that's true or false. Does Jonathan not work on PoE 1? Was hoping for some good memes. I mean, you have to remember too that it took a while for Jonathan to be memeable. Now Jonathan is memed as in a very positive light. There was a moment there where everyone was very mad at Jonathan, and he was not a memeable person. Now he is memeable, and we have 2 new characters that are available for memes. In fact, we just got one today. This is the new meta. So we have to give them time to be memeable persons. Memeable people. Jonathan worked on PoE 1 for its first 8 years. Yeah. Mark works across both games because he's insane. Yeah, absolutely nuts. How are people feeling on the PoE 1 stuff? Flicker Strike scaling destroyed by no synth implicits. Flicker Strike is always getting just brutalized by GGG. He's like, you're playing again, aren't you? Alright. Luminary looks like bait. I mean, I don't know. It's probably fine. True. New transfigured skills in Path of Exile, Curse of the Allflame. Did we see them? Not really. A week of fun before then, true. The sly grin Andrew has will catch a meme eventually. For sure, for sure, for sure. Reveal was good enough. They just nuke my interest by removing any reason to farm mirrors together with synth. As well as nuking my high budget build of every league, aka Flicker, 1 week league, I guess. What is the farm mirrors together with synth? What do you mean by that? Notes? Let's see. Hold on. Oh my god. Huge. Alright, doing that. Title. Fix this. Okay. Let's see what's in here. Meet Valerie, a dangerous Corsair captain who needs your help retrieving long-forgotten treasures from the icy depths of Rayclass Ocean. Alright, dive to the ocean floor. I'm not gonna read through all these, but you guys know how it is on this stream. Peanuts, popcorn, cold patch nuts. Alright, okay, upon charting through areas, connect them together to create a voyage. One giant seafloor excursion. Find the heart of the ship at work, feed an item, and we'll split into a multitude of ghostly outcomes. So the crafting, where you can like re-roll, basically, a currency. Find valuable ducats on the seafloor. Use them to warp and twist items in ways not seen in centuries. Did they show that? All right. Hardcore, standard, whatever. Okay. 2 new bloodline classes. So we have new bloodlines? That's interesting. New exceptional skill gem, Pact of Bedot, Gorg, Tash, and Lycia. Bedot empowers skills that fire projectiles, apply an effect to an area around targeted location, or fire chaining beams, causing them to deal more damage. Using the skill also burdens you with an affliction. Okay. We didn't see the Lycia one, right? Empowering channeling spells. They deal more damage and periodically trigger lightning bolts while channeling. They changed the challenges. Yeah, they removed the map I care about from them. Alright, we have some more exceptional skill gems or support gems. Added mana infused stat. Added transfigured skill Divine Blast of Radiance. Holy Hammer of Spirals. Holy Sweep of Hammerfalls. Holy Sweep is actually really, really good early on, by the way. That's a great leveling skill. The holy skills are really good early. Added 15 new unique items, added 3 new div cards. Added the keywording and pop-up pinning system using Path of Exile 2. Added the pearlescent base item type. Okay, cool. When playing in a party, any player can interact with the expedition detonator, Eldritch Altars, harvest plots, and sentinels. Neat, okay. You control your friends now in a party. Volatile ball orbs and crystallized rancor have dedicated slots. Added 2 new crafting bench options. Reroll 3 modifiers for 3 chaos orbs. Reroll a modifier and a rare item for the cost of 8 chaos orbs. 8 chaos to reroll 1 modifier. Interesting. I used Holy Hammers for a bit last league, but it dipped out at like 42. Yeah, it's only good early and then it like, you have to kind of move between them. Wait, what? Oh, you guys are talking about the challenge stuff? Okay, we'll get there. Alright. Oh, neat. Isla and Kingsmarch, Nico, and Einhar are now all able to identify items. There's a crafting bench available in every town from Act 2 onwards. Wait, really? They put crafting benches in all the towns? That's nice. That's great, actually. That's gonna be so much more convenient. Catalysts now have a maximum stack size of 20, so they doubled it. Audio for Raised Spectre should now be quieter? Oh my god! You guys know how many times I had to hear "hua, hua, hua, hua" as my stupid man war cried every 5 seconds? Hua, hua. War cries again. Hua. I'm trying to explain a crafting thing. Hua. Oh my god. What a pain, dude. That was insane. Now we just need it for the fucking goblins. Hey, they gave us an MTX that allows us to kill them, I think. The waypoint in Solaris Temple level 1 and Act 8 has been closer to the level 2 entrance. Okay. Continue to incrementally improve the sound, art, and environment. Okay. Mercenaries of Trarthus are in the game. You are guaranteed to find a mercenary in Scepter of God, Grand Arena Ridge, and Hidden Underbelly. They will not have any rucksack items. Hired mercenaries will scale up their passive stats. In-map areas, if you don't like anything the mercenary offers, you can request their warrant, which allows them to return again later. Warrants allow you to trade specific mercenaries to other players. It will only grant their warrants once, however, preventing you from fighting that mercenary in every single area. Having a mercenary does not count as a player party member. It does not increase monster life quantity or rarity. Added new Luminary Ascendancy class for Scion, which allows you to permanently hire mercenaries. They can have up to 3 permanently hired ones, 2 in reserve, and 1 active. You can change the items permanently. Hired mercenaries have equipped, opening up innumerate potential build possibilities. Following unique items are once again obtained through mercenary encounters and have been removed from the core drop pool. Azadi Crest, Binds of Bloody Vengeance, Ghastly Theater, Hand of Heresy, Howlcrack, and Scornflux. I think Binds of Bloody Vengeance was good, but I don't remember. Minion buffs? They buffed minions? Oh god. They removed synth rares. Why would anyone farm mirrors to mirror just 6 T1 rares? But I guess they made craft for high end just terrible in general with beast nerf, so our items are worse on average across all game stages. Really? I thought it would just be at the high end. But mirroring what before I would have brought for half a mirror price will feel bad for me personally. It's funny in a way how some mirroring items in PoE 2 got better this league and they nuked it in PoE 1 right after. I think I'm having a hard time understanding just because I don't do any of the mechanics that it sounds like you typically do. But I think that the items will be worth more. It's just that the crafts will be worth less. Or they won't exist, rather. So hopefully there's still an avenue to find fun there, but I'm sorry they nerfed the mechanics that you really enjoy. That really sucks. Especially for... Hopefully Flicker Strike still has a path, because Flicker Strike should be a thing in PoE 1. Like, Flicker Strike belongs in PoE 1 for sure. But, you know, feels like they're nuking it at every turn, so that is sad. Added a series of Trarth and Scarabs. Adding Mercenaries. Mercenaries are infamous. All equipment found on Mercenaries is unique. Wild Rogue Exiles have 50% chance to be accompanied by a Wild Mercenary, which have increased difficulty for each Wild Mercenary. Interesting. Good afternoon. Welcome in, Iron Fist. I love that whenever you come in, you say good afternoon, and it's always like nighttime for me. It's 7:09 p.m. and you always come in saying good afternoon. I respect it. I'm back home. We passed Halcyon on the way back as well. Very nice. Mercenary rucksacks no longer generate transmutes or augs. Searing Exarch altar modifiers drop mercenary scarabs. Hired mercenaries now have an information sheet that lists all their passive stats. It's gonna be really nice. 409 here, West Coast, Best Coast. Living that East Coast life, yeah. Dealing with those northern wildfires on the East Coast right now. Sometimes I'm glad to be on the East Coast, and sometimes I do wish I was on the West Coast. Are you drinking water out of a stemless wine glass? Yeah, you got a problem with that? What should I be drinking water out of? Is there a proper water vessel that I don't know about? Can a stemless wine glass not be used for any other liquid? Halcy's a classy bitch. There you go. It's just a regular tumbler. Did I show you guys the stemless, like, the tumbler that my mom got me that says not a day over fabulous? It was like the cringiest thing. They are harder to clean than a normal glass? No, because here's the way I clean it, is I turn it over and I put it in the dishwasher and then I press the start button. It's no harder to clean than any other glass. I drink most of my things out of wide mouth mason jars. Same. Alright, let's talk about Abyss. Abyss has been improved. The cracks are already opened when you walk up to them. Upon slaying enough monsters, Abyssal Legion will spill forth from their domain. A new Abyss endgame pinnacle boss has been added. Abyss is the exclusive source of Abyssal Jewels and Stygian Vices. Abyssal Delirium Orbs can no longer be obtained. Millennial Mason Jars detected. I'm not technically a millennial. I'm technically Gen Z, but I have 2 older brothers, and I think that like, I don't know what they call my year, because I was in 98. And I think that that's the year that's like the cutoff. But I think that having older siblings tipped me into the millennial bucket. So. But yeah, technically I am Gen Z. I do have crew socks on. Oh god, don't look at that. Crew socks. See? So not millennial, they're not ankle socks. Here you go. Alright, Abyssal Jewels can no longer roll increased damage with hits and ailments. Minions deal increased damage with hits and ailments against Abyssal monsters. Additional PDR against Abyssal monsters. Okay. Base Abyss Scarab now has a limit of 5 from 2. Holy, you can put in so many abysses. Quarter socks are the only socks. Thanks for following after showing my feet. I wonder if the black swirly from the Omen of Liege will be in PoE1 as well. Who knows? No, I don't think so. Crazy Halsey lore drop about her being Gen Z. What did you guys think? I give it 20 minutes before you end up on a foot site. Good luck. Alright, we'll see. Dude, I'll sue them for taking my hard-earned money. Top of calf socks and business shorts is the only look. Dude, that is unironically the look for non-binary. Dude, when I go on runs, I run in a park. There's a lot of people running. And I see people with all styles running. And I will see like the men shirtless with just like basketball shorts on running. I'll see the guy in the tank top and the shorts running. I'll see the girl in the sports bra and the short shorts running. I'll see the ones who are like wearing the running vest. And then I will always see the old guy with the half calf socks running. I'm like, dude, it's 90 degrees out. He has socks up to his shin bone. But I don't know. Up to his knees, basically. I'm like, dude, how? How can you wear socks like that right now? It was a big look in Australia for many decades because it's too warm to wear long pants. Interesting. Bills ain't gonna pay themselves. I have gotten requested for feet pics before. Since starting streaming, by the way, in case you were wondering. It happened very fast. I'm the sports bra and 5-inch bike shorts runner with my ankle socks. Yeah, that's pretty similar to me, to be honest with you. I have to wear bike shorts. And then it depends. I don't know, it's been so hot. Hard to pick a good shirt to run in, to be honest with you. Keep the veins inside the leg. I'm an old man. All depending on your attitude, huh? Maybe they're compression socks? Oh, you're probably right. I didn't think about that. Thank you, chat, for enlightening me. You're probably right. Every woman on the internet has gotten a business proposal for feet pics. I still don't get it. Feet are gross. It's not for you. You know what? It's not for you, and that's okay. It's okay, I'm also an old man. Hey, we all turn old eventually. I'll be an old man soon enough. An old woman. I'm already noticing that I'm starting to get wrinkles, although I do have good skin, so that's very good. This escalated way further than I thought. Okay, let's go back to Abyss. Abyss Scarab of Multitudes grants Abyss Chasms, spawn 100% increased monsters per soul fed. What the fuck does this even mean, bruh? Okay, Microsoft Defender. Actually, you know, I should turn off. Hold on. Let me actually change my source because otherwise it's gonna be... I run the risk of getting random notifications that dox me. I need to be careful about that. So let's do it this way. Here we go. Okay, everyone off my lawn. As they should be. Off their lawn. Hell of a reveal. I missed the reveal. Was it good? Yeah. What did we say? It's like Delve meets Heist meets... I don't know, like... I don't know. I can't even explain this mechanic. It's like a bunch of different mechanics rolled into one. But then at the end of it, the crafting you get from it is like you can view multiple outcomes of a craft before you choose the result. It's Green Boat League, yeah. Delve but moist. Exactly. You have a lawn in this economy? Alright. Okay, Abyss Scarabs do new things. There's a bunch of Abyss Jewel modifier changes. It seems like they buffed a bunch of them, which is cool. They buffed minions. Okay, so Abyss should be better in general now. Legion revamp. Enshrouded items can be transformed to another unique of the same item class with a vestigial implicit modifier derived from the enshrouded item. So you can move a unique item modifier onto another unique item. Killing monsters in domain will charge the enshrouded item. When it's fully charged, you can interact to drop the new item. Added new currency that can drop from Legion generals. Legion encounters will now automatically break out of all monsters in the encounter if you have broken out of 90% of the total monsters. Let's go. That's really nice. Unrelenting timeless emblems have been removed. Modifiers applied by timeless emblems have been adjusted. Increased experience gain. Monsters deal increased damage, increased toughness, AoE. What were they before? Incubators are gone. Timeless Delirium Orb is no longer obtainable. Rog no longer has a craft to apply a random incubator. Stash tab affinity for incubators is gone. We can't keep distracting Halsey chat. Let's keep distracting. I mean, if it's more fun for you guys to talk about random, like, sock and feet stuff, then fine. But I assume that when people click on my stream, they're like generally more interested in Path of Exile. Oh, I'm sorry you're going through that. That sucks. Sorry, Chook bro. I hope you're doing okay. That you have people around to help support you. I'll just play my video games till I die. I mean, me too, you know? There's been a lot of feet talk in this stream lately when I come here. I'm a woman of the people. I give them what they want. Where are the sock skill trees? Good question. I'm alright. I have great fans. I'm happy to hear that. I'm headed off. You have a good night. You as well, Chuck. Thank you so much for the gifted subs. How would you walk the path of an exile without feet? Feet are very important. It's true. You gotta take care of your feet. Alright. Lower the effect of map item quantity on chances for sergeants and chests to drop timeless splinters, and some Atlas passive stuff. Alright, gem sockets. Gems can now be socketed into any equipment socket, even if the gem color does not match. Socketed gems gain plus 10% quality if the gem color matches the socket color. Item sockets are now always white by default. Each socket generated on an item has a small chance to roll as red, green, or blue, and the selected color will still be proportional to the attribute requirements of the item. So Tabby will still have 6 white sockets. They do not grant you any bonuses, but it is a 6-link. That's what I understood from their Q&A. Chromatic orbs and tainted chromatic orbs now force one of the sockets to be non-white, while the rest of the sockets on the item will roll colors normally. Higher quality increases the chance for non-white sockets to appear. Okay. And remember they said chromatic orbs are much rarer now. Yeah, chromatic orbs are now rarer, no longer sold by vendors in town in exchange for jeweler's orbs. The gold fees for chromatic orbs have also been increased for the currency exchange. Why? Why? What is the point, dude? I'm so over the gold fees. The gold fees in Path of Exile 1 are egregious. They're so bad. Just double checking, there's no Discord? Oh, there's Discord. There's a Discord, there is now. There's been a Discord for a little while. Come in. Come join. Come say hi. We've for a while, general chat in the Discord was just map layouts that looked like faces. And we've lost that. And I'd like to get back to that when we play 329. So if you see a map layout that looks like a face, feel free to post it in the Discord. Because I think it's fun. I'm back. I haven't read the patch notes yet, and I missed the last hour of Q&A. But holy shit, what are we most holy shitting about? I didn't see the links on the Twitch bio. Oh, I don't think I put the link on the Twitch bio. Normally I put it in the title, so I didn't today, so that's my bad. But yeah, feel free to join. Please do. Map faces will most likely return with 329. Perfect. The reveal overall, it was so much bigger than I thought. I didn't realize how much, because they were so quiet about it, and everyone was so happy just living their little life with PoE 2 that we all didn't see the baseball coming out of left field, boom, right through PoE 1 content to be like, and we added mercenaries back in, everybody. Like, what the heck? I was worried with the Abyss teaser, so was I can spoil a major WoW change if you want. Are you talking about a major PoE change or like a major World of Warcraft change? Because I don't play World of Warcraft, so feel free to, but I will react in probably an exciting way. And they started blasting the socket change, yeah. Baseball analogies during my World Cup. Yo, who's playing today? Did Argentina win the game yesterday? Who's been playing in the World Cup? Argentina won, right? This is kind of difficult to read. Oh, so it's gonna be Argentina versus France? No, England? Wait. Dude, this thing makes 0 sense. Nobody until Saturday? What? This makes so little sense. Look at this. How do I read this? Argentina. Oh, here. This is Argentina. But it just said England first. England won to Argentina. That's why I was confused. Versus Spain. Yeah, Argentina versus Spain. Okay. I did. On Sunday? I think I'm going out Sunday with friends to watch it. Argentina beat England 2-1 because England scored, went up 1-0, and then we were like, I hope that's good enough. Now we defend for 35 minutes. Yeah, and then in the last 10 minutes, Argentina scored 2 times, right? Isn't that what happened? At the very end, Argentina was like, just kidding, this is mine now. Which I think is their strategy, right? Did they play Egypt? Isn't that what happened against Egypt? Egypt was 2 up at the start of the game and then just fumbled the bag completely. Pathetic. Did they say anything about build guide importing? They said they have to work on it, but they said that the problem is that they want the people who made the build guide in PoE 2 to work on it in PoE 1, but they're busy working on 1.0 stuff. So they're trying to find a gap where the people who have worked on build guide importing and all of that are able to shift focus to PoE 1. And that's just not right now. Soon, for sure. Not this league. Maybe not next league, we'll see. They tire you out and Messi does his thing in the last 10. Yeah, exactly. With the quality Argentina has, if you give them 35 minutes to non-stop shoot on goal, eventually some are gonna go in. Yeah, there's a local amphitheater near me that's showing. That's showing the last game, so I'm gonna watch it at the amphitheater. They basically removed Reflect from the game. Wait, really? Okay, hold on. We gotta back to the actual game, not that weird outdoor game, but the cool indoor game that everyone else plays. Path of Exile. Okay. Corruption outcome from Vault Orbs that changes socket on a piece of equipment to a white socket has been removed. It now turns white into non-white. Corruption outcome from Locus of Corruption that turns all sockets white has been removed. It now turns all white sockets to be non-white. Trinkets modifiers for a chance of Chromatic Orb to drop as Jeweler's Orb, no longer roll. Added new trinket modifiers for a chance of Jeweler's Orbs to drop as Chromatic Orbs. Bestiary crafting option to create stack of 8 chromes now creates a 4-linked helmet. That sucks. Added the following new crafting bench option to roll different sockets, different color sockets. Crafting bench options for red, green, and blue sockets have been removed, so you can't just deterministically roll colors anymore. Snap back to reality. Patch notes got gravity. Right. Isn't this a massive buff to items that have when white does X effect? Like, what items are you thinking of? I don't think it's that. Okay, following unique items now have a hidden property on them, preventing them from having white sockets. Diala's Malefaction, Skin of Lord, Skin of Loyal. Diala's Malefaction now grants 20% quality, previously 30%, so that when it's colored it equals 30, it's still the same. Some other Pariah Unique Ring is updated, Prismatic Eclipse Unique Sword is updated. Skyeva Unique Sword is updated. Triad Grip are updated. They say white, not gray. Yeah. Which I think is interesting. Untouched Souls updated. Bow passive mastery that granted accuracy per green socket has been replaced with 20% increased bonuses from Quiver. Staff passive mastery that gave you life per red socket and mana per blue socket has been replaced with life and mana. Some other masteries were updated. Enchantments on body armor and weapons related to white sockets, or those that set all sockets to be certain colors, no longer appear on heist rewards or from tailoring or tempering orbs. That's nice, actually. Omen of Blanching has been renamed to Omen of Trichromatism. It will now be consumed when you use a chromatic orb to guarantee at least one red, green, and blue socket. That sounds kind of bad. Okay. Borichi's Fortification Safe House rewards have been adjusted. Talismans have been long neglected and have lacked a meaningful place or purpose in Path of Exile. With this update, we've made a number of changes to bring talismans back to relevance. Oh, it's listed, the Skyeva? I didn't see what it said, but you can also go look. Talismans cannot be anointed, their enchantment modifiers cannot be removed, but they have special enchantment modifiers rather than special implicit modifiers, no longer corrupted by default. They have a chance to drop from red beasts or bestiary bosses. Each talisman is tied to a specific beast. Non-unique talismans can no longer be obtained as rewards outside of bestiary content. Obtain Jorgen's talisman crafting speed. What the heck is this? Obtain Jorgen's talisman crafting spree betrayal safe house reward. Now offers regular currency to craft the talisman instead of tainted currency. Unique talismans are no longer on the core drop pool. They have a chance to drop from bestiary bosses or from a new beast crafting recipe to create a new talisman, which requires Black Morgan. Okay, some more talisman stuff, looks like. All bestiary bosses will have greater life than before, which is more comparative to life values on bosses from other League mechanics. For bestiary stuff, you can't split items anymore. That was removed. Trinkets that had a chance to receive additional talisman items when opening reward chests now grant a chance to receive additional gold. Krasik Chimeral Beast has been renamed to Krasik Croaker, which has a much more fitting name for the gem frog. Okay. All mods that gave mods based on white socket now replace it with when socket is empty, regardless of color. I'm confused by this. I'm getting really lost in the verbiage. There's too many words, my brain hurts. Did they change unique talismans? Yes. All the unique talismans are changed. You'll have to look at the patch notes yourself. I don't really think it will be that useful for me to go through each unique talisman and read about it. But if there's a specific one you're looking for, I would just go to the patch notes. Okay, League changes. After completing Ritual Altar, Locust will now point to the next altar. Nice. Okay, when in the Forbidden Sanctum, flask charges are now restored when you interact with the Sanctum map. Nice. Volatile Vol Orbs can be obtained as Sanctum rewards. Ultimatum is now the exclusive source of catalysts. They have been removed from Heist, from Expedition, and from Ritual. So catalysts only come from Ultimatum. While channeling Verisium Ore, you cannot be damaged or stunned. Let's go, dude. Verisium Ore makes you invulnerable. That's incredible. The Chimeral is now the Croaker. Yeah, apparently it's more fitting. Okay, Betrayal. Oh! Syndicate leaders can no longer drop Allflame Embers. The Syndicate Mastermind can now only drop the Allflame Ember of Kulamak. You guys. Look at me go! Check this out. All flames removed from Betrayal. I'm crossing it off. I know it's not like 100% true because the Syndicate Mastermind can drop one, but mostly yeah. Mostly yeah. I'm not winning bingo anytime soon, but you know what? A win is a win, huh? Alright. So, some changes to Betrayal. I'm not going to go over them. They don't seem that insane. Breach. Less breach monsters. The maximum number of unstable breaches can be open at once has been reduced to 2 instead of 3. Or Atlas passive changes to breach. Equipment items birthed by Genesis Tree have slightly less modifier tier rating and bias towards higher tier base types. Okay. Maximum number of equipment Genesis Tree passive points is 16 instead of 20. So, sounds like a small nerf to breach. Endgame changes. Strange locations have begun to manifest on the Atlas, which Keurig labels anomalies. I thought you said French breach monsters for a sec. I very well could have at this point. Words are just spewing out of my mouth, and I don't have a lot of control over what's going on there. Have you gotten bingo on any of your cards yet? No, not really. Not really. I mean, we got close. Some of them, you know. White sockets usually gave you a mod when on the item. It doesn't do that anymore. Now that effect happens if the socket isn't in use. So easier to get that mod, but you have less sockets to use. Does that make sense? Oh yeah, it does make sense. But That also sounds like it's a worse item now. If you count that as being close. I mean, it basically... If I remember correctly, we were like actually kind of close here. Because... I don't remember... Somewhere in here, we had something that was like almost true. I don't know. You know what? Just ignore me. I don't predict anything that goes on in this game. I just pretend that I know what's happening. Okay. Void stones mean that you can open an Atlas anomaly sometimes. Reflecting Mist and Nameless Seer no longer randomly spawn within maps, but now appear in their own anomaly areas. This is a great change because this means that you no longer have to run like 200 defiled cathedrals to see the Nameless Seer and then scry the apothecary onto a different map. Like now you can just run whatever maps you want and you don't have to go through the grind of like trying to get the Nameless Seer on a specific map. I think that's a really much needed change. It was kind of stupid that it worked that way. So this league is green, so next bingo card, just write purple. Fair enough. Reflect change might not be good. We haven't gotten there yet, but we will. Oh yeah, we're almost there. Atlas anomalies are unaffected by your Atlas passive tree. Okay. Reflect map modifiers have been reworked. Instead of causing modifier monsters to reflect a percentage of damage, they cause rare monsters to have physical or elemental thorns. Is that scary? I don't know. Is it? I'm gonna have to play with that and see how it feels. Physical thorns activates when hit by physical damage and lasts for 5 seconds. Monsters cannot gain physical thorns more than once every 10 seconds. You can only take physical thorns damage once every 0.1 seconds. Kind of the same for elemental. It doesn't seem that bad. Early it's bad, later you can ignore it. That feels way better. Yeah, it doesn't seem too scary. In red tier maps, rare monsters have physical thorns reflecting 800 physical damage and elemental thorns 1500 elemental damage. Oh, that's not bad, is it? That doesn't seem like that much. On hit, so dot build celebrating? True. That's nothing? Yeah, 800 physical damage especially is not anything. 1500 elemental damage, well, I guess once that goes through your resistances, it's not much either, is it? Yeah, okay. Oh yeah, reflected damage is able to be mitigated. Awesome. Awesome. Reflect modifiers no longer appear on corrupted side areas. Let's go. Okay, maps that have been added back to the Atlas. Cells, Channel, I hate Cells. Channel's pretty good. Coliseum, Conservatory, Crystal Ore, Desert. Nice. Desert and Desert Spring are back. Wait, Desert Spring is good? I don't remember. Forbidden Woods, Geode, Infested Valley. I like Infested Valley, actually. Laboratory, Malformation, Museum, Phantasmagoria. Fuck Phantasmagoria. Pier, Plateau, Rampart, Stagnation, Sunken City, Temple, Toxic Sewer. Yo! Shout out to all my Toxic Sewer enjoyers and Vault. And we removed Acid Caverns, Arena, Ashenwood. I like Ashenwood. Sad. Oh, I like Bog. No. Wait, they're removing all my favorite maps. Okay, they removed Carcass, which is good. Crimson Temple and Crimson Township at least have been removed. Defiled Cathedral also removed. What the heck? Dig. Dry Sea removed. Sad. Dungeon, Lava Chamber, Lighthouse, Maze, Moon Temple, good, I hated Moon Temple, Mud Geyser, Necropolis, Pen, Racecourse. I also liked Racecourse, this is very sad. Underground Sea, can that one can go. Wasteland and War, meh. I love the sewers. Yeah, it feels like they removed more good maps than added good maps, so we'll see. But I have my doubts, to say the least. Untainted Paradise can no longer be obtained. removing Untainted Paradise? Why? No more level 100 in 10 minutes? But what if you just want level 92? Huh? Keep going. I keep stopping too soon. Untainted Paradise can now be accessed through a randomly spawned event node on your atlas where it received a few alterations to make it more difficult and rewarding. Okay. It's random now? Okay. Alright, we'll see. Randomly spawned event node on your atlas. Okay, we'll see. We'll see. Maybe it's okay. Been spending most of my life living in Untainted Paradise. Yeah. Decayed Voidstone socket on the Atlas now connects to Forge the Phoenix, Pit of the Chimera, and Lair of the Hydra. Wait, guys. Wait, guys. Did you see this? The Pit of Chimera boss now only spawns one wave of enemies per phase. Still annoying, but not nearly as bad. Let's go. Pit of Chimera, not nearly as bad. This is awesome. Alright. Memory thread maps now display which map they open. Enshrouded Astrolabe has been renamed to Deceptive Astrolabe. Okay. Removed item drop delay from versions of the Remembered and Feared. Reduced the average amount of modifier effect applied to explicit modifiers when using Reflective Mist currency on an item. Okay. Reflecting Mist objects now have a much higher chance to drop a Reflecting Mist currency item. Interesting. Okay. Atlas passive changes. I'm not gonna go over those. They seem kind of mid. Not insane. Okay, sources of chance to avoid all damage from hits are now additive, with avoiding damage of a specific type. That seems good, right? Lowered the life of various monsters when used as specters. In general, no specter should have more life than a meat sack. Why not? Okay. All non-specter minions no longer pause while attacking. Cool. Many minions didn't pause while attacking and are unaffected, but some are. Okay. Skills, items, and modifiers that once stated that increases and reductions to spell damage also apply to attack damage have been replaced with new arcane might keyword. This is purely descriptive. Purely deceptive. Assassin. Deathmark notable skill no longer has marked enemy cannot evade. 3% of leeches instant and 10% increased effect of your marks per maximum power charge. Okay, I'm not gonna go through all the assassin stuff. I don't play assassin, so whatever. A lot of these I don't really care that much about, but Hierophant, Inquisitor were changed, Occultist was changed, Reliquarian has been updated. What is the... do you guys know what the items are that people are like really freaking out about on the Reliquarian? People have said it's really good, but I don't. I feel kind of dumb when I look at an ascendancy like this. I'm like, what is it that we're excited about? Dawnbreaker. 25% of cold damage taken as fire. 25% of lightning taken as fire. 25% of physical taken as fire. Oh, that could be really good for a defensive builder. Enables 100% of LA to fire for cheap. There was like some super expensive item that people needed. Like this plus the Foulborn Red Dream is crazy, right? I guess Foulborn Red Dream is crazy no matter. My main takeaway is there are more instances of taking something good at the start and then changing out late game. This seems cool. Interesting that you can get Arakali's Fang on an Ascendancy. Sublime Vision is usually needed. That's what I was thinking of. Thank you. Okay, passive skill tree changes. New arcane conservation cluster on by the witch, which grants cast speed, mana cost, efficiency of spells, and increased intelligence. Added a new cluster for the Templar that grants 8% increased reservation efficiency of spells, 20% increased cost efficiency. All sources of reduced cost of skills in the passive tree have been converted to cost efficiency. Totive passive mastery option that grants increased critical strike chance now has values 40% instead of 60. Shaman's Dominion notable passive skill grants 50% increased critical strike chance with totem skills, previously 60. And the preceding small passives grant 16% critical strike multiplier with totem skills, previously 20. So totems have been mildly nerfed. Very mildly. Molten Balls is big too. We're gonna see that in a second here. Okay. Spells that receive base damage increases also have higher damage growth with each gem level. Okay. Shadow-themed physical spells and pure cold hit spells have higher critical strike chances. Pure lightning spells have lower cast times but cost more mana. Pure fire spells have lower mana costs and higher effectiveness of added damage. Arcane Cloak is kind of nerfed but kind of not. Absolution buffed once again. Absolution of Inspiring buffed. Arc buffed. Arc of Oscillating buffed. All these buffed on cast time, by the way. Although the lightning skills have more cost, but shorter cast time. Arc of Surging could be good. Beam now splits towards 6 to 9 additional targets instead of 4 to 7. Now has a cast time of 0.6 instead of 0.7. Mana cost has been increased. Armageddon branded volatility has been nerfed. Nerfed quite a bit. Now has 250% effectiveness of added damage at level 20, previously 370%. 370 down to 250 is crazy. But it deals more damage. More flat damage. Deals 2100 to 3150 instead of 16 to 2500. Barrage now fires an extra projectile. Ball Lightning has a base radius of 2 instead of 1.8 and better cast time. Lightning skills all seem to have lower cast time. Blade Blast has more radius and critical strike chance. Blade of Vortex has 30% increased hit rate for each blade. Blade Fall has more effectiveness of added damage, deals more damage overall. What do you think are the chances we can successfully gaslight GGG into thinking all mace skills and PoE are actually lightning skills? You just want to cast mace skills more often? Is that what you're saying? Blade Fall of Impaling. More critical strike chance. Okay, same with the other Blade Falls. Blazing Salvo has more effectiveness and the base mana cost has been reduced. Body Swap now deals more damage and has more AoE and less cast time. Okay. Cold Snap has 25% chance to freeze. Cool. Okay. A lot of basically... Are there any... Okay, there's so much here. Like, I can't go through all of these skills. They basically went through every single skill. I can't read through it. It's too much. What are the important ones? Cremation, Dark Bargain, Divine Blast, Divine Ire. Ellie Hit has lower damage. They nerfed Elemental Hit a little bit. Body Swap seems interesting. I've never played Body Swap. Fireball has better AoE. Firestorm was buffed a little bit. Flame Dash has a less critical strike chance for some reason. It has increased effectiveness. Flame Surge has more critical strike chance. Flame Blast of Celerity. Weren't people using that now? It seems like it's been buffed. It's been buffed quite a bit. Okay, Frost Bomb has chance to freeze, which is good. Frost Blink has better critical strike chance. lightning stuff. General's Cry can no longer support skills with cooldowns. Okay. Trying to even remember what I used that with. Hex Blast has a much lower cooldown. Interesting. More ice skills. Incinerate now has more stages. Incinerate Eventing has been buffed? Question mark? Yeah, Incinerate Eventing is buffed, so maybe that could be interesting. Kinetic Blast of Clustering has been nerfed. Has 150% in Arcane Might instead of 200%. And gains added physical damage equal to 10 to 15% of max mana instead of 10 to 17%. Kinetic Fusillade has also been nerfed. Attack speed of 125% instead of 200%. Base duration of 0.5 seconds instead of 0.7, and now costs 6 to 10 mana instead of 4 to 6. So huge nerf on Kinetic Fusillade. Fusillade survived somehow? Really? It seems like not that good. Hexblast was kind of dead with the CD? Yeah. All totems and mines got big nerfs? Wait, really? Lightning Tendrils? I would love to do a Lightning Tendrils build. That sounds so fun. It's been buffed a little bit. Maybe there's a chance. Let's see, what else is on here? Rolling Magma now has lower damage and effectiveness at level 1, but has more damage at levels greater than 20. Interesting. Yeah, it's worse early on, but better later. Huh. Okay. No longer a viable leveling skill, Rolling Magma. Spark has a little bit lower cast time, but mostly more cost. And some changes to Void Sphere. Vortex. Wave of Conviction has lower cast time, but more cost. Winter Orb now fires 2 to 3 projectiles at levels 1 to 20. Interesting. I'm leveling with Lightning Tendrils. Is it good? You need less duration and attack speed was usually overcapped. They kind of buffed the self-cast version of Kinetic Fusillade a lot. Oh, interesting. The spell totem nerf is kind of harsh. Oh. Spell totems. Supported skills deal 50 to 55% less damage at gem levels 1 through 20. Previously 49 to 40. So is this just straight up like 10% less damage? Or is it more than that? I want to do the mercenary thing, but I wonder if that's a better second build. If I shouldn't do something else for my first build. Because I'm worried that the mercenary is not going to be good enough at the start. And I don't want it to feel bad on my league start, you know? Lots of unique changes. Looking through for anything I recognize. I'm sure there are some big changes in here, but I don't use that many uniques, so it's hard for me to know. Oh, Wrathpith Globe has been nerfed. 3% increased critical strike chance and 3% increased spell damage instead of 5%. Goal and Wrathpith nerfed. Winter Orb is the most flip-floppy skill ever. True. Is Winter Orb back, guys? Can I go play Cast and Crit all day again? I think maybe you can. Winter Orb seems good now, if you ask me. If you ask me, it seems good. Okay. What else do we have? The goal? What was that thing called? The goal unique helmet has 25 to 50% increased effective shrine buffs on you, previously 75%. Oof. And 25 to 50% increased duration of shrine effects on you, previously 50%. So they added in rolls. So now you could roll a goal that has, you could roll a goal that has 25% increased effective shrine buffs on you, where it used to just have 75%. Yikes. It says, existing versions of this unique can be updated to the new values with a divine orb, but why would you? True. True. Why would you? The Vertex now has socketed gems have 50% less mana cost, previously 50% reduced. Reduced mana cost implicit modifiers can no longer roll on synth unique items. Oy vey. Wrath Pit, big nerf, yeah. Goal was OP because of the shrine belts, the nerf feels weird now. Stormburst of Repulsion and Venting are cracked now in my opinion. Yeah, I think that Incinerate and Venting is gonna go crazy. Existing versions can be made worse. Hey, Tidebreaker looks sweet. I never used Tidebreaker. Grants 50% chance to gain a brine charge instead of endurance charge. 4% of physical damage is extra cold damage and extra lightning damage per brine charge. Okay, item changes. Synth items are removed. Fracture fossils now fracture a random modifier instead of splitting an item. Beast crafting option to split an item has been replaced with a new option that fractures a modifier. Wait, interesting. The beast crafting option to split an item into 3 has been replaced with a new option that fractures 2 modifiers on a rare a rare talisman. That sucks. I thought you could get 2 fractures on an item. Volatile vault orbs can now be used on items that have no modifiers that can scale outside of range. That's a little annoying. Why? Why would you just make an item less usable? What? Okay, other changes. These don't seem... They've updated like prefixes and stuff, but it seems kind of meh. Top tier increased cast speed modifiers on caster weapons now have the same weightings as lower tier modifiers. Okay. Added new corruption implicit modifiers. No one ever uses Tidebreaker? Maybe they will now. Splitting is gone. Bases will be expensive. Yeah, they will be. But maybe they've increased the drop chance of like the high space bases. We don't know. Oh, you can get +1 to max endurance charge on rings, shields, and amulets from a corrupted implicit. Interesting. That's pretty good. Any other of these that are good? Meh. You can roll chaos resistance on rings, amulets, and armors. That's not so bad. You can get some free supports. You can corrupt into +1 of level of all fire spell skills on scepters and wands for all my RF enjoyers. Okay, the rest of these seem kind of boring. Luminary has light radius stacking nodes. Wait, really? I need to take a look. Okay, divination card changes, ruthless specific changes, monster changes, quest reward changes, UI and QOL changes. You can right-click the icon for animated guardian to view their currently equipped items. You cannot remove or replace items from this window. Oh, so it's just viewing them. You can't do any interaction. That's a little weird. Okay. Yo, guys, check this out. The majority of currency items will now stack up to 10,000 in their stash tab types instead of 5,000. No longer will I have to upgrade all my alteration orbs and my augments and whatever. Now they'll just doubly stack. I always forget what Anime Guardian has. Anime Guardian, the new name. Wait, what? Repeat applying currency items no longer drains each stack in your inventory one at a time. It will now instead drain stacks fully before moving on to the next. Oh wait, that's actually really nice. Do you guys know when you go to use like an essence and it takes one from each stack that you have in your inventory? Now it's just going to take from one full stack and then take from the next full stack and the next full stack instead of like one from each. That's so nice. Okay, cool. Increase the number of characters visible on the character selection screen when there are no events or private leaks. Okay. Copying an item's text will now always copy the advanced description format. That's good. That's useful for POB. Searching by an item's text will now always match the advanced description format. Improve search highlighting on passive skill tree. Let's go! Now you can actually search for a node on your passive skill tree and it actually will be visible. Dude. That was super annoying. Yeah, it was just like, it's kind of dumb that it worked that way. Okay, and then we have some bug fixes. And this image. Jesus. When did they allow putting pictures in here? That's hilarious. Dude, the patch notes are huge! Giant! Oh my god. Do we know what the luminary looks like? They post that? Oh man, my brain is tired after all of that. Oh dude, check out the art that we have now. Oh hell yeah, that's cool art. Let's go. It was on the Allflame page. Cool. Alright, let's see. Show me the luminary. Okay, awesome. Gonna hire a mercenary permanently. Deal 15% increased damage. 5% increased light radius. Okay. Then equipping unique items. Link skills have increased cast speed. Meh. Your mercenary and their minions have 15% increased max life. This seems like a minion ascendancy. Maybe I won't do this one. Increases and reductions to light radius also apply to effect of your link skill buffs on your mercenary. Like your mercenary links to you, or you link to them? And is that good, or is that bad? I don't know. She looks like Rihanna, or is that just me? I think that might just be you. If they die, you die? I mean, but my mercenary never died in the actual league, to be fair. So I don't know if it's actually an issue or not, you know? You don't die if you take that node? Not with the left node, though. Link skills have infinite attachment duration. If your linked mercenary dies, the link owner does not also die. So, a link build with your mercenary? Interesting. This would be 1, 2, 3, 4 ascendancy points. Do you... I don't know, dude. I don't know, this is a little scary. She has no idea what she's reading? What do you mean? So a link build? I mean... I've never done a build that links. I've never done an aura bot. So... You can't give them unique armor, so no Doriani merc? Right. Belts, rings, and amulets. Gloves. No, you can give them unique helmets, right? Or is Doriani's prototype a helmet, or is that armor? I never did that tech. Dude, I don't have the knowledge to do a build like this. It's body armor? Oh. So they just built around it, okay. Link skills are pretty annoying, you have to constantly refresh them. Not anymore, not with this one. Not here. I don't know, dude. Okay, maybe a second build. I think the Luminary is gonna have to be a second build. I can't do it the first build. Because it's gonna require too much upfront work. Like, I haven't done any aura botting, so I feel like I have zero knowledge on how to make this work. Can you direct merc like minions? I don't think so. I'm not sure there's a whole ascendancy worth of power. I mean, I'm sure that people are gonna make interesting builds with it. And I want to try it, but I don't think I want to do it on League Start. Chat will tell you how to play. You're a girl playing Pee-wee. Yeah, and every time chat tells me how to play, I have to like have a self-therapy session with myself after. Let me tell you. Every time I have to like leave stream and be like, it's fine. It's fine. Yeah, this is gonna have to be a second build for me. I can't do this right off the bat. It's too much. I haven't used a link skill, so I don't know how to scale it even. What build would I even do with it? I think, honestly, it would be fun to do a spellcaster build this time around. I kind of want to do incinerative venting. Doesn't incinerative venting need like an expensive thing to make work though? Because incinerative venting is getting quite the buff. Yeah, I think incinerative venting is the strat. Then you need to not. Okay, hold on a second. I wanna look at this. Just give me a second. Alright. Venting is clunky, but it was already a ton of damage before it deletes bosses. Vestigial unique thing is so interesting. Merc build is less complicated than PoE 2 monkey build. Are you serious? I feel like that can't be true. Merc build has got to be more complicated because there's too many synergies in PoE 1. Like in PoE 2, monkey build was literally just like grab all the companion nodes, and then that's like the whole build. You grab all the companion nodes and then you put crit on your monkey and then you win. I don't think I like that here. 0.1% of people doing incinerate eventing. Okay. These people pick the worst names. What the heck? Jaquani's potential. So is it for critical strike? Crit chance, rather? You should definitely look at what Jung builds in the gauntlet before making a Link Merc build. I've never managed to get crit monkey, and I still did all content. Yeah, exactly. You don't even need crit on monkey to make it work, but the crit on monkey definitely makes it feel like easy mode. For sure. But I have wanted to do incinerate eventing, but I remember that you needed something expensive to make it feel, to like get the build online. Like you transition to the build after you get, is it Wrathpith? Do most people have Wrathpith on this build? No. Jaquani's potential, is this expensive? Hold on, let me check. Yo, welcome in, Panda. How's it going? PoE trade is more secure than my bank account at this point. Every time I go to sign into it, it's like 5 screens and 3 devices worth of stuff to do. Can you imagine if they had 2-factor authentication to something I log in with Steam for? Sheesh. Currently existing. That's good. You just need damage to clear with Wintry Blast, then I think it's fine. Clears the issue otherwise. It's used a lot, it's used a lot for Delve, so I think that's why. The clear is usually bad for Delve because you need a bossing build. What? Oh, I'm on PoE 2 trade. How do I go to PoE 1 trade? Okay. Jaquani's potential. Oh, this thing isn't worth anything. Unless it's not corrupted. Miscellaneous. Corrupted. No. 9 divine. Oh, this is expensive. Huh? Wouldn't this be hard to get at the start? You just need damage to clear with Wintry Blast. That's fine. Oh, I saw that already. Luminary Link mode nodes might make Link skills fun to use. I think it's fun. It seems like there's an avenue there. I just don't know enough to do it on Link Start. What do people start with when they do Incinerate eventing though? You know what? Here's what we should do is we should look at the Delve ladder. This is the way. These people are using... Oh, it's not Wrathpith. Energy Blade. Oh god, it's an Energy Blade build? Ooh. This is gonna be complicated. Last time I tried using Energy Blade, it did not go well. Dude, this build, literally this build is getting nerfed. Wrath Pith, Goal, Screams of the Desiccated, instantly nerfed. They have the Adorn on this one. Can also just go to the right side luminary for 20% damage reduction. Yeah, I guess I don't know. I'm like worried. I just don't want to have a bad league start. You know what I mean? I don't want to have a bad league start. What are these people taking on their ascendancy? That's not what I thought I was doing. Enlarge. Fire resistance. Mainly fire resistance. The Chieftain. Versus an Inquisitor, which they're using. Yo, happy 7 stream. Maybe just play something you like playing already, like a strength stacker, or yeah, I feel like I've played so many builds and yet I can't remember any of them. This last league I did Holy Relic of Conviction, which was really good, but I don't really feel like doing that again. And then in the past, I've done some Spectre builds. Mercs Unreleased were cracked, and they said they buffed them in 329. Are you guys just trying to convince me to do the Mercenary on League Start? Or not the Mercenary, yeah, the Mercenaries on League Start. I mean, okay, we could try it, but there's a chance I just have to reroll. Maybe we try with Arc or Lightning Tendrils? I heard you really like Trauma Stacker. What are the usual suspects for League Start nowadays? I haven't played PoE 1 in a while. I feel like it depends. Like, there's always gonna be people playing RF. There's always gonna be people doing just like big slam builds, like Sunder. There's always gonna be people doing like a bow builds. Totems were big last league, yeah. I didn't do totems. Hard to go wrong when you have access to Reliquary if it fails. Slams are the safe league start always, yeah. Yeah, anything that you can just get a big two-handed weapon on is really good. Blade Vortex, bro. Blade Vortex is so painful in my opinion, but yeah. Yeah, what was I doing last league? Holy Relic of Conviction. Oh, I had a Holy Sweep build. I don't even know how I got Holy Sweep far at all. Static Strike of Gathering Lightning. This was a Strength Stalker. It's basically the same as Molten Strike of Zenith. Yeah, this is one I did off stream, I think. It's literally just Holy Sweep. Holy Sweep you can scale pretty... Like, all the Holy skills, I think, are pretty easy to play with. Probably would be a pretty good league start. This gear was absolute garbage. But it got me to level 90, which, you know, I'll take it. Eggless ramen? Yeah, because I like ramen, but I don't put eggs in it. What else do you need to know? To be fair, when I made this username, I thought I was naming a character. And then I found out it was my account name. I was like, oh, okay. Cyclone, the Cyclone build was really fun. Wild Strike was miserable. Had some Spectre builds. Molten Strike of Zenith was good. Tornado Shot is good, but you're playing a Ranger. Soul Rend is bad. Ground Slam of Earth Shaking. Yeah, I guess I've done a lot of Strength and Slam builds, and those are always a win. Insane Halsey lore drops once again. True. So yeah, I guess I normally do Slam builds, but I'm not really... This happens every single league start. Every single league start, I'm like, should I do a Slam build again? No, I don't really want to do a Slam build. I want to try something else. And then I try something else and I'm like, I should just go back to doing a Slam build. The Slam build was so much more fun. You need to make a lore video about yourself? No, that's what the streams are for. They're for the occasional Halsey lore drops. Like the fact that Halsey can't go outside today because it's orange outside. That's the lore drop. Choose a random self-cast spell build then? Yeah, I might. My phone. Maybe it's fine. Windows sound incoming? Okay, maybe now I'm flip-flopping on it. Maybe I'll try it, we'll see. New Halsey League character, Space Slam, come on and slam, it's gonna be a jam. What did people league start on Scion? Hold on, wait, maybe I should look this up on the side. Do people just go do anything on Scion, or is there like an actual leveling skill for Scion? Peaconk? Peaconk? Spectral Shield Throw? Usually people don't start Scion. You can do slams with Scions. Slams? I might do slams. Slams would be easiest for me. Spectral Throw was what people did last time. 2024 Scion leveling. I don't know. A lot of people doing, well, some people doing Exsanguinate, but I don't know if that's still good or not. Oy Explosive Concoction, maybe? Havoc has a Sunder Scion starter and max roll. Yeah, maybe we just start Sunder on Scion. And then... yeah, maybe we just do Sunder on Scion. We'll try it on League Start. We'll expect League Start to go poorly, but who knows. And I'll have to think about the end game plan there. Let me see... here, wait. Where are most people to... Dude, I went to... this is hilarious. I was like, I wonder what all the other streamers are up to right now. What's everyone up to? It's just a wall of text. It's just an insane amount of text. Everyone's looking at the patch notes. Damn, spoilers equals timeout? What are they spoiling? It's the patch notes. What are you talking about? Oh my god, everyone in the patch notes, dude. Alright. I was thinking that we move on. I was thinking that we do a little bit of PoE 1, we start a Scion character and get a couple minutes in and just see how Act 1 feels, and like, I guess you could call it de-rusting, but mostly just like seeing how Scion works at all. I'm downloading an update for PoE, but because I'm streaming, the download speed is bad. I wonder if other games have this many streamers reading patch notes. Not all at the same time, for sure. I feel like it's unlikely. Act 1, Spectral Throw, and you start with it. Sunder swap for Merveil. Okay, let's see. Alright. One day the game will be responsive. Today is not that day. Dude, every time I open this game, well, I just get the spinny wheel. Last Epoch is all about the patch notes too. Yeah, I remember when I first started doing YouTube, and I was like, I wonder if I should start making content for other games besides Path of Exile. Like, it's not always great to pigeonhole yourself into one game when you're making content. And so, naturally, I did the Gen Z thing, and I went to ChatGPT, and I was like, what games do other people play besides Path of Exile? And AI literally told me... Oh. AI literally told me, Path of Exile players are a, quote, type. They only play Path of Exile. And I was like, okay. FIFA? I mean, I know that you all play other games. Like, I'm sure a bunch of you are playing Palworld. I'm sure a bunch of you are playing, like... I don't know what else has been good right now. Like, some of you play Deadlock. Like, I have friends who play Deadlock. Some, like, single-player campaign games. A lot of people have played Expedition 33. Like, there are other games that we all play. But... Okay, let me delete this. Mirage, SSF. But in terms of like other stuff you'd watch content for, like I doubt if I made Palworld YouTube videos, you guys would be that interested, depending on the content, obviously. I only watch PoE streamers, exactly. PoE 1 or 2, that's all. Okay, the one-time AI is quite correct. I know. I play both kinds of games, PoE and PoE 2. The AI knows spam. Okay, but to the people who don't play any other games, don't you get tired of only playing PoE? Like, do you really never burn out on the game? Okay, Spectral Throw, here we go. I get tired of both about 2 weeks after League start. I'm not that different, actually. I really love League start, but it doesn't take that long. I would say about 2 weeks I start slowing down, and usually about a month in, I start feeling kind of done. The League start at good intervals. Yeah, I've heard other people say that as well. But I guess it depends on how hardcore you go in the game. This game is perfect for that ADHD part of me that's like, play it obsessively and then don't touch it again for 4 months. I'm like, oh yes, this game was made for me, right? But nice, dude. A mana flask on the beach is kind of OP, not gonna lie. Dude, this is the last time you guys are gonna see socket colors. I mean, not the last time, but you know what I mean. You know what I mean. I burn out, but usually don't play much of anything between PoE leagues. Did I start reading? That's crazy. I've been reading the Silo books after I watched the Silo on Apple. This is your start? This is so weird. Do I just take increased physical damage? I guess. This is so odd. Okay. As someone who's never played Scion, what the fuck is happening? But the Silo... It's good and bad at the same time. Like, I just think that the books are good and the show is good, but to see the way they altered the book for the show is really annoying. So definitely don't read the book and then the show. Do the show and then the book, or just watch the show. Okay. We want probably something with more physical damage, right? Doesn't this use the copy of your melee weapon? I have to find an item that has a blue socket. This is what we've been relegated to in this game. The books are always better. I mean, the reason why the book feels better in this scenario is just because you get more of the character's thoughts, which I think is more common. Second season of Silo was cancer. I hated it with passion. Yeah, I can't follow you for that. How was Silo? I started the first episode, but it didn't quite grab me. Really? The first episode felt like the most grabbable part, but I actually really liked it. I did like Silo. The interesting thing about it is that the show makes you build up to the secrets. The book gives you all the secrets up front. So if you really like a lot of like mysteries and hidden information, then the show is really good because it provides a lot of questions and then takes a long time to answer them. The book gives you all of the answers up front, and then you're just kind of like seeing the timeline of events as it goes on. Silo was a good quick read, nothing super deep, but super entertaining and had a good pace. I feel exactly the same way. I felt like the characters didn't have as much depth to them as I would have liked, but overall, like, it was a fast enough read that was enjoyable enough that I was like, you know what, I'll go through this. Just a little, it's like a good sci-fi, like, beach read type thing. I like Silo? Yeah, I liked it too. I'm watching the third season right now, but I started the third season before I started the book. The second book, rather, because the first 2 seasons of Silo is the first book. Okay, what am I doing? I guess I'll just use this weapon, it's fine. I wanted a blue socket on this weapon, but I don't have one. So I started the third season of Silo before reading the second book, and I was like, I don't know what's happening, none of this was in the book. And now I'm finding out that it's just a little different. So. I haven't seen Silo season 3 yet, and I don't know if I should rewatch the first 2 seasons. No, you don't have to. The first season, or the third season of Silo is, I think it basically gives you a recap, but it's also, it doesn't feel so much like a continuation of the first 2 seasons. It kind of feels like its own thing. If you need a sci-fi author, Adrian Shalkovsky, oh god, I can't read that, is crazy good. Children of the Time. Alright, I'll try to remember that. I do like sci-fi a lot. I'm also reading the 5th season, which is really good. I just haven't gotten through most of it because I kind of got hooked on Silo. But that one is like an alternate society with alternate races, and you kind of have to like you have to like lift yourself off of planet Earth and put yourself on another planet in order to read it, because it's just taking place in a completely different universe. I didn't finish the first episode of Silo. To be fair though, the first couple episodes of Silo, well, I don't want to spoil anything, so I'm not gonna say it. But I did like it. I binge watched the whole thing in a weekend. I was like, you know what? I need a weekend to myself and just binge watch Silo. I think that was like 4th of July weekend maybe? It was fun. Nothing like watching a TV show, binge watching a TV show, and eating chicken nuggets on your couch. You know what I mean? It feels good. Oh, I'm not doing always attack without moving. That's fine. What is he attacking, dude? Because it ain't me. Oh, is he attacking my weapon? He's attacking my spectral weapon. I see. That does make sense. I see it now. He attacks the cursor position. McNuggets and binge watching is the best. It's not bad. Okay, what's good with spectral throw? Ruthless? Melee? No, melee damage is ruthless. Surge, momentum. No. Chance to poison, maybe? Chance to poison? Alright, got any blue sockets on your items, bro? I can't wait for them to remove socket colors. So annoying. I'm excited for the last season of For All of Mankind. Have any of you guys watched Foundation? That's the show that I need to watch next, is Foundation. Dave Chappelle meme with the blue sockets, right? I'm like, this isn't a real test run because I still have to deal with the goddamn socket colors. Dude, I always feel... I feel like... going to the mud flats, as painful as the mud flats is, it feels like the quintessential league start location. Like, if I were to picture myself league starting, I picture myself in the mud flats. And so, in some ways, it feels like very familiar and, like, comfortable, you know? As terrifying as it can be. Oh boy. Oh god, I'm getting stunned. This is a little scary, not gonna lie. Alright, let's run. Nothing worse than when your attacks get cancelled, bro. Alright. What is happening in chat? Miradongs, what? I don't know who that is, and you know what? I feel like it's almost better not having context. I have similar thoughts for Foundation. It's amazing, but there's some really weird changes for no reason from the books. But it's worth watching? Okay, I'm gonna watch it. My friend binge watched it, and so I'm like, oh, it must be good. If you like it, then I'm definitely gonna like it. Getting blown up by the fire witch in the first PoE area is my BOE 1 experience. Not bad, not bad. Mudflat Roas are fine if you just remember to kill them instead of avoiding them to death. Yeah, that's true, but sometimes you don't always have the damage to kill them. You know what I mean? Like, you say that, but sometimes you just don't have it in you. Lee Pace is the handsomest man on earth. Let me see. You know what? Yep, okay. I can see why you say that. I see why you say that. Yep, this man is very... It makes sense. It checks out. Are you gonna be a merc, mommy? I mean, no one's stopping me. Besides my own self-doubt, I guess. Besides the little devil on my shoulder that's telling me that it's gonna be a bad time. That devil is totally right, by the way. Yeah, we'll see. Middle-aged emperor. Yeah, you're not wrong. Ow. Chromatic orb? Dude, we're saved. Foundation is an awesome TV series. Alright. Alright. I'll watch it sometime soon. I guess maybe this weekend, if I have time. I'm trying to work my way through... I have a group of friends. We're working our way through movies that we should have seen but didn't. Ones that have like really good references, right? So last week we watched The Big Lebowski. That movie is so funny, dude. If you haven't seen that movie, it's so old, but the references are so good in there. Like the dude-man conversations, and then the rug, like it really tied the room together. I can't tell you how many times I've heard this reference and not known it. Like it really ties the room together. I just watched that 2 days ago. Well, you're not long behind me then. I watched it not that long ago. A week ago, basically. You watch your mouth so old? Okay, The Big Lebowski came out in 98. So, yeah. I'm sorry, but yeah. Big Lebowski is the memeiest meme film before the internet? Yes, totally, totally. I guess I go down this way. So 8 years ago, right? Yeah, right? It's only 8 years old. Nobody fucks with Jesus. Oh man. So I don't know what we're watching next. We want to watch Predator because I haven't seen Predator, but there's someone else that wants to watch it with us that has a more difficult schedule, so we gotta figure that out, but we usually pick on the day. You're out of your element, Donnie. I know. Walter is so hateable. Like, Walter at every point in that movie, you're just like, do you really have to mess this up? Really, anything with John Goodman is funny AF. Sam Neill died this week from Jurassic Park. Yeah. Damn. 7, pour one out for Sam Neill. Alright, off the ledge. It's fun to play this game when you're not worried about how fast you're going, but then feels so bad when you look around and see how many people are going faster than you. Damn shame. The passive skill points actually feel good. You love to see it. You do. I'm over that. I don't care how slow I am. I'm still too young. I care. I became a runner in virtual life and in real life. I run for good pace in real life, and I run for good pace in Path of Exile. I don't know how I became this way, but here we are. I just signed up for another half marathon mid-October. So it's gonna be more run training for me. But originally I was gonna do one at the end of August, but it's been too hot outside to run. And there's all the wildfire smoke outside as well, and that's also a problem. Decoy totem, actually very useful. Okay, do we continue with... Oh, I need to... Do we continue with this, or do we go Sunder? Can we get Sunder? Probably not. If you want a good pace tip, Ben skips the league mechanic until he gets to maps. Yeah, but I mean, that would make me faster, but I think that kind of defeats the purpose of League Start. That just kind of feels bad, in my opinion. That kind of, like, makes the League Start lose its magic for me. So, no thanks. But you're probably right. I mean, that is like, objectively the correct thing to do. It just feels bad. Okay. Let's grab this thing, I guess. Oh no, I shouldn't have done that. I thought I could recolor it to be... I need this one. Here we go. With the 2 green in it. There we go. Now we're talking. Nice. And we can put in our Quicksilver. And we don't even have to touch the well. Let's go. Okay. Back to Submerged Passage. Shopping in next league is going to be so nice with white sockets. I know. Right now I'm like, I don't have the right color sockets. Meanwhile, this is not even going to be a problem later. Oh, wait. Did I put in my Frost Blink? Give me my dash. What? Oh my god. The Scion is so... She's so dramatic. She says, can I not have but a moment's respite? No, girl. There's monsters all around you. Look around. You know what interaction I need to see? Scion from PoE 1 plus Mercenary from PoE 2. I need to see them fight. I want to see that argument. Way? Oh my god, the mana costs. I know I need to kill the blue pack, but it takes so long. Oh god, my character doesn't know how to walk when there's enemies around. Ooh. Oh, it's fine. Dude, one of these days I gotta try hardcore. I keep meaning to try hardcore, honestly, in both games, but it kind of gets squashed because GGG keeps releasing new content every 5 minutes. They're like, yeah, but wouldn't you like some new content? I'm like, I mean, yeah, I guess, but at one point I'd like to try hardcore. They're like, but first, play our new league. I gotta go to bed. Thanks for hanging out, Pilgrim. Have a good night. We need to see PoE 2 Merc arguing with everyone. I know. That would be so fun. Wait, this isn't even the essence monster I wanted. Oh, this is the one I wanted. my god, poison is doing nothing here. It said we poisoned them, but really, they just have an upset tummy at this point. Like, it's not dealing any damage. It's no cyclospirulina or whatever the thing is called in the US. Hardcore is fun. Play some tanky variant and do the new content. Yeah, maybe. Maybe I do need to do that at one point. Not today, but one day, for sure. Alright, back to the ledge. 20 years from now, we have PoE 4 and all previous gamers are still running as well. New league every month, right? This is my 3rd league. I played maybe 5 different ascendancies. In what moment do you guys start specializing instead of jumping around and playing every different ascendancy? I think it depends on the person. Like, there are some people who do the same build every league. I usually switch between 2 to 3 classes. I don't usually start different classes. Like, I usually either start Marauder or Witch. It's very rare that I do any other class. But I think it just highly depends on the person. If you play a build you really like in your first league, then a lot of people just stick with that. I like to switch it up, but it's difficult. That's me. Yeah. I have said this before, but I would never be able to like just do the same build multiple leagues in a row. It just gets a little bit too stale for me. I like the struggle too much. I've got 2k hours. I'm just now settling into the fact that I pretty much only want to play Duelist, Scion, and Witch. Yeah, I have done Marauder, Witch, and I guess Ranger on some occasionally, but almost every time I play Ranger, I hate it, so... Like, I think I've done Shadow once, and I have not gotten through Axe on Shadow. Templar, I played once, I think. I don't know. Pathfinder is the exception. Like, you could play Pathfinder a lot, or... What do you mean by exception? Oh god, there's so many mobs here. I have over 3k hours and absolutely no preference. Then how do you decide what to do on League Start if you have no preference? How do you know which one you're gonna go with? Just trying new stuff every time? I usually end up playing Hierophant, Slayer, and Elementalist every league at minimum. Like, you do 3 builds per league? Wow. Whatever looks fun. Fair enough. Fair enough. That's how I typically decide, I guess, as well. But I guess I have a lot of builds that I'm comfortable with, and playing a bad build in PoE 1 feels extra bad, I think. PoE 2, you can get away with a bad build for a while. It's a little bit more straightforward. Bad builds in PoE 1 just feel like you can't do anything. It's very easy to brick a build in PoE 1. I do at least 5 builds every league. Wow. Did you do 5 PoE 2 builds? How do you have time for all that, dude? That's crazy. I mean, I guess if you're really good at the game, then you'd have time. Someone who's like slightly better than average, I don't have time. Oh my god, dude, so many mobs. This is so painful. How do I get through to the other side? Let me up. Oh boy. I need Sunder so bad. Maybe I should have taken attack speed? I don't know. I'm on my 7th build in 0.5? That's insane. Wow. I'm not sure I've ever started the same build twice. Yeah, I don't think I have. I've done the same, like, leveling before. But... RF leveling felt pretty good, actually. I should really give that a try, but I don't know if I want to do, like, RF, a full RF build. But leveling would be pretty fun. I have 6 builds. I've only played PoE 1 for 3 leagues, but I always start RF because it's easy. That makes a lot of sense. After I played RF for leveling during the event, I was like, oh, I get the hype. I get the hype. Okay, we're dealing 0 damage, so I want to swap skills ASAP. I'm trying to focus so I don't die. Oh my god, I couldn't deal less damage if I tried. Please. Please run. Alright. Fighting Brutus in this situation is going to feel very not good, I'm sure. I always do new builds with different classes to keep it interesting. Yeah, I need to vary up my builds as well. It's more fun in that way for me. Probably for you too. RF starter's so comfy, the only starter I've used more than once. Yeah, who can blame you? Who can blame you? Were you saying you did an aura build, like a particular aura or a bunch together? No, I've never done an aura bot. I don't think I've ever done like a support build. Dude, this maybe I should have grabbed decoy totem, the socket. I've gotten so much better at the Brutus fight, which sounds a little silly because he's not that difficult of a fight, but I used to die to him every single time without fail. And it kind of looks like I will this time around, to be honest with you. But I still have gotten a lot better at it. Oh god, I'm screwed. Yep. Okay, well, I had no flask charges, bro. So, ow, every time I fucking open my mouth, I get punished for it. What the heck is that about? GGG has an ego meter in all their games, and every time your ego meter gets too high, they like turn their death incoming flag on, and then you just die. I don't think I've ever died to him since OOS became obsolete. Since what? Wait, what? Since spells are being buffed, are there any self-cast spell builds that are good in Delve? Yes. Usually on Templar, I think. I want to do Incinerative Venting, which I've seen a lot of people do. I guess, is that considered a self-cast spell build? Yeah. Or some people have done, I think, Lightning Tendrils or Arc. If I feel like if I had decoy totem, I would not have died last time around. Oh my god. Out of sync. What is out of sync? What do you mean? Since desync was no longer a problem? What do you mean desync is no longer a problem? What does that mean? Desync?
Neither the time nor the place.
Okay. Added fire damage, preferably. And then... Do I have access to it now? No. But I need a better weapon. I'm gonna want Leap Slam. I have no wisdom scrolls. Oh, this is sad. I could essence it though. Wait. Essence is actually good here. Hold on. Okay. Wasn't as good as I thought. It only gave us 1 to 2 physical damage. The lowest possible amount. But whatever. Honestly, a transmute would have been better than that. Dude, why didn't none of these weapons cost a transmute? I don't have any wisdom scrolls. Uh-oh. Elsie missed the fun desync years of PoE. Early days your client would get out of sync and you'd just die. Oh. Yeah, I wasn't there for that. Fortunately. Oh my god. Lightning damage hurts. I picked the wrong side. No. Run over here now. Oh, please, run. It kind of broke me and I haven't been able to try Flicker after that. Oh no. I was not there for those days. I started playing Path of Exile 4 years ago. So... It's been long enough, but it also... Like, when you talk about the history of PoE, it feels like almost no time at all. Like, was I even here at all? And remember, PoE is my first ARPG, so I started playing ARPGs 4 years ago, which... Yeah, it's taken me a while to get good in any sense of the word at it. Flicker made the desync 10 times worse than any other skill. It's basically unplayable. Deplayable. Jeez. Yeah. I have never played Flicker Strike still. The 5 seconds I tried it for in Path of Exile 2 felt terrible. I know I can make a PoE 1 Flicker Strike build work. Because I have friends who know everything and anything about Flicker Strike, but... I don't know. I have a friend who every time they talk about their build, they get like 3 minutes into the explanation And then someone goes, is this a Flicker Strike build? And he goes, yeah, it's a Flicker Strike build. And it happens every league without fail. He's explaining like how he's gonna like turn damage into health, how he's going to get like the regen, how he's going to generate the power charges, whatever. And then you go, is this a Flicker Strike build? He's like, yeah, it's a Flicker Strike build. It's so funny. I feel like I don't know where I'm going. Oh, we made it to the ship graveyard cave somehow, though. I've been playing ARPGs since Diablo 2 and I'm still not good at them. I would probably throw up. Yeah, ARPGs, it kind of feels like... Have you guys ever tried to play Super Smash Bros? And it's just like everyone who's played Super Smash Bros has been playing since they were 5 years old. Sometimes that's how it feels to play Path of Exile, not gonna lie. It's not nearly as bad, don't get me wrong. But it does kind of hit that sometimes. Alright, I need to turn off my loot filter. Because I feel like it's not helping me. There we go. Now I'm actually able to see Scrolls of Wisdom. That's good. Much better. Okay. Oh, a large mana flask. The Scouring Orb. Give it to me. Oh my god, she always wants a moment's respite when we're like in the middle of fighting 5,000 monsters, bro. No, we don't have time for that. Not me, I've only been playing since I was 6. Damn. Zoe, you are a pioneer. That's crazy. Only playing Super Smash since you were 6? Late bloomer, I see. Alright, let's see whose spectral throw is better. Mine or Fairgraves? It's definitely Fairgraves. Okay, not bad though. So I wonder if this is where we meet Valerie in the next league? PoE 329, Curse of the Allflame. It would be a convenient location. Oh, we're so far away from the Cavern of Wrath. Sheesh. Over there. Alright, we've made it. Level 12? Is this enough for... I thought Sunder was level 12 or 13, but I guess it might be different for Scion. Sunder. Sunder. Bum bum bum. Lightning and the Sunder. Nice, we got it. Let's sell our flasks for a better one. And then grab an axe. Damn. Can't even craft on it. Sad. Okay. Oh, I should have bought one with links on it. God dang it, I was not thinking. Oh, none of them have links on them? Okay, never mind. They all suck? Okay. Okay, can I get anything else? A pair of gloves, just so I can put decoy totem on them, and then decoy things. Or maybe I can gamble from Besto? That would be nice. Yeah, let's go. Two-handed mace? Nice! 80% increased physical damage on this gambled maze. Let's go, dude. Let's fucking go. Alright. Off to Merveil's Caverns. This is gonna be so much easier. Oh, way better, dude. Now we just one-shot everything. Do need a second life flask, though, I will say. Do you guys... You're supposed to be able to do the mechanic early on. I guess early on you're just collecting charts? More damage fixes everything. That's true. Truer words have never been spoken. Oh, a greater life flask? Dude. Huge. Oh, and a corrupted blood flask? What the heck? Oh, I got another one actually. I do need some charges though. Oh, wait, I forgot there's one more zone. This is the red squid zone, scary zone. Oh god. Summon the decoy totem, please. Look at how much easier that is, dude. Sunder is just amazing. Decoy totem is so underrated. Secretly such a good skill. It solves all your problems. Oh, the door's over there. I see it in the distance. Go, go, go. All right. I think. You take the increased two-handed melee weapon damage, and then you grab the bleeding damage, I think? It's hard to remember exactly which passive points are good, but I think it's like you take bleeding and then you take like increased damage with bleeding or something like that. Okay, decoy totem deployed. The damage. We don't have any cold resist, which is going to make this more painful, but that's okay. Okay, I think this leveling will work fine then. If we could just go Spectral Throw into Sunder, and then I can just do Sunder leveling basically. And then once we get the Mercenary, we just find a Mercenary that like works with Sunder. Which by that I just mean like more physical damage or just deals like range damage or something. Should be fine. Oh my god, how'd she escape with 2 HP, bruh? She's 1. Alright. Perfect, dude. I only remember the decoy totem exists when I play Gauntlet. There you go. What's this?
Can I not have but a moment's respite?
Oh, nice. Juicy XP mobs. Oh, I missed it. Yeah. Out we go. Hello, welcome in, Taser. Alright, funny you should join us at this juncture because I'm about to log off. It's been a long stream for me and I'm trying to go to bed earlier, so I'm going to call it here. But we will go say hello to another stream. Goodbye to everybody on YouTube, because I will end it abruptly for you. Have a good night. Thank you so much for hanging out with me and for being there for the reveal. I hope you're excited. I didn't know how excited I needed to be before I saw that reveal. So have a wonderful night. And for all of my Twitch folks, let's go